Мы на месте. Работаем.
Lasciare.
Oh my goodness, the Batman!
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Came into the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god!
Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final day. It's the 2025 Hunt Premier Pinnacle Tournament, of course, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with Battle State Games. And I finally got my boy Blue back in the booth. How we feeling today,
Let's
my little Cookie
go.
Monster?
Let's go! We're here for the semifinals and the finals of the Pinnacle Tournament. I could not be more hyped up with my boy Hot Sauce. Yeah, how we doing out there, chat? What's up?
Gonna be a good time today. I know we're starting off with Sicario versus EPA, and the nice thing, Blue, is we've got two best of fives here today, so plenty of action to be had. We'll get a nice look at several of the different maps here today, and so no easy way out. That dexterity is going to be important. You're gonna have to play, you know, solid amount of games. Unfortunately for these lower two teams, I mean, there's a potential 10 games on the day for one of these teams. So certainly don't envy anybody in that lower bracket, but maybe looking for a little bit of a Cinderella run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of games to wrap your head around, but I think coming into today, Hot, if I'm putting my player hat on, you know, one game at a time, baby, because it is a tremendous amount of endurance. I mean, when there's no real breaks between the games, you're going to have, like you said, possibly 5 games and then go into the finals into another 5 games, and it's a different kind of competition in my mind, where you have this mental side that really, we're going to push these players to the limits. You know, I think it's really going to show like who has the mental endurance, because even if they win semifinals, man, going up into the finals against Pandaric Apex, it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sicario, they've been the winners of the last 2 HPLs. That's what we were talking about yesterday. It wasn't until ACS number 3 that we saw Sicario get toppled by one of these EU teams, which was Pandaric Apex. They were able to come away with a win yesterday in 2-1 fashion to punch their ticket into the grand finals. So Pandaric Apex will be awaiting patiently there in the grand finals. For Sicario, Lukey was out yesterday, but they still played very well. He's going to be back today. For EPA, they've been playing without Blitzer Girl, but Kaner certainly has been doing a phenomenal job. Obviously, big shoes to fill, but filling that role nicely.
Yeah, I think that's the big challenge is, you know, Blitzer's one of the most consistent players I think we have in EU in terms of just overall presence in a game, consistent frags, you know, clutch factor. And I got to give it to Kaner. I mean, yesterday, he was playing super well. I mean, super big clutches, particularly on Skybridge, multiple rounds that he just kind of robbed from them. So going in with Lukey coming back for Sicario, they got to be feeling pretty good, you know. I mean, it's a tough lineup, but I think they've been playing very, very well overall, EPA.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at exactly how these teams got to where they are, and this lower bracket run was a bit of a tough one. We saw Ancestral really has been playing well throughout this series. Unfortunately, went home yesterday. It was EPA that won 3 games in a row to send them home, although a couple of those games were very close. We saw Ancestral earlier in the day go to like a triple overtime against Decoded. So, I mean, there's been a lot of great games throughout both weekends, but we're certainly excited to wrap it up here this weekend and claim our king, or crown our champion, if you will.
Woo! Sicario, EPA, and Pandaric Apex. It's like EU, it's like HBL all over again. You know, our top 3 teams, Sicario, EPA, and then Pandaric Apex in our last Hunt Premier League. And it's not shocking to see them here at the end, but you know, EPA's run has been really interesting. I mean, look, 2-0 against the Sicario Spartans, 3-0 against Ancestral with how well Ancestral's playing. I mean, they got to be feeling good, but it's still Sicario sitting on the other side of the match. And man, Sicario recently on, I feel like the last 6 months, they've just been a dominant force in the EU scene. Won back-to-back HPL EU leagues. EPA, you know, maybe they've really cooked up something for today, but you know, Sicario, especially with Lukey coming in, they're looking awfully scary.
Yeah, you nailed it. Lukey back in that lineup. Speaking of starting lineups, we take a quick look here. We've got Sicario, and it's the lineup that you all have known and come to love. We've got Kiyoshima, Lukey, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes on the side of Sicario. For EPA, it's Walker, Kaner, stepping in for Blitzer Girl, Nimanas, who's been insane with the nades, Fox, who has been absolutely on fire, and Pablo, also a menace. I mean, so I think we're in for a real treat here today.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, Foxy has been putting on the show. I mean, he's been consistently fragging across multiple tournaments, and you know, I really think the EPA lineup, the more time that's gone on, the more prepared, the more refined, and they really are starting to become like a stronger bulwark than I've seen in a long time. Now, that being said, looking over at the map picks here, Mr. Hot Sauce, starting off on your favorite map, Skybridge.
You know, it's grown on me. I keep telling people this. I don't necessarily like to play Skybridge, but as far as casting goes, I genuinely do like this map. There's a lot of action. They don't waste time, and it tends to happen around the A site, but we have seen, you know, some teams beginning to mix up that strategy. We saw a lot of B pressure yesterday as well. I mean, once we get through Skybridge, though, we've got Fort coming in for EPA, a little Bay 5 action. I mean, do you have a favorite out of any of these maps, Blue?
So hard to pick, but it's got to be, for me, it's got to be good old Bay 5, man. It's just like home. It's been around so long. There's just so many ways you could navigate. I really, of all the maps, I just love the flow of Bay 5 because there's so many ways you could pivot, where Fort does have that, but there's so many long horizontal lines that you got to go around. Like you're not rotating quickly. Where Bay 5, you know, you could be from A to B in 20 seconds. So I really love the movement ability for both teams on Bay 5. How about you? Yeah. I think I know the answer though.
I'm a Fort enjoyer, but honestly, I love Bowl. I genuinely like most of the maps at this point in time. I am excited for that new map that we got teased a little bit earlier in the year, but Iceberg supposedly coming out here this summer as well. So hopefully we won't have to wait too much longer for that, because it'd be nice to have that 5th map be a different map, one we didn't quite have to circle back to. So we shouldn't have to wait too much longer for that, my boy Blue.
Oh man, another map. It did look really cool. I have no idea what's going to be inside of the map, but the outside looked really cool. And it will be nice to finally have our 5th map, but you know, focusing in on this first match here, Hot, Skybridge. Sicario have been pretty scary on this map, but EPA was looking so awesome yesterday as well. It was a big clutch factor, for EPA, but still, I think both teams are looking fairly strong on Skybridge. So I give Sicario maybe a little bit of a leg up, but I think both teams are pretty evenly matched on Skybridge right now.
Yeah, I mean, EPA was looking really good on Skybridge yesterday, so I look forward to seeing exactly how this first matchup is going to play out. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see these teams bouncing back and forth with that potential Game 5 on the cards, but I mean, I don't think we've gotten to see Sicario take on EPA yet in this tournament specifically. So, you know, it's certainly a matchup that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, if we look at history, EPA has always had their handfuls with Sicario. I mean, everyone's had their handfuls with Sicario. I mean, back-to-back HPL EU winners. They've been playing phenomenally across the board. So EPA, I think with Nemenos, you know, really being part of that team now, between him and Walker, I'm sure the strategies and the positioning and as you mentioned, the nade lineups are really starting to become this more refined process. And I think that's where EPA might have the edges. They got a lot of thinkers on their team. And I'm not limiting anything on Sicario, by the way. I'm just saying, I mean, they're the headhunters, right? They're out for blood. EPA, I think where they need to kind of focus their energy is really on the strategy side. Because when it comes to fragging, I mean, both teams have some monsters, but man, it's hard not to say with how well Kiyoshima and Luki and the rest of the team have been playing, Goes, Furlex, and Zaki. They're fraggers, man. So I think EPA, they could frag just as well, but I think the brain power plays are really going to control the flow of the day.
Yeah, and honestly, we take a look at Furlex, who had kind of been that sniper for a while, but has made his way over to the SR3 and just has been an absolute monster on this machine. We saw a lot of 3, even some 4Ks yesterday. Really just smart decision-making from Sicario and doing it without Luki as well. So it'll be interesting to see. Now they've got that full 5 roster back that we're used to seeing. I always flash back to one of the first times I casted Tarkov Arena, and it was Luki going 27 kills with 27 headshots. So there's a ton of monsters on both teams. I feel like on paper, Sicario's slightly favored just based on previous performances, but as we often say, any given Sunday, baby, once that action starts popping off, you might as well throw the paper out the window.
Yeah, and you know, they do have a little bit of inside information. You know, as EPA has picked up Nemenos, Nemenos does somewhat understand how Sicario's inner workings go. So I'm thinking with more time invested as a team with this lineup on EPA, they're getting scarier and scarier. But again, I mean, there's still the headhunters on the other side. You gotta remember, any given Sunday, and we just happen to be on Sunday. I mean, anything could happen here today, Hup. But, you know, EPA, if Kaner plays as well as he did yesterday, I really, really think they have a great shot. I mean, he was just so clutch, so aggressive, and really filled the shoes of Blitzer, who's such a powerful player that I'm feeling comfortable. You know, like as you said, history would dictate that Sicario does have a little bit of an edge, but EPA is looking really strong, and they've been more and more consistent. And the way that they won 2-0 and 3-0 yesterday, I mean, they really took control of their map. So, any given Sunday, Mr. Hot.
Yeah, I mean, they 9-0'd Ancestral on Skybridge. I think 9-3 on Bull. So, definitely have been putting in the work. I think for me, that big stipulation is, can they take one of these first 2 maps? I feel like they have to be able to take one of the first 2 maps to really give them a fighting chance. If we see Sicario come out, take Sky, follow it up with Fort, it could be a short day for EPA. So I want to see that early tug-of-war action going, you know, early here in this first series. Hopefully both teams are warmed up. We know sometimes those first game jitters are just kind of getting warm once you're getting in this competitive scene, can take a little bit for some of these teams. So it's just about who's popping off, who's executing a little bit better on the day, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at. I couldn't have said it better, Hot. It's about who's going to perform better today. And both teams, I mean, they both have shown that they're high-end competitive teams. And EPA, to me, again, I keep talking about EPA, but it's because I've seen a consistent improvement over time where, you know, Sicario's just been winning stuff. So it's like hard to evaluate their progress when they've kind of been at the top, where EPA, to me, have become more and more consistent. And like you said, Ancestral was playing so darn well throughout this Pinnacle tournament. And EPA 9-0 and 9-3 them. Like, pretty strong win and a tough loss for Ancestral, but I think I give credit to EPA and their preparation. I mean, I really think that's what it comes down to, is this team is just practicing, they're consistent, and they're getting better and better. And Fox and Pablo, man, they have both been popping the heck off recently, so it's they're looking pretty good. You know, they're looking pretty good. I really think if they stick to the brain side of things, Halt, that they could take a few maps, if not win this against Sicario.
Yeah, and I do want to speak highly of Ancestral just quickly because I know we were talking about they did get 9-0, 9-3 down. In map 3, they did take it to overtime with EPA, so they did show some life. We did see some great moments from Ancestral. Unfortunately, they did their bus did stop a bit short yesterday as they had to take a little bit of an early leave home. But we've got 3 juggernaut teams left ready to just duke it out here and absolutely another slugfest is what I envision here for today.
It should be a nice slugfest. Who, as we're going through the day, who are you keeping your eyes on each of these teams? Who's your player to watch for Sicario and EPA? You just had to pick randomly, just
I mean, for me, it's been Furlex, but today I think it's going to be how, Lukey had a day off here. Not sure exactly what was going on, but, how well or how much does that affect Lukey having that time to kind of cool down or not playing in this tournament? For me, it's Kaner. Obviously, Fox, Pablo, they've been popping off. We need them to continue to do so, but Kaner's kind of in that similar situation, having to step in here. Obviously, Kaner, Walker, a lot of these guys have played together a ton, but it's been Blitzer Girl as that main roster. So when you have to toss in a sub, even though that they are a very talented player, sometimes things just don't quite click or go your way. So I think those are kind of the 2 players I'm looking at for in the first one. Pandaric Apex, I mean, they've just been playing insane. For me, it's, how well is that ace sniping? Well, usually insane. Ooh. And then Cacao. Yesterday, it took Cacao a little bit to get going. The first map was a little sloppy to start out. Once he found his stride, though, I mean, they just continued to dominate. Yeah, I mean, they are looking very, very scary.
And especially in the context of they beat Sicario. What was the scoreline for yesterday? I think they won, what, 2-0, 3-0? Was it
for Sicario versus
Pandaric Apex?
Sicario and Pandaric Apex, I think their first one on Fort was 9-7. And then Skybridge was 9-2 in favor of Pandaric. And then on Bowl, it ended up being 9-7. So thankful for the trusty notebook over here because I'm old and have to write everything down.
No, it's good to have it on hand for sure. I respect it. Writing stuff down, but now we're getting into the game, folks. EPA versus Sicario in our first matchup of the day in the semifinals. Both these teams competing for a spot in the finals of the Pinnacle tournament. All 5 players sitting on A. Smokes at play. Let's see what happens.
No patience here from Sicario. We'll toss out that. Almost lands right on top. Able to avoid the majority of it. You can see the symbol there is did eat some of that flash. Now tucks into VIP, and it's Zaki and Furlex to combine for 2. And already EPA missing several members. Pablo's from behind here, trying to get a pick on the flank, but isn't able to connect. I believe Furlex went down from Kaner there.
Yeah, taking out 1 takes Pablo, picking up a 2nd kill. Zaki looking kind of hurt, but time is ticking. Bombs down. Gonna have about 35 seconds to defuse, and they really need to start taking a little space. It's always so difficult to take in this A site. I mean, time is ticking, and you got to clear so many angles. Goes, takes out Kaner, and it's pretty much lights out for this round unless Pablo has some kind of absolute miracle. And Goes says, nope, not today. Picks up his 2nd kill, picking up both of the last kills on the round, closing it out, and that's Sicario 1-0 on the board.
Good start here for Sicario on Skybridge. We talked about EPA's ability to 9-0 on Skybridge yesterday. Obviously, it was a different team, but Sicario not have to deal with that here early. They get out on the right foot. Only 2 kills in that round for EPA. We'll see how they bounce back here in round number 2.
It's just round 1. I do like the play from Sicario there. They kind of took forward space on A, let the smokes plume on both sides, and then they just started fragging out. So Kiyoshima also with that first nade kill. Not going to be able to repeat the success this round. And he's in the Menace kit, the Masco with the 20-rounder of Toronto. Nemo picks up Keo, though. Getting aggressive. Zaki manages to take out Fox. Kaner takes out Furlex. Goes, takes out Kaner. Even scoreline right now, 3-3. Zaki, again, taking a decent amount of damage. Going to be backing up. Goes, taking. I don't know. I don't think they know she's there. Or I don't think they know they're there. And then in the play by Pablo, the surprise. Hello, check your Connors. Man, what an absolute phenomenal play by Pablo's to clutch that out for the boys. And wow, that was actually sick.
And we should be able to get a nice another look at it here. We can see the whole crew just kind of coming in. This nade pops. They don't even really clear this full pillar area, and Pablo just gives him the old Rochambeau right around the pillar, finds the two-piece. Nemo wrapping it up, and EPA finds a way to answer back here. And again, we talk about the importance of being able to put multiple rounds in a row. That magic number is 9. It's not very far to go. So anytime you can extend that lead, separate the gap, it benefits you. EPA doing a good job of not making sure that Sicario doesn't do that.
Keo still sticking to that. Ooh, Fox, great opening kill. Keo goes in back and taking a lot of damage. Nemo almost dead. Keo takes out Fox. Nemo does manage to trade out Keo. Furlex taking out Nemo. Walker taking out Furlex. And then Zaki, the 3v1 situation for EPA. Bomb down in a horrible position for Ghost. He's got to push it to KFC. So many angles to clear here. EPA got to be feeling really good here, Hot. They got to close this one out, take a little lead, and I think the momentum slowly. What a great read from Walker. Goes nose. He's taking a significant amount of his health, Hot, but I think he's so hurt. He's got to heal to have a chance of winning this.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm with you on that. I'm surprised he was able to find that read on Walker. Some nice shot snaps toward that flank position of Kaner as well, and now we'll be a bit cautious. Able to scoop up that device. Still has 38 seconds to work with, but tries to fire these shots to bait out Kaner. Does. Can't quite connect onto Kaner. Pablo's able to remain cool, calm, and collected out here, just being patient back toward the lane as Kaner begins to shift toward VIP just a bit, but time dwindling down now.
15 seconds. And Go's actually playing this super well. I mean, the baiting of the shots, taking space, managed to get the bomb, but it's just such a brutal position. He's got to basically force the plant. Kaner from VIP downtown takes out Mr. Go's, and EPA takes the lead 2-1. And, I can't believe how well both teams are already showing their play. I mean, the read by Walker to back up into that corner and then Goes to read that position and then read also that Kaner was going to double peek from the attacking side of VIP. I mean, really great stuff from both sides. I don't know how much better Goes could have played that. Really great try overall for the clutch.
Yeah, we got to get Lukey rolling, I think, here on the side of Sicario. We talked about it briefly before we got going, and the fact that Lukey wasn't here yesterday. Does that time off affect him here? So already in this first game, still has that done. It's still early, only 3 rounds as you see the nades and the explosions across the battlefield. Fox beginning to shift forward as the bullets ring out and sing out across here. Now in toward VIP, but the smoke is in the way, and it's going to be hard to pressure through here or take control initially. Kaner on the flank, and he finds one.
Yeah, Furlex putting in work. Nemo, great shot on the Furlex. Taking space, evens out the scoreline. Looks like he's going to be rotating back to B. I'm not quite sure if he's going to keep the spacing. Maybe put some pressure, but is playing a little bit safer. Going to be having Goes actually trying to take him out. Still a minute on the clock. I'm not sure how many smokes are exactly left here, Hawk, but I think there's plenty of time for Sicario to drop some smokes, take control of it. Zaki with a gorgeous kill on the Pablo from downtown with the Piranha.
Piranha just eats through that flesh, can really blow out the ankles here. Fox just being patient at the moment. 3 ninjas on the other side here. The jump across, the shots ring out, but they don't quite connect just yet. It's Sicario with the player advantage, and they need to utilize it here. Kaner, or excuse me, not sure who that is. I think it's maybe Nemenos way back there on that long lurking flank coming in.
Great kill from Vox. Indeed. A little cheeky little kill there, Hot. Time is ticking, but he evens it out. And both players on Sicario are so hurt. Nemo takes out the first. Shots do ring out, and Keo gets pincered, and Nemenos. Nemo! We found him, baby. 6 kills already. And what was that, 3 kills, 4 kills this round here, Hot? I mean, this man is cooking.
Absolutely cooking it up in the kitchen here. Nemo We got to take a quick look. 3 on the round for a total of 6. Kaner and Fox both picking up ones as well. And it was Sicario who had the player advantage, but they weren't ready for that flank from Nemo. And so they fall a bit short. And now we see one of these teams in EPA here beginning to put a couple rounds in a row. And so that is the name of the game here. Doing it on the defensive side as well, where we tend to see the offense have a little bit more success on a map like Skybridge.
You know, something we talked about before the game is how well both these teams have been playing on Skybridge, and EPA just seems so in control. Lukey takes out Nemo, Fox taking out Furlex, evening up the scoreline right now. Looks like they're getting pretty aggressive on A. Goes already on the site, takes out Fox. The hyper aggression working out for Sicario. Gonna have the left side of site already smoked off that E-box. Not gonna be able to push through. Walker gonna have to maybe make a play through the smoke. Bombs going down. Time is ticking, and I really like the aggression coming out of Sicario, but they need to close this round out, and I think they're in a great position to do so.
Now you can see him being extra cautious that flank this time. No one's coming in that way, though. All 3 of these members tucked behind sight here for EPA. Walker maybe looking for a little bit of a boost over the top. Shots ring out toward the site. Walker not quite able to connect. They've got the player advantage favoring Sicario, but Kiyoshima's low. Zaki goes down, and now a chance for EPA to turn it around. They got 19 seconds to work with as Lukey will be able to strike and find Walker, making Pablos as well.
Yeah, disgusting use of the smoke by nice closeout for Sicario, picking up the second round. And really hat off to Lukey for how well he just played that smoke. He got an opening frag earlier in the round, and then he killed 2 of those players where he had the right-hand peek, and the smoke was plumed perfectly on the left side. So not only did he have the right-hand peek, but the smoke was on the left, forcing the enemy to push through that right hand, and he just took out 2 for free. I mean, really, really great stuff from Lukey and the whole Sicario lineup. Maybe this hyper-aggressive is the way they need to play it, because they just kind of took control of the site in like 10, 15 seconds, and pretty brutally last round.
Living life in the fast lane surely make you lose your mind, baby. Sicario, and they're cool with it, but Nemo! Oh, the 2K, he hits them with a Kobe from downtown. It's good, baby.
Oh, man, he says, catch, hot potato, boom! And that's got to be feeling so good. And the bomb went down with it, too. We see Sicario trying to gather their wits, but, man, that's such a massive blow. Right off rip. Lukey already hurting, missing both of his arms.
But if you don't know, now you know. Boom goes the dynamite. Finds the 2K, drastically slows the aggression down from Sicario, and we can see Furlex back there creating those audio cues, maybe trying to bait out a pre-fire. Nemo finds a third onto Furlex and a potential ace on the cards here.
Foxy. And Nemo picking up the 4th, and Nemo is absolutely on fire right now, Hot. Holy cow. His inner headhunter is showing, because holy cannoli, 10 kills already, and pretty convincing kills. I mean, he's just taking space, putting a lot of pressure, rotating through that heaven towards Eski, and just, you know, now that he was on the A site, picks up 2 kills with the preliminary nade onto A long, and then just picks up 2 clean frags. I mean, this dude's on fire right now. And this is exactly what they need. I mean, EPA up against Sicario, 4-2 on Skybridge.
Finger licking good, maybe if they're hanging out there in the KFC corner, baby. Because Fox starts it off. Furlex goes down. Zaki follows suit, and Nemenos says, getting kills. Not without me, you're not, baby. He'll get a piece of the pie as well.
Yeah. How dare you take my frags, Nemo? Man, and they just are taking so much space. I love this from Nemenos. He's taking every round. He's taking over such pivotal positions. I mean, he's just the space master and the frag master right now. Really hats off to them, but the whole lineup looking real tight. And on the flip side here, Hot, Sicario seem a little shaken. I mean, they had that one explosive round. They picked up the second round of the map as well, but EPA seemed to... Oh, wow. What a pre-fire from Lukey. But Nemo, good for 2! with no health. Doesn't matter. 3 kills on the round, and Nemo again. Nemo. If you were looking to find it, baby, I think we finally have figured out which part of the ocean bed he's been laying in, because holy cow, he's cooking.
Yeah, more like Poseidon at this point than Nemo. But I mean, you take his teammates, you add up all their kills, they got 16 combined. This man has 13 and 3. An absolute raid boss out here that Sicario's got to find a way to get through. Lukey, though, has found some success in these last couple rounds, has some kills under the belt, beginning to find that momentum once more and get their stride back here. So we'll see if Stella can get her groove back, because Sicario's going to need it soon.
Shots ringing out back and forth. No one. Ooh, Fox picking up the first kill, though. Finally, Walker going to be in this cheeky position. I think Goes is reading this, though. Goes kind of knows. Goes does manage to save him. Zaki at 1 HP, and then Pablos with the TK. Oh, no, he took out Poseidon himself, but Pablos takes out Lukey. This isn't the worst position for EPA. I mean, Zaki really weak. Keo keeps taking that fight with King. Do see his head ringing out a little bit, but it's ringing out back and forth. Keo trying to play this little dance, says this is my VIP, but again, Keo not able to secure the kill. Oh no! The cheeky prone by Goes! Managed to take out Goes. Zaki does manage to trade him out, but Pablo's putting it down to a 1v1. I don't know if he saw him. I don't know if he saw him there, Hot. It might have been. Zaki is so hurt right now.
Hanging on by a thread. Living on a prayer. Maybe halfway there? I don't know. You tell me, Blue. He's on his way to the B site, though. And yes. Every time I cast with you, I just feel like at some point we are going to break out into song and dance. So hold on, chat. Hope you brought the seatbelt and the popcorn, because we are bringing all the hot action to you today.
Oh, man. There is a world where Zaki can 1 or 2 tap him.
Or he could just bleed to death. Oh.
Like this. Not like this. No, man. And a dominant first half from EPA. 6-2 against Sicario. And Sicario's looked pretty darn good on Skybridge. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, one of the previous matchups between these two teams, Hot, I'm pretty sure Sicario, like, brutally won the game, like 9-2, 9-3. So to see EPA up 6-2 is kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah, to say the least. A bit baffled there, as they've just been having a little bit of a tough time, but luckily for them, it is a best of 5. Should they fall short here, they've got other opportunities. But man, is EPA looking scary today. And more importantly, Nemo.
Woo. This is the one case where I guess you don't want to find Nemo.
No kidding.
Now, ooh, I like this. Initial B push. Gonna have 3 people going down that lane 3. One's gonna be in heaven putting pressure. They know Goes is on site, and they're taking a lot of space. He's gonna be having backup. It's one of the big boys. Gonna be having an enforcer. 3 people already on B for the Sicario lineup. Shots ringing out back and forth. Smoke plume on site. No one quite dying. Furlex, though, with that SR3M you had mentioned, takes out 1, takes out 2 on site. And that's going to be a big damper in this press right now. Furlex coming behind, and now the bomb is trapped in that B3 position. Lukey, though, taking shots. Oh, man, Pablos with 2 rare whips. Picks out 1, Pablos! Oh, man, he almost had that. Finding Nemo. Can he clutch this out, Hot? It's such a brutal position with where the bomb is right now. I think Sicario really have to fumble the bag for this one to go the way of EPA.
I don't know. Nemo's going to channel his inner Jason Bourne at this point and see if he can pull out something flashy here, because he has been just a force to be reckoned with. But I said it earlier, Lukey, they found their first couple kills. They've got their stride back, and now beginning to put in those rounds. They'll cut the lead in half as they draw just a little bit closer, but not quite within striking distance just yet.
Oh, big. That was a big round. Little relaxation for Sicario, a little breathing room. Getting to 3 rounds. I mean, they're not out of the woods quite yet, but that was a really good defensive round from Sicario. So I'm curious to see if EPA is going to go for that B or go back to the traditional A. Looks like they're going to be going back for the traditional A. The defensive nade actually already gone. They threw it at hole, didn't manage to pick anyone up. So Sicario already going to be down some. Ooh, Furlex with the SR3M takes out 1, takes out 2 again, and Zaki takes out Pablos. And just like that, it seems like a reversal of the roles, swapping sides. You know, they swap talent for a second. Lukey picks up a 4th. And just like that, Kaner in the 1v5 here, Hot.
All alone. Kaner in a tough position. Might be able to find a pick or two, but realistically, you don't see too many players clutch up these 1v5 situations. He's going to find that first one on to Furlex, who was on a nice tear this round. Continues to dance around, looking to bait out some pre-fire here potentially, but Sicario right now just being patient. They know Kaner has to pressure toward them. The device is down in an awkward spot here as well.
Kaner doing his best, but like you said, it's so difficult to win this 1v5 because I think it comes down to the team that's got the 5 making a mistake. Just like that, Kaner does pick up the 2nd kill, but Zaki puts him in the dirt, and it's just so difficult to win that, especially on Skybridge with how many angles there are, how many positions, how cheeky you could be, set up crossfires. I mean, it's great Kaner got 2, but really a tough spot. Now, that being said, though, Hot, I mean, it seems like the momentum and maybe we're looking at a heavy defense-sided map. I don't know. I mean, I generally kind of consider this map a little bit attacker-favored, but, you know, it seems like my expectations are flipped on their head right now.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Skybridge is a little more attacker-favored, especially when they're a very aggressive team. We see teams like Virtus Pro like that have a lot of success, but it kind of depends on the playstyle as well, and this is just what's been working here for Sicario and crew. They're a little aggressive on the defensive side, but Walker walks it down. Call him the Texas Walker Ranger, baby. He's got a 2-piece.
Oh, man, he's got a 2-piece. I just didn't know the Texas Walker carried a grenade on his belt instead of a revolver, but boom, boom, takes out 2, and just like that, 1v4. If anyone could win this round, it's Ghost, but again, it's so difficult to win these 1v4s on Skybridge. There's so much space you got to take, so many angles you got to clear, and Ghost is going to do his best, but again, should be another round for EPA going into the 13th round, or excuse me, going into the 12th round after this.
Yeah, that nade is basically the coveted roundhouse kick over and over, baby. Staring into the camera, stone cold. Walker, that was a nice 2-piece. Ended up going down. Now goes all alone. Finds Pablos through the smoke. Left him with no hope. And now pressing forward here. Shots ring out. It's Fox who finds it. EPA will be just 1 away from match point now. And he said, nope, not today. We saw him shaking his head. He said, not today, baby. Not today.
Not today. And Nemo picking up, looked like another MVP on the round. His 3rd MVP with 16 kills. This is one angry fish. Oh, my goodness. Now, I think Sicario aren't quite out of this, Hawk, but they really need to just shut down the next 2-3 rounds, just like they did the first 2 rounds of the half. Take your forward space. Watch for the nades. You know, they do have a chance, but man, EPA just seem to be reading them so well right now.
EPA certainly seems to have their number at the moment. A little bit of action toward the B site. The device lingering outside here as well. And Zaki with quick pressure knows right where Walker's hiding. Able to take him out with a piranha to the legs. And now Furlex on this SR3. Can he find one? He does. Can he get a second? He's going to go ahead and back off. Pop the reload here. Kaner waiting. And it's Zaki.
Oh.
And takes out his teammate.
Oh, no. Zaki making a snacky out of Furlex. And then Nemo picks up Zaki right after. Woo. They're going to be taking control of A. Nemo in a great spot. Lukey. And oh, man. How did he survive that? Oh, my. I thought he died right away. I couldn't believe he even survived that.
No, he did. He did. No, I know what you meant, though. For a second there, I thought he was going to get away. Luke, from VIP to onto the site, my man is looking all right. The device that activated Sicario within 2, and now beginning to close the gap. They're within striking distance. Can they do the unthinkable?
I mean, it is the Headhunters. Until the game's over, it ain't over. Oh. And Lukey just doing a great job of reading that Kaner's going to be holding the bomb from VIP. Wins his gunfight, and then poor Pablo just has no gun, and bye-bye, Pablo.
Ooh. Getting a little bit closer.
Like you said. It seemed like you said, Hot. The aggression from Sicario worked out really well in that round.
Ooh. Thought that nade was going to be close this time. Unfortunately, just over the head. Fox in great positioning. Finds Furlex early, and that could be the pick that EPA needs to get rolling on toward match point.
Man, Fox has to be feeling so good shutting down Furlex that early in the round. I mean, we're talking about Furlex. Like, Furlex is an absolute unit, and, you know, EPA are just doing such a great job of handling. Still got plenty of defensive line left. I really like this crossfire going between Lukey and whoever's at E-Box. Still plenty of time, though, for EPA to get some kills, take some space, plume some smokes, sing some Kumbaya. Lukey, though, with a nice kill on the Walker. Walker trying to be a little cheeky in the VIP. I love this from Sicario here, Hod. Look at the... Oh, man, Foxy! No, goes Reed, takes him out. He doesn't get the frag, but Kaner with the flank takes out Zaki. Pablos takes out Goes, and just like that, a 2v1. I think Pablos... Oh, no, Pablos is actually not rotating out. He's on the site, Hot. Ken Keo from Roblox, clutch it out.
All alone. I mean, certainly don't envy Keo in this position. They've been able to pick up the device. We see Pablo rotating around as well, and now Keo is going to have to be on the hunt, but he has to get through not just Pablos, but Kaner here as well, both with 8 kills on the board. Kiyoshima still sitting at 4.
And I think they know that he's going to be up there. Oh, well, now they definitely know. And Keo trying to trace the bomb. Unfortunately, bomb is going to be getting down, and now this is a really tough position. Rotating down from heaven to lane 1 or 2 is... there's so many angles Kaner can kind of just really angle him out, for lack of a better phrase. Like, there's just so many different peaks, but I'm surprised Pablo's still on site, maybe looking to have Kaner play for the refrag. Pablo's trying to boot. Oh, the outplay, baby.
Oh, I think he heard the audio cue, but wasn't ready for the peak from Kaner, and EPA will pull off a close round. They are now sitting at match point. They've got 3 opportunities to close it out. Sicario at risk of dropping map number 1.
Oh, you know, no, Hot. I'm looking at my browser. I didn't click submit. I was going to bet for EPA. I could have been rich in channel points. What's wrong with me? But I don't want to get ahead of myself. It's still Sicario, but match point, EPA are looking so damn strong. And Nemo, 17 kills on the board. I don't know what it's going to take for Sicario to win this one out, honestly, Hot. I mean, they really have just not been able to control EPA, and EPA has been winning a lot of aim duels that I think Sicario otherwise would be winning. You know, Furlex, Lukey, oh, Foxy, Cleopatra takes out one. Furlex tries to refrag, but Nemo covers his teammates so damn well. 5v3 in the round here, Hot, and man, things are not looking good for the red team.
Not looking good indeed. Zaki will find one, but immediately gets eliminated. And EPA, they are feeling themselves here early. We talk about consistency being king, and if they can play like this through the first 3 at a minimum, that would be nice. The less amount of games that either team would have to play before making it to that grand finals would certainly benefit them. We talk about the dexterity on the day and the potential of 10 matches on the day, but EPA looking to close it out here on Skybridge.
Kaner with the massive kill on the Ghost. Ghost was trying to go for that cheeky flank, but it didn't quite work. And Kiyoshima, yes, that's the Kiyoshima from Counter-Strike. Can he clutch a Reno? I don't know, Hot. If I'm a betting man and I suck at betting, I'm betting blue, baby.
You and me both, sister.
Hell yeah, brother.
Kiyoshima in a world of hurt and not in an ideal situation here. It looks like EPA should be able to solidify the dub, and they do. 9-5, your score line for the first one here on Skybridge. And, well, hopefully Sicario can show up a little bit better here on Fort.
Wow. I mean, such a banger of a game, but Nemo, 19 kills, 11 headshots, multiple clutches, multiple big trades with his teammates. I mean, spectacular. I mean, the whole team played well. They all did their job, but spectacular play coming out of Nemo. You know, not just frags here, Hot from me, but impact frags. I mean, heavily round-winning frags consistently coming out of Nemo. 4 MVPs, too. He's cooking. He is cooking.
Yeah, 19 kills is nutty. You said it, 4 MVPs. You look at 2 other members in double digits. Pablo's not far behind. And even though Walker had only 6, I mean, there was really great decision-making from Walker. We saw a lot of cheeky little angles. And, you know, it doesn't matter how many kills you have when you get the job done and you get the dub. So we see EPA starting off on the right foot. It is a best of 5. They've got to win 2 more, though. And, well, thoughts on Fort, though?
Well, based on this last match here, Hot, I think Sicario, you know, they are the headhunters, right? But one of the things that they're most dominant in the scene is they have some killers on their team. I mean, Furlex, Lukey, Keo, Goes, and Zaki, I mean, they're all fraggers. But in this matchup here, Hot, I could not believe how many 50-50s EPA won. I mean, Furlex got caught lacking multiple times by Fox. And you know, normally Furlex has the ability to just kind of move around and do whatever he wants and take over space and just kills anyone that he fights. But EPA actually answering on a fragging level. I mean, that's where I'm going heavy favorite EPA for this next game. I mean, they're winning the gunfights against Sicario. Like, that to me, it seems like they used the brain side of things, and they were playing so darn well. Like, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I can't believe how many 50-50s Furlex lost to the members of EPA. I mean, he's normally the kind of guy that swings out and takes 2 without dying, and we saw that in 2 rounds, but really just EPA did a great job of winning their fights. I mean, such a great performance from all of them.
Yeah, the only thing after as crazy as these last 2 weekends have been, I mean, we saw EPA 9-0 Ancestral and then go to overtime with Ancestral in the very next match. So EPA certainly looked very strong on Skybridge, but I'm going to have to wait till we get into Fort because any one of these teams can bounce back at any given moment. Almost the same stipulation that I gave for EPA. It's the same for Sicario, right? You have to win one of these first 2 maps if you really want a solid shot. If you go down 2-0 early in a best of 5, you allow your opponents to get to match and series point. I mean, we talk about how tough a sweep is. A reverse sweep, even tougher. So you don't want to have to dig yourself a big hole if you don't have to.
No, and that's why maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm just so impressed with how EPA played that, you know. Because, again, the reason I'm being so tough on Sicario is it's Sicario we're talking about. I mean, they are just so consistent with their clean sweeps of kills. And it's the entire team that are a bunch of fraggers. So it's when EPA is shutting down that fragging potential of some of their key players, that's where I give a little bit of an edge. Because, again, I mean, before the game we had talked about how does EPA approach Skybridge to take it from Sicario. And we had mentioned the mental games and who's better on any given Sunday. And right now, Hot, I mean, again, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but EPA across the board, they're looking super, super clean. And Sicario are really going to have to step things up in this next one to take it because there were so many close rounds, but EPA just played the better and closed it out. So, but you're 100% right, though. I shouldn't get ahead of myself and say they're heavily favored because we're talking about the headhunters, right? They may come for me after the game, too. I got to watch what I'm saying.
Hey, I better be seeing you gambling out there. You better be putting your money where your mouth is, or your points where your mouth is out there, because you know if you're feeling that strong, you might as well go on and take a bet on it. But I think that's my favorite thing about Hunt Premier over here. It doesn't matter if it's HPL, these Pinnacle tournaments. What we've seen is a lot of growth with a lot of these teams. You flash back to HPL 2 and 3. It was Sicario, Sicario, Sicario. decisively. We've seen Sicario be beat twice now by Panderic, once in the ACS, once here in the Pinnacle tournament. We see EPA taking game 1 away from Sicario, and it just goes to show you how much all of the talent here across these EU teams has genuinely just grown. Everybody's gotten better, and so now we see a lot of these teams competing at that top tier level, being able to topple teams like Sicario. So although it is impressive, I'm not surprised. These players have been putting in a ton of hard work, and that hard work is paying off.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we discussed before the match is EPA. You know, Sicario's like up here, so they just have to kind of maintain, where EPA has been on this steady incline. And really, I think the fact that like this new lineup with Pablos, Nemo, and Foxy, you know, with the original members of EPA, and it's really awesome to see how well they're all playing together. You know, I think today, like the cohesion, we saw multiple times where someone was in a bad position and their teammate would come with the crossfire. Nemo killing Furlex on that last round while I can't remember, is it Kane or Fox that was taking the fights, takes out one, covered by his teammate. I mean, there were so many instances of them winning by playing off each other so darn well. So, no, I couldn't agree more, Hot. They really have put in the work, and it shows. I mean, the Sicario's been so dominant, and I think that's why I don't mean to come across as being tough on Sicario. It's more like, Hot, you're looking at Goliath, and you expect Goliath, you know, to beat David. But here we are. I mean, maybe that's a bad analogy because it's not that dramatic, but EPA, they're looking good, man. What's that?
And David won that battle, so. But no, I mean, I totally get the reference and what you're saying, but you know, you take a look at the bracket here, and all of these teams have played each other at some point. I mean, but Panderic was able to 2-0 EPA. It was a 2-1 against Sicario. But enough about that. We had a lot of highlights to check out from map number 1.
Ooh, perfect crosshair placement coming out. This was such a good round from Pablos. What a fantastic read over here to know that they weren't really clearing for him. Foxy was popping off Walker. This is a big round for Walker. I believe he kills 2, 3, wins this fight with goes at the end too. See, we see Furlex with that SR3M, Hot. Oh man, Nemo shots, Foxy and Nemo, man, they were just cooking.
Yeah, Walker on that Enforcer class. There was Lukey. See, we see it was about around 6 or so when Lukey began to find that stride. You just wonder if it was a little bit too late for them. So I think this next map is going to be a big tale of how the series might play out, but just a lot of great shooting from both squads. Pablo, Fox, they continue to be a menace, but I feel like, I mean, we could say that about anyone on EPA at this point. Poor old Zaki, just not enough blood in the veins on that one. Blood out dry.
Oh man, that has to be the worst feeling to die running, man. Oh, and you know, we see the shots ringing out from both teams. I mean, both teams rather had their moments, but again, the reads from EPA, there were so many times that they just positioned and read the play of Sicario so well and just capitalized. I mean, again, that Pablos, that clutch on B where he snuck around being the perfect example. Goes was doing his best this game too, Hot. I mean, there were so many situations he was trying to win the clutch, but EPA just wouldn't give it to him. Disgusting from Foxy.
Well, you know, maybe Zaki knows now. You're not supposed to run around pools and subway stations. Very dangerous. My mom always taught me that. So, unfortunately, it didn't pan out for Zaki, but honestly, a fun time as always, Blue. I mean, we start off the day with a great game number 1. We've got a day full of action, and it's always a pleasant time to be sat next to you here in the booth. I'm sure we'll be breaking out in some more song and dance here.
Yes, sir. Always a pleasure. And we're being graced with such good games. I mean, the fact that EPA is looking so strong, I think the Headhunters are just going to be violent in these next few games, Hot. You know, I may have to change my prediction a little bit, because if I'm in the Sicario locker room right now, they definitely are showing off their skull collection, and they're talking about they've had the EPA skull before many a times. We need to go back to this, boys.
Yeah, they've definitely got some work to do, but I mean, again, it's nice to start out on the right foot. You take game number 1, you get a little bit of that breathing room. You've got, you got some space to work with and some potential minor mistakes that you can deal with. But I think if we see EPA take fort here as well, it could be a tough time for Sicario today.
Yeah, it could be a tough time indeed. And don't mind me staring at you, having a little
like,
bit of
wait.
camera issues.
I was like, what's going on right now?
Look at me. I am looking through my eyes.
Blue steel.
I will steal everyone's soul by the end of this. Going on my... why can't I think of the Mortal Kombat? Shao Kahn?
I was thinking coming to a theater this fall, Zoolander 3, starring Blue, the creator of Blue Steel.
Blue Steel. Yeah, sorry about that. The little technical issues here, folks. But we're actually going to get into the game, so I'm not going to be staring you down anymore.
I feel like that's what Sicario looked like after game 1.
Oh, man.
Are you kidding me right now, guys? Let's step it up over here. Walker's walking on us.
That was Enta's face when they all got into the virtual locker room. Furlex takes out one. Keo takes out another. Foxy does many. Oh my good shit! That was crazy. That was actually crazy. Furlex with the disgusting outplay, but again, EPA 2-1 bomb down, and EPA in a pretty good position to win this round again. Hot.
Didn't know there was pogo sticks in Tarkov Arena, but my man was Furlex out here, little buddy Fufu, scooping him up and bopping him on the head. The anticipation right now, the calm before the storm. I mean, nice jump across from Walker, though. Gonna spot that out from Zaki. They've got a 2v1 situation to deal with, and so they can play the buddy system, but they both go for the device at the same time. A bit of miscommunication. Zaki not only finds the pick, but does a ton of damage to Walker.
Oh, that's actually crazy. He gets the bomb down, too. Gonna be two big boys battling. Walker. I mean, Walker's trapped on site. He's gonna have to take this fight now. Oh, and Zaki. What a big clutch from Zaki. And Walker going for some fancy footwork, trying to channel the Furlex play from earlier in the round, but he was kind of trapped on site there. It's such a tough position. And again, Zaki coming around with the right-hand peek, so probably figured he needed to do something crazy to catch him off guard there, Hot. But Sicario steal that round back. I think EPA were in a good spot to win that, but man, Sicario take the round home.
It was unfortunate. They both tried to pick up the device at the same time, and that allowed Zaki to find that first pick. And then, well, Walker went from walking over here to dying over here. Sicario taking map around at number 1. But EPA did a great job of answering and putting rounds into session, so it's going to be up to Sicario to do the same, and already goes munching on a nade. Cookie Monster.
Oh, G is for grenade, and grenade good for me. Nemo with a nice kill on the Kia. Nemo's positioning and crosshair placement and just reads the, oh my, Furlex. Kind of scary already. 4 kills for Furlex on this beefcake. Lukey takes out a third, and just like that, Sicario, again, from being man down, they take the lead, at least in terms of members, and they want to win this, Hot. I mean, they're playing super well. Bombs down. EPA's got a good chance of winning this, but Sicario playing together, and Furlex on this Enforcer kit might be the secret sauce. Pablos, though, takes out Lukey.
Yeah, unfortunately not close enough to find that trade. Got to use the buddy system when you have the numbers, but now it's been equalized to a 2v2, and they've got a good crossfire position here as well. Pablo spots one on the jump over. Walker able to find the first one. So, oh, Furlex, though. Furlex picked up a shotty himself and takes out Walker.
Oh, no. I don't know if Pablos can counter the defuse. I think the bomb's going to go over to Sicario. Oh, and never mind. He said, shut up, Blue. You're yapping too much. I'm Pablos number 5, baby, and I'm Mambo number 5. Right onto the site. Put him in the dirt, clutch it out, and 1-1 on the board for both teams.
Dangerously close. It was about 0.3 seconds or so, it looked like there, to getting that defusal, but able to deny it. EPA ties it up once and more. And again, it's a game of tug of war early. It's just about who can find those 2 or 3 rounds in a row to really separate themselves from the pack here.
I want to see from Sicario, you know, a little bit better initial defense. Goes, takes out the first kill just like that. You know, I want to see them. Oh, no, Fox immediately evens it out. Furlex, though. An absolute menace with this Piranha already, Hot. Maybe they just needed to beef him up a little bit. Give him that absolutely bully shotgun.
Woo. Speaking of which, Jackie's putting it to work as well. A lot of enforcers out here today, but honestly, I love hearing that shotgun ring out over the battlefield.
Oh, I love hearing it, but I do not like being on the other end of it for sure. Good kill from Fox. I don't know if he's going to have read that Zacky's actually in a really cheeky position. Oh, what a great play, and Furlex is having none of it. Walker managed to take him out, though. Walker might go for the rotation. Going to be able to get in front of them. Yep. Going through this marked room into the B rotation through mid, he should be able to get the bomb down just barely before they... He's actually going for the aggressive play, though. Now, this is going to be a challenge for here, Hot. Like, he's between the 2 players, and he really doesn't have the positioning, but maybe he's trying to catch him. Walker is way smarter than me. And Zachy not even aware! Oh, man, Walker just outplayed all of us so damn hard. What? That was actually 5,000 IQ. Now, can he clutch it out here, Hot? This is exciting.
That was just disrespectful, baby. He said, you better throw some respect on my name, Walker. Kiyoshima has to face this enforcer class, though. He baits out the pre-fire. He gets the intel he needs, and now Walker does go prone here, though. Is he going to be able to find this play? Walker just has to take out the legs. Kiyoshima spots him, and the hip fire finds Walker in an early grave. Sicario able to take back a very important round.
Wow. That was massive. Keo, that's a massive kill right there. Massive clutch to put Sicario in the lead now, 2-1 up around. And both rounds that Sicario have won here, Hot. I mean, they really, really earned the wins. I mean, both times they really shouldn't have won. I mean, that round with Walker, that's kind of a 50-50. He took a positioning, but the other round, I mean, they literally stole it back. So Sicario looking real spicy. They heard me saying EPA is coming in favor, and they wanted to tell Blue Cookie Monster to take a walk, take a hike, kid.
Take a hike, kid. Get off my lawn. Fox will put Furlex right off the lawn there. He finds an early one already. And Fox, man, has just been that foxy. Walker finding one with an 8 as well.
I like this positioning from Zachy, but his feet might be exposed. Nope, no, that smoke is fully plumed. Okay. He is in a good position, but as soon as the smoke fades, Zachy should pretty much die for free if they're... Oh, he's between all of them. Zachy looking to channel his inner Walker. He's between the whole team right now. They finally caught him. Oh, man. I think he kind of hesitated there. He was so cheeky and then just didn't make the peeky work. Keo in a really awful position here, Hot. I think almost surely EPA wins this round. How do they keep winning the rounds, though? You know, you think EPA needs to keep this aggression up? What do you think's the secret sauce right now for them?
I mean, whatever they did this round certainly worked. They're sitting at a 5v1 right now, so I'd say, hey, do that again, guys. What you did here in round 4, go ahead and do that again.
Do that.
Just do that. It's working.
Look, I know you got stuff to do, but just do it.
Like you said it best. Well, Kiyoshima not able to find the clutch, and I mean, that's pretty standard, a 1v5. It's not an easy thing to do. So EPA, again, will find another round. I think the important thing for me, I'll be saying it all day, which team can find those multiple rounds in succession here? So far, it's been back and forth. Nobody's been able to separate themselves from the pack just yet on Fort.
Yeah, and a pretty quiet performance coming out of Nemo so far. So the fact that EPA is still 2-2 and, you know, Kaner rocking the donut right now, unfortunately, and Nemo with 1 kill. They're still really holding their own. So little bit of boosts, as you said, little bit of lockage in. Maybe they could pick up a few more rounds on this attacking side, but oh man, goes 3 heavy bleeds. He's hurt. Kaner catches him with his hands behind his back. Oh no. And again, 2 opening kills, 3 opening kills from EPA. They must have heard you, Hot. Whatever you did the last round, you do it again, and they did it. Kaner managed to drop from Furlex. They know where Furlex is, though. They're basically, yeah, I can't even get the words out. He was pincered from 4 different people. He was going to be sashimi in that situation. And the 3rd round going over to EPA here, taking a lead, and great 2 kills coming out of Nemo in that one, too.
And maybe I should start my coaching arc. Just do that again, guys. Whatever you're doing there that's winning, go ahead and do that again.
Just whatever you did, does again, huh? What's the matter, you? Yeah, you're channeling my inner Italian Jersey right here. Hey, what's the matter with you, huh?
Hey, yeah, you started. I heard you say Walker's name with it earlier.
Walker. Goes with 2 big opening kills on the Kaner and Nemo, though. That's going to be huge, and they're taking so much space. 3 people down, 4 people down. Pablos does manage to kill 1 here, Hot, but if I'm EPA right now, Pablos should take his time to try and talk, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so. I think that's what Keo did the other round, by the way. That's why we saw him not go for that clutch, folks, if you were wondering why he was sitting back. More than likely, Sicario was discussing during that 50, 60 seconds of how to approach the next rounds. And
absolutely.
This is a tight match here, Hot. I really don't see any distinguishing feature right now between the 2 teams. Sometimes Sicario's pushed up and taken forward ground and died. Sometimes, like this last round, they kill 4 and lose nobody. So, you know, I'm really not sure what each of these teams need to do to unlock other than keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I said it at the beginning of the day, it's Lukey and Kaner as Fox finds Lukey. Now Nemo finds Furlex, and he goes on a 2K tear.
Walker takes out Zaki after Zaki takes out Fox. Kiyoshima in the 1v4. And again, poor Kiyoshima in these clutch situations that are just so brutal. Great kill on the Pablos, actually. You know, I'm okay with the aggression post plan if there's multiple peaks, just like that. Nice job, Kaner. Big kill. And you know, it's Keo's the kind of player out that you don't want to play around with. I mean, we saw how quickly he killed Pablos, but EPA immediately pumped the brakes a little bit on it. Had a double peek with the double peek with the refrag. I'm not sure who it was sitting inside of that lobby area, but he was ready to refrag on Kaner and the other players. So a good read to not disrespect Keo, I think, in that situation. Because if he picked up another kill, it might have been a little sus.
Well, Sicario will have an opportunity to tie it up once more. Final round of the first half. Lukey was sitting on just a kill. Kaner with 2. Needing Lukey to find that stride once more. Is often that menace out here on the battlefield, but having a bit of a tough time today. And Kiyoshima is going to go down early on this one.
Man. It seems like whoever's getting the opening pick or 2 of these rounds is really taking control. And just like that, again, Walker takes out Zaki. Keo already unfortunately taking a dirt next. Walker! Oh, he just tanks all the shots. Actually not taking any damage there. Lukey must be feeling Lukey.
Oh, not for long. Kaner said, your luck has ran out, Lukey.
Man. Kaner runs so fast for being in jorts, and he takes out 1, and Fox takes out goes. The 1v4 situation for Furlex, and again, just these rounds are so back and forth here. Kaner does a great job of holding him away, closing it out, and you wanted a lead, Hot Sauce. You got one. 5-3 for EPA as we switch sides going into the second half.
And again, I mean, it's Furlex really kind of carrying the weight at the moment. Has double-digit kills already. Zaki Kiyoshima with just 4, goes with 3, and Lukey with 2. So it's pretty rare that we see Sicario a little bit lower as far as that KD ratio goes, but they've just been having a tough time against EPA today. EPA has come well prepared. They've been executing their game plan and kind of forcing Sicario into their game plan. It's been working for them thus far, and well, they're getting a little bit closer to closing out map 2. It'd be nice to be at match series point already if you're EPA.
Woo. Sicario look like they're getting hyper aggressive on this B site. There's going to be a player over at Canyons, though. Walker takes out the first one, takes out one. Furlex takes out another, and just like that, a little bit of a lead for Sicario right here, but 2 members looking really, really beat up. Still 2 players on this B side for the EPA lineup. Nemo managing to back up. He's going to be, I think, on the back of site, going to have his teammate holding a nice little cross with him. Nemo, the new player on Canyon. And Furlex, like you said, picks up Kaner, but Nemo, the bulwark on the other side. And bomb is down. Oh, Pablos, what a great kill. And evening out the scoreline, we got a game on our hands here, Hot. And Nemo just feeling himself. Such good crosshair placement and timing, time and time again today. I mean, this is one wild and crazy fishy.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, goes sitting with about half health, all alone here. Not sure if you heard Pablo's in towards Stripper and Nemo. It tucked in toward Mini, and a 2v1. EPA continues to capitalize on the opportunities in front of them. They'll double that lead now, 6-3, and Sicario has to be feeling all of that pressure and all of that weight on their shoulders at the moment.
Yeah, and they stole that round away. I mean, EPA was down, what, to a 2v4, and the fact that Nemo and Pablos win that, I mean, hats off to them playing well, but that's such a blow to Sicario. I mean, they came out, they had every advantage, didn't try to rotate, they went for the frags here, Hot, and unfortunately, EPA, Nemo is just disgusting with this spear today.
Yeah, Walker's at 11 already as well. Furlex gonna find this first one, though. Has swapped back to that SR3 and off of the Enforcer class. Does get chopped down by Fox as Nemo finds Zaki, and EPA continues the tear.
I think Nemo knows someone's holding for him. And great call on Walker, by the way. You know, Walker's just been slowly and steadily killing a bunch of Sicarios. Kiyoshima answer with a kill of his own. Luki takes out Pablos. Now we have a 2v2 situation from a 4v2. A literal reversal from the last round, but Nemo, again with the spear, takes out Kiyoshima. Now Luki, normally one of the craziest players. Oh my, what a cheeky prone right there. And he outplays Luki with the massive, massive clutch for Sicario. Basically, robbing that round, and we see back-to-back rounds where the team with 4 members ends up losing to the other team. Great, great clutch there from Sicario, and Luki to win that 1v2. I mean, that was such a cheeky prone, and then he read that Nemo was close there, Hot, and just, he was cooking.
Yeah, and Neo was looking down because the call-out came from the teammate that he was prone, but it's 10 rounds in. Luki got a 3K that round and is sitting at 5 kills. So it's just been Sicario here struggling a little bit to find these kills. Hopefully that can be that little spark to ignite the flame here for the crew. As Walker finds Furlex early, and he's not done. Zaki goes down as well, but Luki, a 2K of their own, and he looks to reel it on back in.
Woo! Luki. Woo! Keo down to the last, or down to just Keo. Pablo's trying to back up as much as he can. He's gonna have to take this fight though. And unfortunately for Keo, Pablo's never skips legs day. And he tanks the shots to the legs, wins the fight with that beautiful spear, and we're up 3 rounds again, and EPA looking very dominant in this game.
Yeah, I feel like dominance almost an understatement at this point, especially with how well Sicario has been consistently playing through recent HPLs, ACS, you name it. I mean, they're just a well-known team that often is a force to be reckoned with. But as we said earlier, any given Sunday, and right now it's EPA that has punched Sicario in the mouth. The game plan's gone out the window, and Walker will take a nap at bedtime.
Furlex with a big kill on. Ooh, Furlex with 2 big kills takes out both the big boys. Nemo takes out Keo. Oh man, And Furlex trying to get spicy and gets slammed into the dirt by the old fishy himself. Oh, man. And Pablos with super clean kills with the MCX. They just line him up and he knocks him down, baby. He's bowling strike after strike after strike, and we are on match point here, Haunt, for EPA again.
I mean, how many times have you said Sicario is down 2-0 in a series?
Especially as of recent, almost, other than maybe the Arena Cup series, probably never.
Exactly. It almost feels awkward to say, but yeah, that's right, chat. You read it. I mean, EPA, a dominating performance, and again, it speaks volumes to how strong a lot of these teams have gotten through these last couple of seasons, and that strength is going to continue for Fox, now Nemo. Fox, and, well, there's a few plaid stripes in the kill feed, but it's Red that's left standing.
Red that's left standing, and EPA. Bomb is going to go down. They are up a member, but look at how hurt Sicario's lineup is right now. I mean, Zaki. Ooh, and Kaner with the great read, and now the 1v3 Lukey. Great first kill. Please do not die like Zaki did last map. Please don't run. Everything's fine. I like this attack. I love this. I love this post plan. Pablo playing for the bait, and what a great read. They just play him like a fiddle. 9-4 in hot sauce. Holy cow. 2-0 in this series for EPA. 9-4. And they are dominating right now, baby. Whew.
Yeah, from a 9-5 to a 9-4, and, well, Nemo back on top. 14 kills, 7 headshots, and just an absolute legend here today.
Absolutely cooking. And he started off a little shy those first few rounds. I'm pretty sure they only had like 1 or 2 kills, but by the end, again, like you said, picks up that first place MVP position, 14-6. And, you know, I think EPA are somehow, they've figured out a way to just trade the opening kills with Sicario better than the Headhunters do themselves on today. You know, Furlex, though, look at Furlex with 16 kills. Yeah. He's just hopping from gun to gun and cooking hot, but it's not enough.
It's not, because, I mean, you've got Nemo, Fox, Walker, and Pablo all in double-digit kills. Everybody filling that role and doing the work that they need to do for EPA. So they are certainly in the driver's seat at this point. I mean, up 2-0 in the series, 3 potential maps left, and they only need to take one of them.
Yeah, and the pressure's on. You know, it's really overwhelming in a best of 5 to be down 2-0. And, you know, Sicario, it's got to be more of like a mental struggle, too, knowing that you've beaten EPA time and time and time again. And now, you know, you're down 2 maps. You're going to Bay 5, I believe, next. And it's not going to get any easier because EPA, again, I have to give them credit. The consistent opening frags and shutting down Furlex, you know, shutting down Lukey. Lukey only had, what, 3 or 4 kills that game? I mean, to shut down these players, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. And, you know, like you said, silent shout out to Walker. We didn't catch it too much on screen, but what did he have, 12, 13 kills with that Piranha just consistently opening frag or 2, and he played his life multiple times where, I mean, that round that he almost clutched out, that was sick. That was all 5,000 IQ points firing, and it's unfortunately lost it. But again, the level of outplay coming out of EPA, I mean, I really think all of the cracked wisdom is showing today for EPA. They really have figured out a way to approach this dominant Headhunter team.
Yeah, the important thing is you have to be able to close it out. They're not quite out of that deep water just yet, and Sicario is a team that's capable of that reverse sweep. But we do need to take just a quick minute, work on getting these players loaded into that next matchup. A great time for us to stretch the legs, maybe grab some water or some snacks, but I can assure you, you don't want to go too far. When we come back, we've got the conclusion to this very exciting first series. are back with the Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament. Blue, 2 crazy matches already done where EPA came out on top. Can Sicario find a way to inch back into it?
If anyone can, it's gonna be the Headhunters. As we look at these highlights of the last match here, folks. I mean, you know, again, we call them the Headhunters for a reason. They've been kicking butt for a long time, Hob. Oh, this was actually so sick by Furlex. I can't believe he won that. And a great read from Zaki. Zaki actually clutches out this round, too. And, you know, we see the sickness of the Sicario lineup, but EPA just answering on every cylinder. I mean, I can't think of an avenue for today that we could talk about, Hot, where I don't favor EPA. But it's still Sicario, so anything could happen.
You're not wrong, but it certainly does appear that it favors EPA at this point. You have a strong inclination that they would be able to win at least one of these next 3 maps, especially with their way that they're performing. Now, Sicario, I feel like, is going to be hungry for a dub. They don't want to go out in 3-0 fashion, so I'm going to take a risk and throw my little gamble over towards Sicario on this one, see if they can pull something out on Bay 5, but man, it's been a bit of a rough day. A lot of these players for Sicario are just kind of struggling to win these gun battles.
Yeah, I mean, look at the crosshair placement and the reads. I mean, the big tale for me today, bro, is just the crosshair placement. I mean, like, consistently across of everyone we've been watching from EPA, particularly Nemo, like that. I mean, the reads of where the players are going to appear, and then the positioning and the execution has just been, you know, I don't want to say flawless, but it's been spectacular so far. And Nemo just so consistent. I mean, look at the reads. The reads and the pivoting. I mean, this is some exceptionally high level Tarkov play. I mean, these are not basic plays. These are really every fundamental firing on all cylinders, and the predictions are just spectacular from EPA. I mean, they clearly have done their homework, because it's just so many rounds. They know exactly where Sicario's lineup is going to be, and they answer so well.
Yeah, honestly, I have really no gripes from the EPA side. They've been playing really, really well together, and you know, if there is one player that's struggling a little bit, those other 4 players are all stepping it up, and just everybody's doing exactly what they need to do to win the fights, to find the trades at a minimum, and to come out on top. So it's going to be up to Sicario to make some adjustments. I mean, they need to light that fire under him here. I don't know what they need to tell each other between game 2 and 3, but I mean, it has to happen now. It's do or die. It's win or go home at this point.
I think because we're going to Bay 5. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Hot, because I'm not looking at any data right now, but if my memory serves me right, EPA has had a little bit of challenges on Bay 5. You know, sometimes they perform really well, but recently they've kind of struggled a little bit on Bay 5.
Wrong. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's just go out on a limb here, folks. I'm pretty sure the last few times I've seen them, it hasn't been this real tight game compared to the last 2 games, is what I'm trying to say. So I think if there's a way for Sicario to break through the phalanx that is the defense or the lineup of EPA, this is going to be that map.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, I'm just looking at some of the previous games I have here in the notebook, and even against some of the teams that maybe aren't as strong, Bay 5, they were able to kind of take EPA to the distance, even to overtime at one point. So it looks like that your thoughts appear to be correct on that one. Maybe Bay 5, not one of their best maps, but that is a map that we would potentially see twice here. So, you know, if Sicario can find a way to win Bay 5, they go on to, you know, play Bowl. If they happen to win that, they would go back to Bay 5. So maybe that's something that could benefit them. But I mean, honestly, for Sicario, they can't even think about Bowl right now. They have to focus on Bay 5. They have to focus on winning some of these gun battles, finding those trades at a minimum, and coming out on top, because if they don't, well, they're going home.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of their star players not really having the opportunity to pop off. You know, Furlex in that last game, he was going crazy, but a pretty quiet game again from Lukey, you know, and Zaki not so much. sometimes Goes, I mean, we saw when we looked through the eyes of Goes, you could see the reads and the pivoting, but it wasn't, again, not able to close it out. Now, Sicario going to actually be attacking on Bay 5 to start it out. EPA on this defense. Hopefully, very quickly, Sicario takes some rounds here, Hot, because I think right now the momentum, like the momentum just keeps repeating in my... Wait a minute. Who forgot the bomb? Who did this?
Baby in the car.
No one puts Baby in the corner. Fox with the opening kill onto Lukey, though. Furlex, Pablos, takes out Pablo. You know, we already see, though, Hot, a little bit of shaky nerves. And Nemo taking out Furlex. Again, the shakiness, the nerves was beginning to, they forget the bomb. Still no bomb picked up, if I'm not mistaken. I see that bomb icon in the T-spawn. I'm not sure what's going on here. Walker somehow manages to make that work, Hot. I don't understand. Again, Kaner takes out Keo, and we're in a 1v4 for Mr. Goes. Goes is super clutch, but no bomb, and gonna have to play for kills here, Hot. I mean, I don't know what the heck's going on. They seem a little, I don't know, the pressure's on. Maybe the mental's a little cooked. Maybe they stayed up too late last night saying kumbaya. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, Nemo has just been Mr. Consistent. If there's one player you can continuously count on, it has been Nemo. Fox right there as well. You toss in the likes of Pablo, and honestly, they are just a dominating force here in these last couple of days. Starting out with a round one, you talked about Sicario not even gathering the device here from spawn, and you just wonder if, you know, maybe there is some inner turmoil or something going on over there at the moment. Whatever it is, Sicario needs to take a moment, take a deep breath, find a way to reset, because they don't have a lot of time to get it together.
Yeah, and that was a really rough opening round. I mean, you forgot the bomb, you lost the opening kills, they were super separated, no one was really playing off each other. They really have to dial it. They have to dial the teamwork. Zaki doing a great job of playing with his teammates. Picks up one, picks up two. Just like that. 3 members of EPA, 4 members gone, and this is the Sicario we're looking for, baby. This is what they need to do. Very aggressive, take a lot of space, play off each other. I mean, if we look at the dichotomy between these last 2 rounds, Hot, like the first round was almost like watching like a pub game. A bomb left in spawn, everyone separated, no one together. And now 4 members, 5 members strong on A, just completely dominating. Now, folks, if you're wondering why Pablo's is sitting here, by the way, he's probably accepted that he can't win this, and they're just discussing how to approach the next rounds.
Yeah, again, I mean, 5v1, most likely not going to happen, so you use this time to just kind of talk over some strategies here. Yeah, they didn't forget that, he said they might have forgot the device this time, but they forgot Pablo in spawn this time, so...
Pablo's the bomb, baby.
He is the bomb, baby. Well said. You know, I love my boy Blue. Always great to have you back, my boy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got to keep the vibes high, baby. And Sicario picks up a big round. And that to me looked like Sicario. That was the Sicario we know right there, Hot. Brutal take. Zaki killing 2. Furlex picking up 1. I forget who got the 4th frag, but just like that, they had control of alley, control of the middle of site, control on the defender sides of the main doors. I mean, they just took over. And I think that's what Sicario needs. They need to use that brutality, the headhunting side. You know, the tempered pace seems to be favoring EPA, so maybe a little brutality is what we need from them.
Brutal. Quick action, no holds bar. Knock him down, drag him out, and Lukey will do just that with a distant nade. Shot from Zaki ring out. Knows there's one toward the back alley as well. Is tucked in between a hard spot here as Kaner might think about a flank through the alley. Fox, Furlex both combine and find one of their own here as you see a slight player advantage. Furlex going down to Walker, though.
Yeah, a little bit cheeky. Furlex dying a few times now with those jump peaks. I mean, he's trying to catch him off guard, but thankfully Zaki picks up Walker. They're going to be having to revive. Excuse me, picked up Kane, or not Walker. Walker's still going to be in that aim for. But a great read from Zaki. Perfect crosshair placement. And again, a very clean attack to plant from Sicario. Nemo in the 1v3, but this round should go over to Sicario. As long as they play off each other, he should be able to be refragged. As soon as he gets 1 kill, I would imagine, Hot, they're just going to shut him down. Oh. The ninja diffuse? Was that a smoke? It is a smoke.
He said, be very quiet. He's hunting wabbits out here.
I'm hunting headhunters. Oh no, but the smoke plume's so poorly for him. I mean, he's gonna stick it. Oh, imagine. Just imagine.
Just consider it one time. I mean, pros don't fake. Certainly was going for it, but Sicario now playing a little bit more like the Sicario that we're used to seeing here. They've been able to gather a couple rounds, but we haven't seen him take a decisive lead at any point in this series. So a real opportunity for them to do so here on Bay 5, and this could just be the fuel they need to really get them going.
Yeah, and Sicario are looking much tighter than they have, and maybe it's because it's Bay 5. Maybe it's because of what they talked about between the games. We're going to be seeing a big blitz towards B. All 5 members over here. One's going to be rotating towards that connector. 2 pushing in the A main, the main doors already. 2 on the back of sight. 1 goes down. Zaki managed to trade out Pablo's. Furlex takes out Nemo, though, in the 3v4 situation. And again, this hyper-aggressive Sicario attack is working so... Good night, Furlex, says Mr. Fox. Holy cow, what a clean shot. Bomb is down.
Nice shots here from Fox. Gonna have to get a few more if they want to clutch up the round. The device down, only about 40 seconds to work with, and does have a little help coming in from the backside here as well. So right now, just trying to put some shots down range. The smoke's in the way, maybe getting the pressure forward just a bit, but goes, finds Kaner. They've got the player advantage, but Fox, the equalizer, and now Walker beginning to crab his way forward through this smoke. Can he find one?
He's just got to catch. He's got to catch. Go. Oh, Keo puts him in the dirt. Fox, as you said, the great equalizer is going to have to stick it, and this round is almost surely going to Zaki. You want to jump shot me? No, I'm going to jump shot you, bro.
Little hippity hoppity, boopity boppity. My man Zaki coming in. And even if Zaki dies there, right, he has now taken enough time that they're not going to be able to find a way to get that defusal. So we see Sicario for the first time getting a little bit of a 2-point cushion, starting to stack those rounds on top of each other. But they have to continue with that. They can't get complacent here. And so we'll see if EPA is able to work their way back in, or if Sicario can finally find that play style they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main difference I see here, Hot, is the aggression. Like, they're way more aggressive. They're taking way more space, and they're playing together. Look, 4 members on top of each other. I mean, I think before we saw them kind of separate. Kaner with a big opening. Oh! With the fadeaway, take down Zaki! And Walker takes out one. Does manage to get traded out right away, but the 4v2 situation, bomb down on Alley and EPA in a great position. Kaner, baby, using them jean shorts, the jorts, as well as he can, moving like a demon, still alive, hurting pretty bad, but, you know, Keo trying to pivot around in this middle, and I think they're just trying to listen for some info. I don't know if they know exactly where Bomb is, but EPA, great opening defense here, Hot.
Yeah. I mean, Kaner getting the job well done. Even if he were to go down, I mean, finding the 2 picks at a minimum, 2 for 1, always a nice trade. Walker was able to scoop up a kill of his own before being taken out as well. And so Furlex, Keo have to decide what they want to do. It looks like they are going to consider this rotation away. They have to be careful of this lurker here at mid, though. Oh, my Lanta. Furlex, you demon.
That was the Furlex we all know, baby. Woo-hoo. That was disgusting. Foxy, the great equalizer, getting sandwiched here. That's such a rough kill. He was isolating on sight. Oh! Nemo can't kill him because he's behind the box. Oh my, I thought Nemo killed him there, but unfortunately... Click.
This is going to come down to the wire yet again. Kiyoshima only has 2 kills, but so does Nemo at this point. So looking to battle it out. Kiyoshima does spot of the jump over. Still plenty of time here for Nemo to work with, but it's the peak from Keo, and he comes out on top. Sicario beginning to extend that lead. They've got 4 rounds this time, and guess what? That was a 4-banger for Furlex.
Yeah, that was a banger indeed. And Kia with the big clutch to close it out. You know, all of Furlux's hard work almost went away. But, I mean, really, the EPA lineup, it's almost like we see Sicario playing off each other. And EPA looking a little loose on this map right now. It's really unfortunate that Fox took that initial fight when it was still a 3v2 situation, got isolated and then pincered. And that was kind of like the round, you know, that was the round when once he flopped there. So I want to see a little bit more consistent team play goes with the opening goal on the Walker. And man, the Sicario lineup is just feeling themselves. And Kino with the jump kill.
I mean, that couldn't come at a better time. Talking about feeling themselves, Keo just comes jumping out through the air, still able to find the flick on Decaner, who was already prepared, looking at that angle. And now Pablos is going to find Keo. It's going to come down to just Pablos and Fox, and now Pablos as Lukey finds that one. Sicario in a 3v1, and well, Pablos only has 30 seconds to work with.
Still got to defuse that there bomb, and shots ringing out back and forth, but unfortunately the shots ring Pablo's tolling of the bell. And 5-1 here for Sicario. And this is the Headhunters we know. Crazy, consistent attacking rounds, multiple frags. I mean, and they robbed that last round. Like 2 rounds ago, they Furlex, I mean, just putting the team on his back, going ballistic. Already 9 kills in the 7th round here, Hot. I mean, he's doing his damnedest. And Zaki, again, Zaki playing very well this game too, picking up a lot of kills. You know, 6 kills, 7 kills, I feel like what he was around for most of these games. So both players just playing phenomenal.
Yeah, I gotta agree with this aggression. I mean, they are 5-man running it down everywhere. Walker's gonna find 2, but it's Lukey with 2 of their own. Has to be careful. Kaner often posted in this back alley.
Yeah, and they know Kaner's there. So much chaos right now, and unfortunately, Kaner doesn't find the chaos soothing Lukey, feeling kind of Lukey funk, and that was a big kill with Pablos. Woo! Going for the crazy shots. Actually, doesn't really put too much damage to Pablos, though. Looks like the bomb is going to be rotating out. I think he hears him. You see the player in cut. Yep, Nemo's in cut. Here's goes.
Man.
Oh, and in the beat! That was... Talk about feeling yourself here. But a great kill from Pablos. That's a huge kill. Bombs down in a horrible position. Does he know Lukey's here, though? Has no idea.
Oh, Lukey. What a great job. I mean, he takes 2 quick sprint steps to kind of fade out the idea that he might be pushing in there. It baits out the peak. And Lukey waiting patiently finds that one. It was a quadra kill for Lukey that round. And Sicario, all of a sudden, after stumbling and struggling in the first 2 games, they have found their stride, and Stella has got the groove back.
Stella indeed is getting her groove back, and this is my concern with Bay 5 is Sicario love the controlled chaos. They love running it down as a team. The aggression coming down mid, though. Lukey takes out 1, but unfortunately the 2 members are killed on both sides. But that aggressive push down mid is not going to exactly work for EPA. Now they're going to have probably issues controlling B. 2 members going to be on that A side, 1 on B. So looks like Sicario's primed the plan here on B here, unless Nemo pulls out a miracle.
A shift away from connector here. Knows the pressure is coming, can't find it, and Furlex continues to be on a tear. Now into double digits, has 11. Walker lurking on this Enforcer class, has Kaner here as well, but Furlex is going to make it a bit easier on him.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess Kia looked at Furlex the wrong way. No one's safe from this man right now. Holy cow. And Goes, that was a massive kill by Goes. Unless Walker...
What?
Raggy? And Furlex with a disgusting turnaround. I mean, this is the Sicario that we're used to seeing here, Hot. I mean, everyone is playing well. No, if we look at the scoreline right now, Hot, most of these players, other than Furlex in the last game, they haven't had nearly as many kills. I mean, the entire team is performing well. Lukey and Zaki in particular, winning multiple rounds that they lost in the previous games. I mean, that clutch factor there, the aggression's there, the cohesion, the refragging. I mean, It's as if the teams have switched names now. Like the EPA was the dominant one. Now Sicario. I mean, 7-1 on the half, Hot. 7-1 after losing 2 games.
I'm a little bit baffled as well. Honestly, nobody's safe on the other side of Furlex, not even his teammates and the likes of Kiyoshima, because Furlex is dropping bodies on Bay 5. And I have to agree with you. You said it earlier. It's this brutality, this fast-paced aggression. They're just 5-player rushing it down a site, and they might lose a member or 2, but they're finding the trades, getting the plant down, and using that post-plant position to come away with some victories here. 7-1. I mean, you have to feel like Sicario should be able to close that out. And if they do close out Bay 5 in such dominating fashion, I think it gives them that confidence they need to head in toward Bowl. All of a sudden, they win Bowl. They go back to Bay 5 where they just won. We could see a reverse sweep. It could happen here. EPA has got to find a way to lock it down.
It's funny because you're saying, I've been thinking about that since we got into the map. I'm like, is Cider Bay 5? If they win Bay 5, now it's 7-1. And Sicario was very, very good on Bowl too, Hot. I mean, not that they're schlubs at Skybridge and Fort. Obviously, they lost on them, but I mean, Sicario has been really, really good on Bay 5 and really good on Bowl. I mean, they've been good on all maps, to be fair. But Bowl, like you said, if they win this match in as dominant a fashion as they're going, then it's really one map left, because there's, look, I don't want to say there's no chance, but with how dominant they are, if they come back to Bay 5, I don't think that's going to swap up just because, you know, a little bit of time passed by. I mean, I think it's just Sicario's prowess on this map, and they're playing so well together, Hot, and playing off each other. I mean, we saw 3 or 4 members every round together, not separate. Yeah. The first round they lost, actually, they were all separate. And then all this, they forgot the bomb and spawn. I mean, it was like, what is going on? But after that, I mean, 7 rounds in a row and super clean.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only way I would disagree is if we see EPA make it a close game on Bay 5, even if they lose, if it was like a 9-7 or something of that manner. But, you know, if Sicario comes out, wins decisively, and we head back to Bay 5, I have to agree with you. I don't necessarily seeing that, you know, making a big difference, because they're playing well together on Bay 5. It seems like they've reconnected, and you talk about these just fast, aggressive pushes. So EPA was able to topple Ancestral yesterday and send them home. Ancestral didn't go home empty-handed, though. They took 1,000 euros with them. And so, I mean, we're fighting for 3rd place at the moment. That's 1,500 euros. Both of these teams looking to punch their ticket into the grand final, though, where one team will take home 2,500, but one team will not only take home that grand prize of 5,000, but they get the bragging rights as well. They get to be the champions of the Pinnacle tournament here. And so I love bragging rights. I mean, I love money too, don't get me wrong, but I like letting everybody know that I'm the best.
Rats on top, baby.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's bragging rights, and you know, it's a nice different pacing. When we think about the HPL, the EU League, it's this round robin format. You know, it flows much differently than this double elimination bracket style where you're fighting for your lives at every second. And right now, you know, again, EPA's up 2 maps, but with how good Sicario look, I think it's fair to say they should be able to close out Bay 5. And if we come back, they should be able to close out Bay 5 the same way. So I shouldn't, you know, be already at Bowl, but I'm kind of already at Bowl, Hot Sauce. I think this game is all but closed out. Like, if I'm in the EPA locker room, I'm talking about Bowl right now and trying to figure out how the hell we win this map, because I mean, maybe you do need to talk about Bowl, and you are going to go on the attacking side, but I think Sicario were so well poised to answer any aggression. I mean, we see their hyper aggression. Oh my, I am so bright. Sorry about that. The sun going crazy right now, but you know, so much aggression from Sicario that I just don't see how you answer them on Bay 5. You know, with how well they're playing, I don't see an answer.
No, I agree. But I think if you're Sicario, you still don't think about Bowl yet. You just think about closing out these last 2 rounds, making it to Bowl, and then just really focusing on that, because now you have that comfortability of knowing, hey guys, We just have to focus up here. If we can continue what we were doing on Bay 5, if we can win Bowl, all of a sudden we're right back to that home turf, to that home territory where we did dominate. And all of a sudden you start to think, well, the series then could favor Sicario, which is odd to say after we saw EPA come out. They won 9-5 on Skybridge. They did even better on Fort, which was a bit unexpected. They went 9-4 on Fort. So EPA, a lot of talent, but we talked about, closing out these big moments when it really, really matters. And so it would be rough if you win 2 games in a row to start it off and then fall a bit short here.
Yeah, and it's, as you're talking, what I kind of pictured in my mind was on Bay 5, the close rounds. I think there were 3 or 4 like super close rounds. And in this game, Sicario won every single one. I mean, they clutched out the round where Fergus got the 4-piece. I believe the last round of the half where Lukey baited out Pablo with the fake running. I believe there was 1 or 2 others. So these super tight rounds, Sicario lost on the other 2 maps. They actually managed to close it out. So that may be a way for EPA to feel a little bit better that, the rounds were close. They are down 7-1, but really it could have been 4-4 just like that. I mean, there were so many close rounds, but again, Sicario have turned up the heat and they've closed out these rounds, that they lost on map 1 and 2. The close rounds went to EPA. So I don't know if it's the team locking it in for the map itself, or if it's just everyone kind of waking up and playing better and feeling more confident. I don't know exactly what's going on, but Lukey, Zaki, both playing super well on Bay 5 too and getting multiple kills where they've both been kind of silent throughout this. So, and again, goes with that big clutch when he was running up mid, baits out the shots from Nemo. I mean, all these little plays that EPA won on the first 2 maps, they're now losing. So that's something that I don't know how EPA addresses. Maybe it's just, I don't know if it's the map or it just comes down to that round, maybe getting outplayed a little. I don't know. But again, the clutch rounds were going EPA's way and now they're going Sicario's way. So I don't know if that's a map thing, a player thing. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. All good here. I think Lukey stepping it up has been a big difference maker as well. We saw in both Skybridge and Fort, it taking 5-6 rounds for Lukey to really get going. And even the rest of the team as well wasn't quite performing up to what we're used to seeing them play at, maybe other than Furlex. Furlex was trying to be that glue, I think, to hold everybody together, to, plug the holes and keep that boat afloat during the storm. Well, they've weathered that storm, and now they're starting to come out on the other side. A quick, decisive win here could just be what they need to raise those sails and, set off to sea here.
Yeah, and it's you said it perfectly. I mean, they woke up. Round 1 was the only round that they were asleep at the wheel. Okay, we're gonna forget that happened, but after that, they were so clean. I mean, you think about Keo winning that clutch on B against was it Pablo's? I believe it was Nemo. I mean, there were 3 or 4 rounds again, that were so close, but Sicario clutched every single one, and that's the Sicario that when they're playing like this, that's what makes them the headhunters, and so it's good to see them really all performing from the second round on. And I think, like you said, that's the big difference. There wasn't this like tempered aggression. There wasn't this delayed response. Second round, brutal attack, and they won 7 in a row because of it. So I think Sicario just got to keep the momentum of violence with them. They got to stay brutal, keep taking space, keep playing this aggressive lineup. But most importantly, they were playing together, I think, for the first time today. Like, they really were on top of each other, covering each other, clearly communicating. Like, when Canner was on alley and they were playing Ring Around the Rosie, 2 were on site. Lots of communication and crossfires going on, but they just did it so well. I mean, they really are playing well right now.
I feel like during their little break, Kiyoshima just got everybody together and said, look, guys, I want you to all get a piece of duct tape and just tape that W key down. Just tape that W key down, because we are going to run it down the throats of EPA. And that's what they've been doing. I mean, from A site to B site, it's been these 5-player rushes where I felt like EPA just hasn't been able to deal with that fast aggression just yet. More specifically on Bay 5, where you're right. We saw in those other maps, they were kind of a little split, a little indecisive, not winning those gun battles initially, but this 5-player rush is kind of rejuvenated. All of a sudden, we see them winning those gunfights. And if they don't, they're finding that trade at a bare minimum, getting that plant down and playing that post-plant positioning. So Sicario, it took them a little while to find that stride, but they've got it now. And so it's just about playing flawlessly. They can't really afford any minor mistakes at this point because they don't have any much room to give. Any much?
Yeah.
I'll speak
Any
right someday.
much more unique New York, unique New York. No,
The most
it
better.
happens.
They were doing the most
They were
better
most
I've ever
better.
seen.
You know, I think for EPA, if they want to keep some of the momentum on, we got to see them take a few rounds, like you said. If this is like a 9-1, 9-2, and then we go into bowl, it's looking very scary. They can take a few rounds back, pump the brakes a little bit on Sicario. They need to slap them around a little bit. If Sicario go in head hunting like this into the next map, it's going to be very scary. So that's what I want to see from EPA is I don't know if winning is realistic at this point with 7-1 against Sicario, but you can get a few rounds as long as you don't leave the bomb at spawn.
Very true. Well, Sicario, they only need 2 more to close it out. We talked about that key factor. If they can find a way to close this game out decisively, it would do wonders for Bull. If they win Bull, they're back to Bay 5 and a real chance for that reverse sweep. It's Lukey to find the first one. Pablos is going to pick up on the Kiyoshima, though.
Yeah, shots ringing out back and forth, and goes, picks up the second kill. And unfortunately, again, Sicario pick up the opening picks, pump the momentum. They can't really take sight right now. So EPA is just kind of trapped. They push through the A main, they push through the B main doors. They do have one player at that forklift watching the flank, but all 4 members of Sicario now here, and they're gonna have to fight their way and kind of slowly get picks maybe, but Sicario has so much space. I mean, look at how little space EPA has right now, Hot. They're just like trapped. Every side has a Sicario member on them. And there goes one.
And another one. Sicario lining them up, knocking them down. Furlex continues to be playing very well here. Goes, does spot one. We can see the device on the other side. That's Pablos. A nice pickup onto Zaki, though, and does make it a little bit more feasible here, as it is now just a 3v2.
Yeah, the 3v2, and look at the positioning. They can't go hell. They can't rotate past connector. They can't go through green. They can't get onto site for free. Go's going to be communicating that they're probably putting on the pressure on the site now. Oh, but Pablo's picking up his 3rd kill of the round, and he's feeling himself here, Hot Sauce. And these consistent plays, Nemo, actually, he kills one of them. Pablos. It's so risky going for this prone play because he knows, it's so risky doing that, Hot. As soon as you shoot, you're dead. You know, you're dead. And 3 kills. Nemo kills the 4th. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, you try to go for the prone. You hope that they find that peak, but it was a good job by Sicario to bait out the shots, and then it forces them to stand up. You re-peak. They're caught in that animation of standing up, and really, there's just not much you can do other than, bend over and kiss your butt goodbye because you're dead at that point. Sicario, 1 away from closing it out. 9-1 would be that dominating factor that we were talking about earlier. And this nade almost finds a home, but they're up close and personal. The aggressiveness continues, and Lukey finds Kaner.
Lukey already with 4 kills. So Furlex takes out 1. Zaki takes out 1. Keo takes out. Well,
blink,
that's
and you miss it.
And that is why they are called the Headhunters, folks. 9-1. And like Lukey with 4 kills in those 2 rounds. The MVP of Lukey. I'm pretty sure Furlex would have been MVP if we stayed where we were. But that being said, 9-1 here, Hot. I mean, to lose 2 games and then to win the 3rd game, your lives on the line. And I mean, it was brutal. It was brutal.
I mean, you take a look at the first 2 maps, and EPA leaves that at a +9 differential. Sicario gets +8 in that round alone, which round differentials aren't important here. It's just an additional, stat to look at. But it's It's just how decisively they win Bay 5. Now, all of a sudden, that pressure kind of goes to EPA. They're forced to really lock it down. I feel like they have to win on Bull. They don't want Sicario to go back to Bay 5.
Yeah, no, that's what's really scary is you look at the maps, you think about the maps. The next map, folks, is we're going to Bull. We've already played Skybridge. We've already played Fort. EPA managed to take a victory on both of those, 9-4, 9-5, I believe. And then with this one, Sicario answering on Bay 5, 9-1. And going to Bull, again, Sicario are very good on this map. Now, I think this map has a lot of utility that will give EPA the latitude to damper a lot of this aggression. And I think that's where Bull may actually work out for them. All it is, you can use the smokes, you can use the grenades to really shut down a hyper-aggressive attacking side. I mean, even if you want to get crazy on the attacking side, there are smokes that literally cut off the complete line of sight to, you know, curtains of A and towards that generator side that just completely shut it down. So I think EPA need to temper the aggression of Sicario. If Sicario were just allowed to run around like they did there, I think we're looking at another pretty brutal victory from Sicario over EPA. I think you're muted, sir.
I agree in this sense because I think Bull is probably the map that's the most like Skybridge. You know, you were talking about the utility use there, and that's something that we see similar as to Skybridge and Bull, which EPA did perform very well. I think that is the big win stipulation, though. I think, you know, obviously if EPA wins here, they close it out, they advance. But if they don't take Bull, we very well should see Sicario completing that reverse sweep. I mean, how do you overcome a 9-1?
Yeah, and it's a lot of pressure too, Hot. I mean, now you need to win Bull because you can't rely on winning Bay 5 after that one. You know, if it was like 9-4, 9-5, I think it's feasible. You're okay, you're feeling good, but 9-1, like if I'm on the EPA side, I'm worried right now because yes, it's 2-1 on the series scoreline, but you basically have to win the next map. Like you have to win Bull or it should go the way of Sicario. So I think there's a lot of pressure on both sides. Sicario fighting for their lives, but I think EPA are also fighting for their lives in this game. This is not the LG, but it feels like the LG, you know?
It is. But, I mean, we've gotten 3 great maps already done and dusted. We've got at least one more, hopefully 2. I'd love to see all 5, but we do need to take another quick break to get all this sorted out, get the players loaded into the lobby. So again, a great time to stretch those legs, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more from the Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament. you not entertained, people? This is so good. I love this. Every weekend here has been packed full of action, and now we are into our final day. We've got 3 exciting matches already done, a potential 2 more on the cards. My name is Hot Sauce, still in the booth with me, my legend, my boy Blue. How are we feeling, brother?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. God, I wish I could have the name Blue. Who's got the name Blue? Give it to me. Come on, I earned this. Just so
It is
nice
you.
and clean.
It is you.
It's me. That me. Now, folks, if you're just tuning in, going to be having EPA versus Sicario in our semifinals. EPA is going to be up 2-1. And we're going to be showing some highlights here in a second from that last game. Now, EPA going to be winning our first 2 matches, but Sicario, as you're about to see, went absolutely ballistic in this Bay 5 game.
Yeah, I mean, it was EPA in the first 2, but I wouldn't necessarily call this highlights from the last map. I'd call this an EPA or a Sicario montage at this point. They absolutely dominated on Bay 5. Montage!
And we saw a lot of good kills coming out from the EPA boys, but all the clutch rounds, literally every clutch round we had here, folks, went the way of Sicario. Every close round. The EPA lineup picked up that first round. Looks like there was a little disconnect on Sicario's side, but after this, I mean, just look at these kills, just taking so much space over and over. But Keo in the big clutch on that 5th round. And just, you know, Hot. I didn't see any weakness in the play here. I mean, they did win the disgusting kill by Goes.
Sicario,
this round here,
they were just the decision-making, the shooting, everything. It was almost night and day from those first 2 maps, I feel like, Blue.
It's like they reversed teams. I mean, there were so many kills that we saw missed on the side of Sicario in maps 1 and 2 where, you know, there was so many engagements where Farlex would peek out and, you know, Fox or Walker or Nemo in particular, I mean, they were just waxing them down. But last game, I mean, there was no opening. And in the clutch moments, they won every single one, which is like, it's really crazy saying. I keep saying it, but it's like, wow, like 3 or 4 close rounds and they won every one. And that's the Sicario we know. So going into our 4th map here, Hot, going to be Bull, and EPA have their hands full. I mean, they're up 2-1 in the series, but if they lose, folks, they go back to Bay 5, which they just lost 9-1. So this is kind of like the series decider in my head right here. Like, EPA need to win. They need to win.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, it's not to say that, I mean, we've seen crazier things. Maybe they could pull up an upset on Bay 5, but if I'm EPA, I do not want to go back to Bay 5. I want to close it out here on Bull because, again, Sicario 9-1 on Bay 5. And the only round they lost was that opening round where there was a bit of confusion. They weren't playing together. We talked about them leaving the device in spawn and nobody going back to pick it up. So a little bit of a fall apart, which made us a little worried for Bay 5 initially. But after that, again, it was night and day. They turned it, they burned it, and, well, we're not looking back, at least not until we get back past Bull.
No, and that was 9 rounds in a row, Hot. They lost the first round. They won 9 rounds in a row. I mean, that's a Sicario performance if I've ever seen one. And, you know, I think Bull has a lot more spacing and a lot more utility. And the aggression, like, even if you're hyper aggressive on Bull, it only works so well because there's just, again, there's so much utility. There's so many ways to answer that aggression. Now, if Sicario, for example, focus heavily on B, there's still so many places that EPA could play back. They can delay the aggression. There's a way to really slow and pump the brakes. And I think for EPA, I think that's the secret sauce here, Hot, is you gotta pump the brakes. Now, EPA actually going to be coming out on the attacking side, so hopefully there's no brakes, all pedal to the metal, baby. Keo going to be calling it, and there's a storm coming. EPA, 3 members pushing 90, 1 member up top of apartments. Shots ringing out back and forth, no one quite dropping. There's already going to be 3 members basically ready to rotate on the site. Keo picks up the first kill of the game here.
Yeah, Kia done a great job of just locking it down from this ramp here and not allowing this pressure to come in, kind of allowing the teammates to rotate into position. And Zacky's going to find Walker on that rotation. Now, EPA has one tucked toward ambulances still, but maybe just trying to hold that potential flank. Pablos does find Zacky near the heli here, so it is back to a one-player advantage that favors Sicario.
Yeah, and the cheeky player on A, I don't know how much value the EPA player is going to get unless they call for a pivot backwards, but they have that Sicario player who's on, who's getting real hyper-aggressive. Push past B-plat, he's about to be a 90. Oh, and Furlex, the last person you want to see coming around the corner, takes out Pablos. Bomb now down, and I don't know how Fox and Kaner can take this one home here. Furlex. This is the Furlex we are all so happy to see and yet so scary to be on the other side of. And a big opening round here, Hot. I mean, Sicario looking awfully clean on the defense, and man, it just like from game to game, we're seeing two different teams. I mean, this is a Sicario we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it almost feels like they wrote the script to play out this cinematic version here and maybe conjure up the reverse sweep. Off to a nice start on Bull, but we don't have a lot to tell from just yet. It's only been one round, so we can't quite jump to conclusions, but man, you have to, or Sicario certainly has to feel good about how they attacked round one here.
Yeah, great clean round. Keo picks up the opening kills. Never really feels too pressured. Keo getting hyper aggressive. I think he saw him. Oh, man. And Keo, what a read. Oh, man. Keo from Roblox just going crazy style right now. Holy cow. That was actually a sick read.
Emo. From a fish in the tank to a snake in the grass, waiting patiently, but it's Kiyoshima! They combine for two, but Walker's on the hunt. Luki's luck has ran out, but goes, finds the trade, and avenges the teammate.
Ooh, and a 1v4 for Foxy. Foxy's been playing super well today, lots of kills, but this is such a tough situation. You know, folks, it's not just the fact that it's a 1v4, it's the way that the angles of the defensive side could be. There's just so many positions to clear, so many different angles, so many ways to just trap Fox right now. And now that he has a player on his backside, so he can't even rotate out of here, Hot. He's trapped.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Unfortunately, that hard place is Sicario, and they are closing in like a boa constrictor. And just like that, Kiyoshima has awakened the beast here as well. We saw that crazy shot on prone Nemo from a distance, finds the triple that round, and it's a 4-0 start here for Kiyoshima and a 2-0 start for Sicario.
And just, I mean, that read by Keo to know that Kaner was going to be positioned there is just wild. I mean, you can see how well prepared this team is, that they know, okay, if the attacking side is pushing towards A, they're more than likely going to have someone holding that flank. What would be a good position? And he just reads Kaner like a book, picks up multiple kills, and like you said, 3 kills on that last round and looking super clean. And EPA looking a little quiet right now. I think the pressure's getting to them, Hawk. But like you said, only 2 rounds in. One player goes down. Goes! Takes out 2. Lukey takes out 1. Walker does manage to trade out Goes, but damage is already done. Lukey actually did get shot in the head there. We see that concussed icon there, but man, Hot, they're just not able to take space against this Sicario lineup. A little interesting thing that I noticed, though, is that there's not too much utility coming out of EPA right now. They're not using the attacking smokes to take space and ultimately force the plant. So maybe a little bit more utility will go a long way. 2v4 situation, bombs getting planted here, Hot.
Yeah, it seems like they throw that first nade toward headshot instantly every round, and Sicario's been staying back, but it was Goes that got the first pick. Lukey had a 2K in the mix before Goes went down, and I just flashback. This was that map that Lukey had the 27 kills, 27 headshots, and it just makes me wonder. It was indeed a late nade as Nemo finds one, looks toward tower. It's Lukey to get another, and Lukey. I'm pretty sure that was a 4K on the day.
Man, he's feeling Lukey Punk, and I think Ghost maybe took out 2, so it should be 3 for Mr. Lukey, if I remember correctly, and just a clean retake right there. As soon as Walker died, it pretty much forced the collapse onto Nemo, too, there, so a little unfortunate.
I told you so, but I told you so. Lukey with a 4K. Ghost did get 1 before being taken out, but that was all Lukey there.
Oh, he did get the 4K? I didn't look at the scoreboard.
Yeah. You know, I got to keep you correct sometimes, Blue.
Flag on the plate. Chat, he's lying. Don't listen to anything he said.
Yellow card.
Okay, EPA. Let's see some aggression. Take some space. Use the utility. And let's get around on the board. They need to get around on the board because right now, I feel the boa constrictor just suffocating the life out of EPA right now. Sicario are really hunting for some more skulls.
Yeah,
Furlex opening kill.
Pressed firmly deep in the competition. Furlex driving it into the dome there as well. How does EPA begin to work back into this, honestly, Blue?
I think they just need to stop letting Sicario do Sicario things. Stop the hyper aggression. Expect like Furlex. You know, Furlex is just running around wild. They did manage to kill him, but now they have a player in spawn shooting, looks like. So again, look at this Sicario lineup here, Hot. They have the EPA lineup trapped, but Fox! Holy cow! 3 kills already on this round and disgusting reads. And that MCX is absolutely cooking. Lukey not going to be predicting the read of Nemo. It does manage to actually get the nade down, stops the plant, but Keo in the 1v3 here, Hot. He's hurting, though. He's hurting. Shots ring out from Keo, but I think EPA are in a great position to win this round. And, you know, you were asking what they need to do here, Hot. Just whatever you did this round, do's again. Whatever you've done. And Walker, using the silent, sneaky snake technique, the belly dragon takes him out. And a round on the board. Woo! We can breathe, Hot.
We can breathe. We can breathe. And you're right. That's what they're saying. You know, whatever we did that round, just do it again. I think Fox, definitely a big playmaker here. I mean, these quick snap headshots. Zaki not even looking left after that first kill goes out. And Fox having a field day. So they'll make sure it doesn't get too far out of hand. They look to inch back in it. But again, they're going to need to find a way to put a couple rounds in a row.
Woof. And, you know, as we look at the scoreline, we kind of see that some of the crazy... Ooh. Uh-oh. Zaki with that TRG. Uh-oh. Takes out Kaner. And, you know, Kaner definitely been... He was popping up in those first 2 games, and he's kind of struggling to find his footing here. And, you know, we see this almost reversal here, Hot Sauce, where we saw some delays in some of the Sicario players warming up. And now we see on the other side some of the players on EPA who were really... popping off in the first 2 games, you know, a little quiet. 0 kills from Kaner, 1 from Pablos. Walker's been super consistent. Nemo and Fox been consistent, but, you know, Kaner and Pablos struggling to find their footing a little bit here.
Yeah, I always said I'm a big fan of glazed donuts. I'm sure Kaner's favorite donut is not the one that's on the scoreboard. Walker is going to drop a nade to the feet of Goes, and Goes down. Lukey beginning to crab walk. Just a bit forward here. Spots one the spray, and it doesn't connect. It's Walker for a big one, but you got to check the corners. Furlex, the 2K.
Woof. And what looked like the beginning of a great attack, all of a sudden Furlex with the sneaky, cheeky, peeky takes them out, and got to check your corners. Unfortunately, Keo there, reading that Walker was going to rotate. Pablo's also getting caught, takes the headshot from Keo, and man... I mean, Sicario, I love your boa constrictor analogy because it seems like that's exactly what they're doing, Hot. They figure out where EPA is, and they pincer them. I mean, every single round, they have trapped the EPA lineup that they've won. So I don't know how you answer that. They're taking so much space, and they're not being punished. You know, Furlex just running wild. And again, Lukey popping off 7 kills already, and Keo with 6 kills. So Sicario firing on all cylinders. What's the answer from EPA?
Yeah, they got to do what they did in round 4, which was find another win. It came off the back of some crazy shots from Fox, but we've got to get Kaner going. We've got to get Pablos going. These are two lads that have continued to dominate. Nemo's only at 2 as well. And while the trouble continues, Zaki, we haven't seen much of the TRG till now. And maybe EPA was thankful for it because Zaki is dropping bodies. And Lukey from downtown, it's good for 1.
It's good for 1 indeed. And the whole team, I mean, you know, we saw kind of this like hesitant, wait, this Kaner is literally next to Furlex, I'm pretty sure. Like they're actually on top of each other. Nice kills from Kaner. Oh no, he's gonna get shot from his side though. Great try from Kaner. Kaner doing his best, but man, 5-1 hot. Lukey leading the team. Lukey, Keo, and Furlex popping off. And just like you said on the other side, it looks like they've kind of, you know, a little bit of wind is missing from the sails of EPA. I mean, Nemo and Pablos, Kaner, the most frags right now, Walker being super consistent throughout these games, but he's going to need some help. I mean, they need to stop losing the opening pick or two every round. They're just dying first, and it's... I don't know. I don't know how you shut down Sicario right now. They're just dialed in, and everyone's just popping off.
We did see Kaner get 2 picks that round, so maybe that could be that single spark to ignite that spectral fire, as we like to say, but they're running out of time. They've got to start putting rounds on the board relatively soon here. They could find themselves in a slow hole to China that they can't get out of as Lukey finds this first pick onto Fox. They lose the juggernaut of Fox. Lukey finds Pablos. Lukey finds Nemonos. And Lukey just is on the hunt. My man is hungry for kills, and he can't seem to get full.
There's no stopping his bloodlust. He wants skulls, and he's going to take him. 4 kills for Lukey on that round, and a violent 4 kills. I mean... he just had a whole team running at him and killed 4 of them and didn't die. I don't know how you stop that. I mean, I'm not a doctor or nothing, but something's really wrong right now for the EPA lineup. This is looking real scary like.
I'm not a doctor, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night, so this is my best assessment. Lukey, 14 kills, 3 deaths. Insane in the membrane here. Furlex, the rest of the crew, you mentioned it. I mean, they're just firing on all cylinders. And for EPA, I mean, it's looking like another dangerous game on Bull. We went from a 9-1 on Bay 5 at a 6-1 already here on Bull. We talked about how EPA doesn't want to go back to Bay 5, but they might just be ahead of there. Kaner gonna pick up on Kiyoshima.
Yeah, that was a massive kill. Pablo's picking up the second kill for the team. Zaki puts down a lot of work, but unfortunately, Zaki does get put down. 2 people dropping to the side, shots ringing out back and forth, and EPA actually the ones just 1 man up right now. Bomb should go down. Kaner reading that Lukey's going to be there. They're off site. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Hawk, but this round should almost certainly go to EPA. If one of them plays that ramp position and goes to the top apartments and plays Ring Around the Rosie, they should not give Lukey the opportunity to win this round. That's the beauty of B-Site. Once the bomb's down, it's super, super hard to take, and they're not giving him an inch right now. I love this from EPA. Great post-plant defense.
Gonna maybe look to bait him out. Spots the one up top. Nice shots. And
No
Lukey
way!
almost gets the second. He's dangerously low, and Walker is going to go ahead and try to run away here. He's going to have to go all the way around. He should be able to get up top in time. He hears the audio cue, but Walker does a great job of baiting it out. Will clutch up the dub, but
He almost won that!
that's Lukey for you.
Oh my! I'm dumbfounded that... I don't know. Thankfully, Walker's tanky, because if that was like an assault or a scout hunt, he kills them. If it was any other class, he actually kills them. That was crazy from Lukey. Crazy. Great job for Walker to close out that round, but that was way, way too close there, Hot.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sicario, it took a little while to get that fire stoked and roaring, but man, the flames are hot right now. They're looking unstoppable. It's a 6-2 half for them, and I feel like EPA has got to start this second half on the right foot. They've got to start with a round win here. Sicario is just going to be so close to match point. You got to believe that at that point they'll be able to close it out. Exactly.
Sicario. Oh, a little deep breath for EPA, but Sicario going to be pushing towards this A site. Not really too fast of an aggression right now. Probably just waiting to see how the defensive lineup is going. Bomb is going to be towards that A side. One player playing the flank. 3 going to be moving up towards ambulance, slow and steady. Shots ringing out back and forth. Foxy, only 3 kills for Pablos and Foxy, who have both been popping off all day. So maybe we could spark the spectral fire just a little bit. Oh, good read from him there, but no killie. Furlex.
Hey, just stop it. You bad boy. You bad boy. You're a menace.
Stop it, Furlex.
You continue to be a menace. Furlex fine too. Hiroshima dropping bombs. As Pablos maybe stoking that fire a bit. Finds a 2K of his own. Lukey gets one more. Goes will wrap it up. And Sicario now at 7-2. 1 away from match point. It could be back-to-back decisive wins.
And you mentioned that this was the map Lukey dropped 27 on, and he is on pace right now for the 27 bomb if this match keeps going for more rounds, because 16 kills already here. You know, it's like this reversal of roles. We saw that EPA were fragging out across the board. Now Sicario, I guess they're warmed up here hot. They've bottled up some of the sauce. They're using all the wisdom and cracking straight through the defense. That's EPA.
Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
A double reference to the wisdom and Pest himself.
That's right. Oh, dang. That
Shots
made,
ringing out back.
yeah, dangerously close, but not able to hit that mark. We saw that cracked wisdom out there in chat having some fun with us. Shout out to one of the best casters in the biz.
Good opening kill for Fox. And he takes out Furlex. That's one of the names you want to see, but unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive there, and they read it. I mean, the reads from Sicario right now, Hot, to have the double peek, expecting Fox to get a little spicy. Walker, though, with a big kill. Now they know more than likely they're pivoting towards B, so EPA should be in a pretty good position to answer this. Kaner, a little hurt, but not too hurt. He's going to be hearing some footies. He hears the footies. Can he answer the footies?
He's got the player advantage. It's a nice peek, but Zaki able to fire back. Walker's in a bit of trouble here as well. And Pablos looks away because of the audio cue. Lukey's going to find him. It's a quick shot to the head that leaves him seeing red.
And Lukey's just... Stop it, Lukey. Nemo finally puts it down, but the damage is already done. Lukey kills 3. That kill by Zaki, reading that Kane was going to be on ramp, I mean, that was such a beautiful opening to breach this defense. He knows Kio's there, but unfortunately isn't going to be able to take him out. And Nemo, with only 3 kills in the match, going to be sticking to defuse. Pros don't fake, but again, that B site pot, once the bomb's down. Oh, well, that wasn't very nice. Match point for Sicario and the Headhunters. I mean, Hot. If you told me after game 1 and 2 that we were going to be looking at 8-2 and 9-1 back-to-back games from Sicario, I wouldn't have believed you. But yeah, this is why they've won HPL EU back-to-back times and are one of our top teams in every tournament. I mean, 18 freaking kills from Lukey alone.
This is why we hot. Sicario hot right now, baby. And Zaki, again, the aggression coming from Sicario. Shot bringing out early, no real damage done. And now Kaner, the first to fall, and Lukey, he's the juggernaut. He is the raid boss that EPA has to figure out how to deal with.
Now, this is a great position. If Nemo should be able to stop the plant, but he's last man standing. And, ooh, the drive-by from Keo, holy cow.
Man, hopped in the Ferrari.
That's what I'm saying. Brum, brum, takes off the head, and Lukey, he got 20 kills, 12 headshots, and just, I mean, Hold on, I'm almost stammering because I'm like, I don't know how to shut them down. This is the headhunters we're used to. I mean, they are just running around and fragging. That I don't know how else to say it. They are just taking space, kicking butt, chewing bubblegum. Man, and now we go back to Bay 5.
Yeah, it starts to get a little bit worrisome as we get ready for Bay 5. But you think about it, we talked about the potential of either one of these teams having to play up to a total of 10 matches today. So regardless of who wins Bay 5, they've already put in 5 matches. Now they have to step up and take on the juggernauts of Pandaric Apex for another potential 5 matches. We talk about dexterity, consistency. We saw consistency from EPA in the first 2 maps, but now it's gone to the wayside. Is that something that could affect both of these teams in the grand finals as well?
You know, on the EPA side, we see a little bit of the slowdown, but for Sicario, you know, if I'm Sicario and they hypothetically win this next game, I think they are all cylinders firing. You know, that first match they go up, they are warm. I mean, you know, you had mentioned in the first 2 games how we had a lot of sleeper players who were just normally performers that took them 5, 6, 7 rounds for Stella to get her groove. But here, I mean, Stella clearly has gotten her groove back here, Hot, because 9-1 and 9-2. You know, at least on Bay 5, there was some latitude where some rounds could have gone EPA way. I mean, Bowl was, I would say it's almost brutal, more brutal than Bay 5. They did get another round, but the brutality. I mean, Lukey and Furlex just took so much space and dominated. There were 4 or 5 rounds that Furlex was on a flank, and they just pincered EPA every round. Like, I don't know how you answer them when they're, again, something we mentioned, Hot, they are winning all the gunfights they were losing earlier, too. So maybe that's just what it is. You know, maybe it just comes down to winning more aim duels and getting to play their game a little bit better.
Yeah, you know, and I'm sure EPA would love to go back to Skybridge or Fort, but that's not the case. We're going to be heading into Bay 5. We're going to give the players a few moments maybe to talk over some strategies to stretch their legs as well, as they have been at it for quite some time. So with that being said, we are going to head toward a short break. But again, you don't want to go too far. When we come back, we've got all of the Tarkov Arena action. And we're back. The Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament. It's been double elimination, but it's do or die for these two teams. It comes all the way down to a game number 5 here with Blue. But regardless of who wins that game, there's going to be a winner in chat, guys. We got a giveaway going for a standard EFT arena key. Huge shout out to Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. All you got to do is put !Pinnacle in the chat for your chance to win that free key.
Yeah, make sure you do it, friends. We love free stuff here. Take you to Crack Wisdom's live price line. And as we go into these highlights, we see a lot of back and forth, but man, just Sicario here, hot. The kills, as you mentioned, we got to see Keo's perspective of that one. That was nasty, but they just answered on every front. I mean, Sicario playing super well, and the opening picks disgusting from... Oh, so Lukey did get that guy. That's why I got confused there. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm glad
no
we had
flag
that
on the
highlight.
play.
I'm glad we had that highlight.
You know, and we see shots ringing out back and forth, and the EPA did pick up some rounds, but I just don't know what the answer is for Lex with these cheeky plays. And Sicario just took so much space. You know, if I had to pick one word to define what they're doing to win, it's space. They just have so much control at all times. I mean, they both sides, it feels like it's their map to take.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick one word at least for Bull, it would be Lukey. Man went insane here on Bull. 14-3 at like 6 rounds in. You see there's another one here in this round. Almost pulled off this insane 2v1 clutch that shouldn't have been close. Luckily, Walker was able to solidify that second round, but that would be the last round that EPA went on to get.
Ew.
Because it was all Sicario, and they are looking sick.
Man, that Lukey, like right there, the amount they push off of B site there, Hot, push up into the defensive line, and he walks against the box and kills 2 of them. I mean, knows that the guys in the corner, just slams it with like 3 or 4 spear bullets. I don't know how you answer it. I mean, we said earlier on EPA was winning those duels, and it seems like that has all but vanished into thin air. I think that's, you know, if I had some secret sauce, it's just you got to win your fights, Hot. There's no way around it. You got to win your fights.
You got to hit your shots over here, guys.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Why are you whiffing, huh? Aim Lab is a free.
Aim Lab is a free. Well, yeah, you know, I mean, EPA, they have a chance to really showcase what they got. They have a chance to say, hey, we can deal with a couple tough losses and still come out swinging on Bay 5. But the thing that worries me about Bay 5 is we saw a 9-1 slam fest just a little while ago, followed up by a 9-2. You feel like the momentum certainly is in Sicario's favor at this point. And I mean, you take a look at the chat predictions, you have to feel like, you know, it was EPA in the beginning, and now maybe they're looking to take a gamble. So chat's thinking EPA is going to pull this out all the way in 5.
Yeah, I mean, it is heavy EPA. You're right. A little interesting that the points are going so heavily for EPA, considering, like you said, 9-1. I mean, EPA won 9-4, 9-5 on their 2 games, and then we're looking at 9-1, 9-2 from Sicario to answer. So, I don't know what the secret is here, Hot. I don't know what the solution is for EPA.
Yeah, you got to find a way to slow Lukey and some of these guys down. I think utility could be a big decider for that. I mean, you had to look at how they play on Bay 5. So, you know, hopefully you can, you know, make the adjustments that you need to make since, you know, from that previous game or whatever. But again, it's just scary. They lose 9-1. How do you make the adjustments to make it something that is much more, you know, much closer, so to speak?
Oh, we're in the game. Uh-oh, not this again. Goes, picks up the opening frag, but not again.
Hey, it worked last time. They're like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, baby. They're working for the commer. We're going to leave the device in there just in case it was that special secret we needed. And Furlex and crew already popping off. They might just not need the device.
Look at the, oh, he sees Nemo. He would have read by him. Shots ringing out back and forth. Fox does manage to take out Lukey, but he's got to be wondering why the bomb hasn't been planted yet. Surely he's a little confused. I mean, bomb's going to get to go to B for free now. Almost certainly going to be going to B. Get that plant. He's got a teammate. I believe it's Furlex already rotating with him. So just a real rough feeling right here.
Yeah, especially if your name's Fox, stuck in a 3v1 against some juggernauts here and hoping to take round one. This was the first round and the only round that you got in the previous meeting, but Fox is going to find Keel. All of a sudden, gets the second one onto Furlex as well. Looks to bait this out. Now going for the right-hand peek, and all of a sudden, Fox a chance to turn it around.
Fox! He's got 5 shots, though, here. He does manage to get the reload. No, don't try and run off site. Oh, Fox! With the disgusting clutch, picks up 3, kills Lukey earlier in the round, and EPA opening up with a massive first round. What a clutch.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge for them. I mean, honestly, you take a look at, I mean, it was a 3v1. How does Sicario not close that out? That could be the boost that EPA needs. Speaking of winners, though, Rapid. You're supposed to be playing in the tournament a little bit later. Rapid EFT won the standard EFT key as well. Make sure you make that ticket in Discord. Reach out, and we will get that to you as soon as possible.
If there's a way to open up this map, feeling good, creating good vibes for your team, Hunt, it's that. I mean, they have to be so... I'm amped for them. Come on. They gotta follow up with that. They gotta take the momentum. If they can pick up this next round, which again is not going to be easy, but Kaner versus Zaki. Kaner just holding his ground here, Hunt. He wants to take the fight, but it's a little risky against this Beef Boy. Does manage to damage Zaki a drop, but nothing significant.
Yoshima's going to find that pick on the Kaner. I think Kaner looked to peek for Zaki. Nemo finds Fox before taking out Furlex, and a little bit of trouble, but Pablo's lurking at mid, finds 2.
And I'm surprised that that defensive player who was in the A main, like in that silver hallway on the attacking side, didn't like pincer. It looked like it could have been a clean sweep right there. Now Akio's going to have the opportunity to rotate. Going to be going towards that heaven position, rotating to forklift onto through B main doors onto site, and it can be a little challenging for EPA to answer now. If oh no, actually there's a member already outside of B, but Lukey is there to hold him down. The great read from Lukey, and there's still a player all the way on A. That's a little. I think that's Waka. Waka's walking his way down mid right now. I'm not sure if Pablos knows where Lukey is though, so this should have been closer, I think, Hawk, but I'm a little surprised that EPA just let them get onto B for free so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they had one lurking over here. It was just that pick, and now all of a sudden they pressure onto site, and here comes in the rotation. Lukey, they're not aware that he is lurking over here, so finds the pick on to Pablo Walker in a tough spot here as well, and only 20 seconds, taking about 5 to defuse, so doesn't have a ton of time to work with here. And does he stick it? Oh my, 0.4 away, but Lukey continues the onslaught, and with that, Sicario will be able to reel it back and make sure they don't find more than that one just yet.
Yeah, and that's a really tough loss. I believe it was Walker that was pushed up in their silver hallway. I mean, right there, Hot. I'm surprised when Pablo swung out from cut that he didn't pincer with them, because they would have been all but slammed, you know. They would have taken Sicario's tech and used it against him, but unfortunately, a little bit on different pages. A great read again from Lukey. Lukey. I mean, he's really putting the team on his back right now.
4 already. MVP in the previous one as well, and maybe looking to carry that over here again. Right now, Sicario is beginning to make their way toward the B site. They're going to have that 5-on-2 situation here and a real opportunity to open up the site.
Nemo's had a few silent games. We need Nemo. We need him to dial it in a little bit, channel what he had, whatever he had for breakfast, maybe go make a little snack in between rounds or something. Go have more of that Furlex, though, with the first kill of the round. Theo. Nice, Nemo. Does Nemo know that? I don't know if he knows there's one on top. Look at how cheeky Rose is. Feeling inspired. Oh, Nemo! With the fourth disgusting kill. Oh.
Exactly. We were pulling for him. Nemo, I mean, has reignited that flame and on a nice little tear, looking to compete with Lukey. We might just have a standoff between these two juggernauts, but Sicario, 30 seconds left to work with here. Walker still posted up a bit away, and honestly, Sicario has the time to get the plan here.
I think he wanted to bait out the positioning, though. And it's a great read from Walker. Walker playing a little bit slow. Zachy going to force the plant now. Two Beef Boys. Nemo picked up 4 on the round. This would be so devastating to lose. I was about to say, is he going to go for the jump shot? 30 seconds. Zachy's playing this pretty well. I mean, they're both playing it well, but Zachy's playing the dance.
Ooh.
Let's go! Oh, Walker taking out the legs. He says, I'm the one who's allowed to walk. Blasts off Zachy's legs. Gets it defused. That is a massive, massive round, Hot. I mean, Nemo... That was disgusting from Nemo. And I thought he was going to get the last one, but he didn't. But Walker clutched it out, so no flag on the play.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Zachy there as well. I don't know if he didn't get the reload off, but it seemed like he just didn't have any shells left in the mag. We saw him trying to dip around and buy up some time, but great decision making from EPA. They've already doubled the amount of rounds last time they played Bay 5, so off to a much better start, I would say.
Yeah, and in the lead, no less. I mean, we saw how these close rounds... Ooh, Zachy, that was a big opening nade. They know Kaner is going to be somewhere on alley. Pablo's trying to put what pressure he can. Great kill on the Furlex, though. Bomb's going to be getting down, but even scoreline so far. Zachy taking so much damage, and Nemo. Kaner's still in this alley position, though, still surviving. And Kaner plays his life fantastically. How does he win that?
EPA. Well, we talk about consistency and how tough it is to play solid for numerous games in a row, but EPA has found their stride once more. Fox, Lukey will find to pick a piece, but Lukey all alone in this situation. He has been that clutch factor, though, Blue.
Yeah, and they're out of time. They got to start forcing his hand. They're trying to play. They either got to run him down. Oh, and Nemo finally locking it back in. The wild fish himself has found his strength again. 7 kills in 4 rounds here, Hot, and that's the difference on the day. I mean, you know, the term we love to use any given Sunday. I mean, we're getting 2 sides of Nemo today. You know, we had some hot, now we have some hot. Now we're back to the hot sauce. This is what they need. Up 2 rounds. They lost this map 9-1, Hot. They lost it 9-1.
And then 9-2. I mean, they've got as many rounds as the last 2 maps combined. So a much better showing here so far. But again, they have to continue to play well. They can't get complacent. They can't count Sicario out here. And so they just have to keep doing what works. Furlex, a quick peek that finds Fox dead.
Oh, woo! Man. That's 2 massive kills there, Hot. That's a big blow to the defense right there. Zachy might have blown off a few of Furlex's toes. Keo takes out Walker. Walker getting a little cheeky. We do... Oh, a nice kill on the Kaner, too. We saw his head ringing. Walker did hit him in the head with that piranha, but not enough to seal the deal. And Nemo on an island. This is not a fish out of water. This is a fish on an island over here.
A land shark.
And, you know, more than likely, they're just discussing right now, folks, how to address this. And, you know, Fox was in a good position, but Furlex, I mean, when Furlex is given that room to kind of take his kills and pick his fights, it's just so scary to deal with him. And we saw he took out Pablos and Fox just so darn clean.
You know, I feel like we don't see enough teams doing this, but this is smart. I mean, they have plenty of time to talk over strategies now. A 5v1 retake is almost impossible, especially with the time to kill in a game like Tarkov Arena. So sit back, you know, talk over some strategies, maybe eat some Cheetos, plenty of time to wipe the dust off your fingers and get set for the next round.
Now, if you're a mid-gamer, are you eating Cheetos with the left hand or the right hand?
I don't know if I'm allowed to answer.
I plead the fifth. I cannot confirm nor deny my Cheeto habits. I do not have a Cheeto addiction. No, I do not.
I either just put my head straight in the bag or I use my toes. That way I don't gotta get my hands dirty.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Adding some cheese to the Cheetos. All right, I'll stop.
He said, let me contain myself because we got to get back to the action at hand. It has been nonstop. Blink and you might miss it. Nemo in good positioning. Jackie, does he check the corner? He does, but it's too late. Nemo, Lukey and Furlex for two, though, and they answer back.
And Furlex took so much space that Nemo was actually in a good spot there to get that second frag. I believe it was Lukey towards Forklift, but Furlex already pushed through the site behind him there, Hot. Great kill from Kaner to even out the matchup, but time is ticking. Kaner, again, with another big kill on the Furlex. Pablo's surviving. We see his head ringing. Folks, if you see the little icon, the little body icon, you can see all kinds of status effects. You see a little dazed icon. It means he got shot in the head. Goes so hurt here. Oh, man, and Walker. Just stick to defuse, boys. Don't take the fight. Oh, Kaner's feeling himself, though. And this is the difference on the day here. I mean, Kaner popping off in those rounds, playing the bob and weave game, Nemo coming in huge. I mean, this is the difference. You know, the last two games, everyone was kind of idle. Now, again, Nemo with 8 kills, 5-4, 3-3, and everyone on the EPA lineup actually popping off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they've solidified a minimum of a tied half here. Anything extra would get them that dub as far as the first half goes. And so already a much better showing. It looks like that break may have done them some justice here. They've got that mental reset and are performing much nicer here. So Sicario, they need to find a way to answer back on their own here.
There's still plenty of game here. Like you said, they can't become complacent, but I don't know why Furlex has had, nice job, Fox. I'm about to say Furlex has had freedom to run around like that. And Fox, just like me, had enough of it. You stop that, Furlex. Bad. Stop taking space and killing my friends. Oh no, Walker unfortunately tried to get out of there, but the smoke wasn't plumed enough to cover him there, Hot. He just kind of died a little bit for free there.
Gave him a free one. Said, maybe you guys need this. Here, go on, take that. Kaner in the prone position, gets caught off guard here by Zaki. The Piranha rounds just eat up the flesh. Pablos has to dip back here. The smoke begins to plume, and with that, he has a decision to make as the device goes down.
Yeah, trying to pre-fire some of these common angles. Shooting at Rat right now, but Luke, you're going to be playing between Silver and Rat. Not in the most convenient position for Pablos to make a play here. Zaki, really sneaky, though. Time is ticking here. They have 2 players on alley for EPA, but Dio. Pablos managed to answer one, but Luki immediately trades him out.
And Fox find a way to get 3. We saw him do it earlier in that crazy clutch in round number 1 that really, I think, ignited the flames of EPA, but not enough time, not enough bullets. Kiyoshima finds Fox, and Sicario begins to inch a little bit closer to tying it up for halftime.
Woo. And again, Lukey picking up some big kills there. I think the defense overall from EPA is going pretty well. So If they could close out one more round, I mean, even going into the second half, you're hot. Let's just assume they lose this round. You gotta be feeling way, way more confident than the last time. And the mental has to be feeling like a nice mental boon came from this half, because it really is awesome to see that they're not, you know, they're almost pulling a Sicario, and that the 2 games they were down, now they're playing well again. They just keep giving up a lot of space, though. That's my concern. They just give up so much space.
Sicario trying to take advantage of some of that space, and it's Lukey here early. Walker's been lurking at mid, but Goes and Furlex combine for 2 of their own. Goes finds Walker, Nemo on to Lukey, but it's Nemo all alone again in a 4v1.
Man, the bomb's not quite on site, but it should be all but planted here. Fertilex getting real cheeky, just holding that right-hand peak. Not ready for it. Doesn't check his Connor, and Fertilex takes him out. And even the scoreline up 4-4. Lots of back and forth, but folks, if you're just tuning in, Sicario and EPA already fought on this map earlier, and Sicario won 9-1. So EPA doing a much, much better job of controlling the defense. They won some big clutches this time where they lost every close round in the last game. A lot better signs of life here, Hot, but can they actually close it out with the attacking side?
That is the big question. Or do we see an overtime as well? I mean, we've gone all the way to the best of 5. What better way to end the series than head into an overtime to close it out? But we know that both of these teams are going to want to close it out as quickly as possible here.
EPA taking their time. Yo, let me hold that. Let me hold that grenade.
You can go ahead and keep that.
You there, give me your grenade, good sir. Ooh, Kaner taking a lot of space. Pablo's picking up the first kill. Furlex does manage to unfortunately trade him out. And Furlex takes out another one, goes ready for Walker to push up, and just like that, from 5v4 to 4v or to 2v4. And that was so swift by the defense here. Now, Bomb is down in a pretty horrible position, and yeah, Furlex, just feeling himself. Goes and Furlex picking up the 2 kills for Goes, 3 for Furlex on the round, and just a super clean opening defense round.
Yeah, it was a total disaster there for that squad. Nemo continues to do well, but unfortunately, yeah, you like that one? You know, hey, I'm a dad. I've got a lot of kids, so I've got dad jokes for days, okay? Don't worry about it. I'm out here to pull a muscle.
I can only talk for 15 seconds before my back hurts. Slow and steady here. Maybe they're going to try and go with the cheeky. You know, Furlex is just always in a good position. I mean, he is reading this so damn well.
Oh,
The flick!
Furlex able to find at least one. Nemo does get the trade, though, at the bare minimum. Pablo's taking a lot of damage, but it's EPA looking to match some of that aggression on the attacking side. They're trying to find player rush toward B. Unfortunately, Lukey finds Kaner and goes put some damage into Pablo's.
And here comes the pincer attack, Hot. Again, Sicario, once they know where EPA is, they pull out the boa constrictor tech and just slowly start suffocating the life out. But a lot of aggression coming out from Ghost. Getting putting shots down. Does recognize where one is. Lukey again at that forklift. Lukey goes. Keo. It's a Sicario show right now. I mean, you just can't stop these guys. They're feeling themselves. What is that, 3 rounds, 4 rounds in a row for Sicario? Ghost, put your clothes back on.
EPA,
We're
Nemo,
live.
they're on Squid Row at this point, and they need to snap her out of it.
All right, flag on the play. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down for the non-dabs.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Nemo, you just can't trout yourself, you know?
I hate it here.
Sicario up by 2, and now looking to close it out. They're certainly doing a little bit better on the defensive side. They've been able to take a couple rounds in a row, and We talked, I mean, I said it at the beginning of the day. Who is that player to look out for? For me, it was Lukey. Struggled in the first couple, have picked it up now in the last 3. Kaner finds 1, 2 actually, but 1 was a teammate.
Oof, yeah, that's rough. And then Keo takes him out, and that's so rough. They were up a man for just a second, but look at this double peek, though. Sicario doing Sicario things. Nemo playing his life super well. Keo gets read like a book. Lukey, unfortunately, Lukey. Oh, no, and they can see him right through the smoke. They probably see, like, the shadow or his big bulging body popping out. Who knows? But all I know is 1v3 for Pablo is not looking good to me.
You're cracking me up.
Well, let's crack straight into it.
I mean, a 3v1, Pablo's, again, a very tough position to be in here. And so we'll look to move slow and methodical here. Has 40 seconds to work with, but it's not a ton of time.
No, and Sicario's not giving him an inch. I mean, they clearly know he's here. Look at the pincer. Again, this is where Sicario, the headhunting tech of the pincer. I mean, there's 3 players just ready to attack. You have Goes watching that B flank, and then the other 2. Lukey not having any of it. Picks up 3 kills or 4 kills in this round. So many pivotal kills, too. I mean, I think all of his kills that round, only 2 kills, actually, but massive kills. The one onto Ali to stop Nima from going crazy, and then just shutting down Pablo. And we're 1 round from match point. 1 round. Slow and steady is not quite working. I want to see a little bit more aggression coming out of EPA here, Hot. I think the slow-tempered attack is not...
Oh, Salmon calling the doctor. Lukey said I wouldn't be cod dead in this situation. Furlex finding the 2K as well, and he's on fire yet again. Pablo's able to answer back and snuff the flame that is Furlex.
The amount of space Furlex himself has taken this game on both the attacking and the defending side is just outrageous. I mean, he just gets to run around and do Furlex things. 14 kills so far. And he just, the amount of space Furlex has taken by himself, again, it's outrageous almost. It should almost be illegal what he's done. 2v4 situation, EPA, it seems like this is kind of like their go-to. You know, they lose a few members and they just kind of pump the brakes. And I think Sicario are just taking way too much space for free in exchange. Look at the map right now, Hot. There's nowhere for them to go.
I think that's why they're playing slow. They're just hoping to see if they could get a little intel, maybe find a pick or 2, look to even the odds a bit before they look for that plant. But Sicario does a great job of being patient. They know they have the numbers, and they have that ability to kind of just, you know, allow them to play their own game, so to speak. Oh! Lukey, 1 bullet left in the mag and still finds a kill before going down. Goes will get Nimanos, and man, are they looking just so sophisticated. Is that a stretch?
Well, if you've ever questioned if Hot Sauce is a dad, we have all the proof you'll ever need.
Oh, you're krilling me.
Oh, man. All these comments are making me want to flounder around.
Hey, don't be coy about it.
Don't be caught about it.
There you go.
All right. Keo with the nades.
Oh.
Kind of close, but, you know, I think the biggest challenge right now, we're on match point here, Hot, and just every round I see Sicario taking space. So I don't think that's ever been answered, and I think that's just... It's one of the linchpins of why they're just so damn successful. Nemo can't win the fight.
He goes down. He's shouting, that's a load of carp right now. Pablo finds Kiyoshima, though, and Kaner on the Furlex. Back to a 3v3. EPA trying to keep the dream alive.
Oh, and Lukey on that alley position takes out 1. this cat and mouse game with Kaner.
Yeah.
Goes, yeah.
Looking to rotate around, kind of keep him guessing here. The audio cue comes in. Maybe looking to see if he can apply a little kelp here. So dangerous. I mean, this could be the final round here for EPA. Kaner, they've got control of the B site, though. They have an opportunity to come over here and find the plan. It'll be up to Sicario for a 3v2 retake. Zaki trying to heal up a little bit. Doesn't want to die on the sprint over there.
Yeah. Oh, man. He's still going to be pretty hurt, but this has wasted so much time. I mean, we see how there's still a Sicario member in that spawn area just looking for that long peak, but Zaki just so far goes, gets slammed. Unfortunately, Lukey answers, and Pablo now in the 1v2. The only thing he's got going for him here is that Zaki is so weak that it's only going to take a shot or two to take him out, but the defuse didn't play the noise. He's going to lose. Oh, and he didn't hear the defuse. And Sicario answer Hunt 9-4 with the reverse sweep to guarantee themselves a minimum of second place and go into the grand finals of the Pinnacle tournament.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to EPA. I mean, they came out swinging. Certainly, we're doing a great job in those opening games, but they fall a bit short. They'll take that early leave home, but they're not going home empty-handed. They secured at least 1,500 euros, but these next two teams, Sicario will get another shot at redemption against Pandaric Apex. Of course, second place getting 2,500, first place, all the bragging rights, and 5,000 euros in the pocket.
Again, Hot, Lukey, 4 MVPs, 20 kills. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Lukey was the player who was absent yesterday. I believe Entus was playing, and Entus was playing well, but this Lukey factor is just a whole different level when he's locked in, man. He's just terrifying.
When it came to kills, it's safe to say he was shellfish.
Chat, get me out of here.
Poor Connor in the background. He's got to listen to it all day long, but hopefully you guys are having even just a skosh as much fun we're having up here, because it has been a phenomenal day so far. GG's well played to all the teams in the tournament, but unfortunately for EPA, they will be heading home after that when Sicario gets to advance into this final grand finals for all the marbles, where they'll be taking on Pandaric Apex, who has recently toppled them in the ACS, even more recently toppled them in the upper finals here of the Hunt Premier Pinnacle. But it'll be up to Sicario to see if they can seek revenge. The problem is they've already played 5 grueling games. How much does that then go on to affect you in these games to come?
You know, Hot, normally I would be very, very concerned for fatigue, but when your team was down 2-0 and then you come back with the reverse sweep, it has to be such a mental boon over there. I mean, you got to be feeling so... I know I would be in the locker room running around naked screaming, you know, like bad stuff would be happening in the locker room. But all jokes aside, it's like you got to be... you know, again, normally I would be worried about burnout, but when you're playing so well, it's almost like they just woke up to me. You know, like Lukey, 20 kills back-to-back games, so many clutch kills, and again, across the board, Zaki, Goes, Furlex, they all popped off. And it's like, now on the flip side, you know, you worry about fatigue, Hawk, but what I'm looking at is they're on fire right now, and the Pandas are going to have to go up against a team that's clearly super warm and playing super well. I mean, it's really... I think there's a lot of momentum in the Sicario side right now. They got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, in the first 2 games, even on Skybridge, I think it was 6 rounds we saw, 5 or 6 rounds before Lukey got that first kill. And so I think that was, again, one of those big deciding factors for those first 2 games in this series. Lukey, who had the day off prior, maybe just still, you know, kind of getting warmed up. But once this team warmed up as a whole, they didn't look back. We look at a 9-1 on Bay 5, a 9-2 on Bowl. And the second Bay 5 started out a little closer. I mean, it was 4-4 at halftime. But after the second half, EPA didn't grab a single round. It ended up 9-4, Sicario on top. So, I mean, they've got a tough job ahead of them. They know how tough this Pandaric Apex team is. They were able to topple them in some of the HPLs, but they've struggled more recently. It has been Pandaric Apex that's been able to get the better of them. So, you know, to me, it's going to be how do they address this situation? Obviously, we have to wait to see exactly what maps we're going to be playing on, as those will come in shortly. But, you know, I think all big deciding factors here.
Yeah, and you know, Pandaric Apex, they saw what Sicario has to bring. They probably were watching the matches, so they know a lot to what expect. But, you know, hold on, again, if I'm Sicario, I'm feeling really good right now. I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling really calm, cool, collected. I mean, they're firing on all cylinders, and that's where fatigue may play in. Maybe as we get later into the rounds, but I think at least the first map or two, they got to be feeling super clean. You know, Lukey's back today. They're playing well. The reverse sweep. There's so much momentum. I mean, I know it's a different team, a whole different series, but there's so much momentum behind that. You know, you got like you just feel so good with that reverse sweep, and they were playing so well. You know, back-to-back games. I think like once they started taking the lead in that game, I think they won 2 or 3 rounds on the first half, and then they won the last like 5 rounds in a row. So when they get rolling, Sicario takes 6, 7 rounds back to back to back. So if they could kind of keep that heat, keep that momentum, even a little bit of it going into the next series, I think they should be feeling good. But like you said, Pandaric Apex had their number the last time they met. So
yeah. I mean, Cacao is a menace on that Enforcer class. That ace, one of the best to do it with the TRG. Bikizi's got the cookbook. Often finding those nade kills. Oh, El Rapito is a menace. He's already won an EFT key arena giveaway. He's already winning before he's playing in the tournament. So, you know, he's feeling hot as well. But I think, you know, depending on the coin toss and the maps that where we go or what gets repeated, Pandaric Apex was a team that initially, when they were Oil Rig, loved Bay 5. We see them often banning away Bay 5. They tend to stay away from Bay 5 now. And so we just saw how well Sicario played on Bay 5. That might be something that they want to play into. Try to get Bay 5 twice again. It could benefit them. Pandaric Apex, Fort, Skybridge, even, I mean, they were absolutely devastating on Bowl time and time again. They have a really good setup. So all things I look forward, but man, do we have a lot of great highlights here from this last one. So we are going to take a quick look at it here, opening up. And it was a close round that Sicario should have clutched. It was a 3v1, and this was a nasty clutch from Fox.
yeah, that was disgusting. And for them to open up the game like that, I mean, they had to be feeling so gosh darn good. This was so close by Walker. What did you say, 0.4 seconds, I think? That was... Pros don't fake, baby. But Furlex... You know, Furlex just took so much space the entire game, got so many kills. You know, it wasn't the top fragger on the team, but the amount of space and control that one player was taking. You know, this round, Nemo went absolutely ballistic, and this is where we saw these, you know, sparks of life where EPA looked like they really could win the game. But once Sicario gets rolling here, Hod, it's lights out.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, that once they found their stride again and again and again, they just continue to cook. And, you know, it was a much closer Bay 5 here this second time around. As we mentioned, you see at halftime here, it ends up being 4-4, where, I mean, so EPA was up 4-2 at one point. So Sicario goes on to get 2 before the half, and then they go on to get 4 more. I mean, you nailed it on the head. They just, once they find those rounds in succession, they don't look back.
Yeah, I mean, you think about you're down 2-4, and then you win 7 rounds in a row. It's why Sicario has really been one of the staples of EU arena scene, the EU arena scene. They just are so consistent, and the amount of pressure, Hot, that you got to feel coming in, you're down 2 maps, and you're getting your butt whooped, and they just came back and did Sicario things, and now they're in the finals. The grand finals.
The grand finals.
Look at me. I am the captain now.
Look at that stone cold. I'm almost scared. I like want to look away. This guy can strike some fear into your heart, I tell you. The Blue Lander. I mean, Crack said it best. The Blue Lander.
The Blue Lander. Now, speaking of Blue Lander, Mr. Hot. Now that's messed up. Speaking of Blue Lander, we are going to be heading over to a little bit of a break, friends. This is going to be a little bit of an extended break. We got to set up a lot of things in the background, get the team set up. Don't go too far away. We will be back in not too long. Get some snacks, maybe go make some food, come back from a break. And Mr. Hot, any parting words before we head on over to our break?
I don't know, man. How do you calm down from all that excitement? I mean, I guess this 30-minute break might do it, but I'm going to be walking around the room here in anticipation of this next matchup, guys. It is a little bit of an extended break, but I can assure you, you don't want to miss it out. So keep the stream up, keep checking back. As we mentioned, it should be about a 30-minute break here for everybody, but we will see you on the other side.
Man.
Мы на месте. Работаем.
it back here after the long extended break. Back with a Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament, of course, brought to you by Hunt Premier in partnership with BSG. We've got the legendary Cookie Monster in the booth with us here today. Blue, we've got one more best of 5 for the group here. How are we feeling about this last matchup?
Feeling pretty good. A little upset that as soon as we start, my camera decides to break, but I'm feeling good for the matchup itself, you know. This should be a banger. Panderic Apex versus Sicario. The timing flawless by Connor there. I mean, these are two of the most dominant teams we've seen since, you know, the inception of Arena. So I don't think any team's walking out unscathed here, Hot. Panderic Apex going to be having Codex, Cacao, Rapid, that ace at Bakizi, all demons in their own right against Sicario, Keo, Lukey, Zaki, Furlex, and Mr. Goes himself. And you know, I don't know who I'd pick as a favorite going into this one, Hot. You know, there's been so much back and forth between these teams, and Sicario got to be feeling good after that reverse sweep. So no one's gonna get out of here unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, at any point, either one of these two teams can win championships or beat each other. We've now seen that in the past. However, Panderic Apex in the last 2 meetings has come out on the upper hand. You feel like they might be slightly favored. They were able to punch that ticket into the grand finals. They haven't had to play 5 rounds already. And so, you know, Sicario may still be hot and warmed up. They might be a little tired or worn down. It's really too hard to tell at this point, but
right.
I think, you know, as we see these map selections come in here is, wow, Panderic did a really good job of avoiding Bay 5 twice. And so, you know, we see Fort is going to be that decider map if we happen to get there. We start out on Fort from Panderic. Panderic is really good on Fort, Bull, and Skybridge, honestly. We haven't seen them play as much Bay 5 recently. They've been staying away from it. We saw how well Sicario did on it here 2 times in a row. So I think that this map pool does favor Panderic Apex just slightly.
Yeah, the map picks are looking pretty good for the Pandas, and it's like you said, it's a good thing they stay away from, you know, I think Ford as a decider is a great map too, because there's so many different ways it can play out, where on Bay 5, you know, it's funny, Panderic Apex used to be one of our most dominant Bay 5 teams, and they've kind of, as you said, they've really stayed away in recent history. Haven't had the best performances, kind of struggled to find their footing, and, you know, it's a weird dichotomy that they used to be one of the best, and now they, you know, they kind of struggle on that map. But focusing on the maps that we see, Fort being the first pick, both of these teams played pretty well, but Fort, you know, we saw how Sicario took the L today, so maybe Pandas are going to be feeling pretty good going into that first game on Fort.
Yeah, and again, they play really well on Bull, so I feel like Bay 5 will be that map that Sicario is able to pick up, but I feel like they've got to find a way to steal either Fort or Bull away from the Pandas, or it could be a short 3-1 day for them. Pandas have just been looking really good. That ace has been phenomenal on the snipe, and I think maybe that's why they stay away from Bay 5 a little more. The snipe not always as a valuable asset, even though it's hard to say that, because in the hands of that ace, they just tend to make it work anywhere. So it's going to be a tough nail biter. I wouldn't be surprised if we do go to 4 or 5 and maybe see an overtime here throughout the series.
Yeah, it's hard to pick a winner. Anonymous coming in with the gifties. Thank you, Anonymous, whoever you are. We appreciate you. Sheesh.
Is this where I step in and take credit for someone else? Oh, yeah, you guys will. It's fine. No, just playing.
I did that. That was me. It was me. Oh, man. You know, I think Sicario, they got to be feeling good. You know, if we're talking about momentum and warming up, Pandas, they probably were playing in the background. Obviously, I can't say for sure, but, you know, Sicario getting a much-needed 30-minute break after winning 3 games in a row. I do think the map selection slightly favors Panderic Apex, but I think the momentum, you know, Sicario might be able to take some of that good juju into this next matchup, because it really does feel so darn good to go from 2-0 to reverse sweeping that 3-2, pushing yourself into the finals. That being said, though, you know, a lot of the time you were talking about fatigue, and I'm wondering how that's going to play out here. If Sicario is going to come in, you know, all cylinders firing, or if slowly and steadily, they're just kind of going to run out of steam.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us are gamers. We enjoy gaming all day. So you know that some of that dexterity is there, but I think to be able to play at that high competitive level consistently well can be that tough thing. And when you have to go up against a team like Pandaric Apex, it does become just a little bit more difficult. So we'll have to see how these two teams navigate that. Before we crack into the game, though, we got to announce that big winner in chat, Pali Pula. You have won an EFT Arena standard key. Make sure you join that Discord, create that support ticket. Obviously, everybody's working here behind the scenes today as well, but we will get that response and that key over to you as quick as possible. It does take a little time here and there, so just to give you a little bit of foreshadowing there, don't expect it to show up in your pocket immediately.
Ooh, a little bit of time between the prize. That's okay. A little waiting never hurt nobody. Now, speaking of waiting, as we wait to get into our first game here, folks, these teams have gone back and forth over and over across a lot of maps. And in recent history, the most recent tournament before this, the Arena Cup Series 3, I believe it was Pandaric Apex taking over or taking some games off of Sicario. So gotta be feeling pretty good. You know, you gotta be feeling pretty good, especially after in that last Hunt Premier League, you know, the last league before the Arena Cup Series, Sicario managed to take first, but I think Pandaric Apex, you know, some things went on in the background that, you know, we're not going to discuss, but Pandaric Apex, I think they're looking to take some ground here and really show why they're one of the most dominant teams. So for me, I think Pandaric Apex, especially with this new lineup, you know, as they're getting better and better, you have Cacao, Ace, Rapid, Codex, all firing on all cylinders. It's really hard to stop them. But the same thing could be said about Sicario, as we saw, you know, Lukey himself dropping 20 kills back-to-back games after struggling to get his first kill for 6 or 7 rounds in the first 2 games. So Sicario's got that momentum, Hawk, but I don't know who's got the I'm favorite here. You know, going into this, I don't have any favorites.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't necessarily have any favorites. I do feel like Pandaric Apex might be slightly in the better positioning, if you will. But, you know, we flash back to the ACS. I believe Pandaric won 2-0 in that lower bracket. I could be slightly wrong on that, but you flash forward to the upper bracket finals here before we got into the grand finals, and it was Pandaric Apex that won in 2-1 fashion to send Sicario down into that lower bracket. So they've, you know, they battled the war of attrition here. They come out on the other side. They get a shot at redemption and a chance at revenge against Pandaric Apex, this time in a best of 5 as well. So a little bit extra room for error. Some more mistakes can be made. You can still come back. I mean, we saw that in that previous series with Sicario and EPA. So you really can't count them out until it's over. But Pandaric, I think lately here in these last couple months have just looked top notch.
Yeah, both teams looking top notch, and I think for it, you know, I'm trying to think when I think of these two teams, I'm for it. You know, you had mentioned Pandaric Apex being you know, slightly favored in this in this matchup. I'm just staring you guys down. Don't mess around. Everyone behave in chat. That's it. Putting our foots down. You know, I think as Sicario, they've been around for, you know, they've been around as the same team where this Pandaric Apex lineup, you know, each time we see them, they're getting better and better and better. So I think starting out on Ford, as you said, they do come in a little bit favored. And they, on this map, I feel like they play like that VP style attack on, where they are just violently pushing. And so it's going to be interesting to see, how do you think that will intersect with Sicario's aggression? Because both these teams are, you know, hyper aggressive. We saw Furlex taking so much space. You think that it's going to be a battle of the wits, or you think it's going to be a brutal battle?
Yeah, I think it's going to be brutal. I think we might see, I know, you know, Cacao running the Enforcer class a lot of times on this map as well. And so we might see a battle of the Enforcers, but these players are ready for the action. They don't want to waste any time. We're right into it on Ford, and Goes is the first to go down.
Codex picking up Furlex. Keo, though, answers right away. Bakizi, oof, that was almost looking a little scary, but takes out Zaki. Codex, or Rapid, takes out Keo, and just like that, 4-1. You know, we had talked about before the game, this Pandaric Apex looking really good on fort, and man, we see it. Rappy, though, rocking the Weaver kit. Is that the AKS? Ooh, bringing back the classic Weaver kit from when we used to have designated presets. That little AKS with the little waffle suppressors looking pretty darn strong with BS ammo here, Hot. I mean, that thing, he was cooking.
I mean, Rapid, I feel like, can make anything look strong. The guy is a monster. He's already picked up a dub in chat when he won an EFT standard arena key a little bit ago. And, well, he's looking for a big dub now. He's looking to help his team win 5,000 euros and some bragging rights.
They are definitely some big bragging rights indeed. I like this, though. They're taking space, and this was one of the main challenges we saw with EPA against Sicario. Sicario were the ones taking space. Now we see Pandaric Apex taking space. You know, they already have control of cannons. They've got plenty of space on that right side of B. No one's actually on the site yet, but slow and steady. Bakiti picking up that first kill on the Furlex. I believe it's somewhere around Mark Room in the middle. Rapid with the rare TK, though. Takes out one, takes out Theo, though. Says, don't worry, guys. I'll balance it out. Go's going to be on site. Knows that Rapid's there. Shots going back and forth, but Goes catches Rapid in mid-sprint. Unfortunately, not going to be that much of a difference in Pandaric Apex coming out 2-0. And pretty convincing here, Hot.
Yeah, I mean,
Two kills on Sicario. Sorry to cut you off.
No. I mean, it's a shocking thing. I mean, shout it from the rooftop. I'm not going to blame you, but Sicario might. They don't want to hear it, but this doesn't surprise me. Pandaric has been on a dominating tear. They continue it here. You know, they recently sent me a pretty awesome shirt, and I might just have to showcase it once more if they get a fat dub here today.
Wait, who sent you a shirt?
Pandaric. I broke it out yesterday when they won briefly. I had just got it in the mail, so I tossed it on real quick. But I've got it locked and ready to pull out the Superman. You know, if they can pull up another win here. Sicario, again, they've been a dominating presence in the EU scene. Pandaric, a lot more of these teams, EPA, though, have been making big moves off screen, putting in the hard work. And so we see a lot more teams beginning to compete and topple Sicario.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. And this Pandaric Apex, you know, with the recent acquisition of Mr. Rapido, we could see how, you know, all 5 players on Pandaric Apex, I mean, on both teams, they're both scary. But Pandaric Apex, they really, you know, they really are sometimes the apex of Tarkov Arena with how crafty they play, how quickly they frag. I mean, ace on that sniper. There's just so much talent, like Hot said. It's hard to pick a favorite. Keo sees a few toes, doesn't manage to blow any off. Actually, he maybe got one toe with that, but Rapid's still moving. Oh, but he whiffs! Keo whiffs, and the bomb's alive! The bomb is in a horrible position. Cal barely alive here, Hot. Rapid picks up 2, though, and Keo manages to finally take out Ace. Lukey takes out Rapid. Codex managed to trade out the kill on Keo, but Rapid going crazy. Actually, that's Codex with the Weaver kit. Going crazy. Bomb's getting picked up. I'm not sure if they know where Lukey is yet, and Bomb's going to be rotating towards A here, Hot. They got a nice setup, but Lukey might be able to kill the planner for free. Ooh.
And the fact that Pandaric is so far away from each other here is a bit rough. And so the device does get planted, though. No, he stopped. He pulled off too early.
No. Oh, man. It was like the timing is perfect. And then it was like, no. That, you know, it was such a rough position because the bomb planner was going to die basically instantly there, Hot. But it could have been a lot closer than that.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the plant down. He dies. He's still got a teammate there to work with, and still, I mean, honestly, it's a win or a round that favors Pandaric once that plant goes down. But Cacao had some issues getting going in the previous series that they had played as well. It was a little bit rough on that first map where they ended up giving it up toward overtime. It wasn't until Cacao really locked it in a bit later that they took off. So maybe something similar here is Rapid Lukey for 2 and Zaki finds 1.
And just like that, Pandaric took the first 2 rounds pretty convincingly. Last round was a little bit of an oopsie. Lukey takes out Ace. Cacao does to trade him out, but the damage is done. 1 player left, and we know what a demon Cacao is, but He's already started to hurt. Leads are pushing in, and Zaki returns fire with the Piranha. One beefy man taking out another beefy man. And just like that, 2-2 on the scoreline.
Beeftastic.
Beefy.
It's what's for dinner.
Oh, man.
Rapid's got 7 already. Certainly putting in work. Codex with 5. That ace. Not too often we see him with a donut, but it is only 4 rounds and plenty of time to get that mojo back here as once again we're all tied up and we might just have a game of tug of war on our hands.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Rapid and Codex using that scout. AKS 74U with the BS just absolutely frying right now, but gonna need a little bit more support. Lukey with a big nade onto Rapid, though, taking out the top fragger at the moment. And Lukey just doing Lukey things. 5 kills on his own, bunch of kills in the last round. You know, Pandaric Apex, they had a little bit of momentum going on, but I think it's all but gone now. Sicario knocked whatever dust needs to be knocked off from the break, and they're right back into it.
Yeah, it kind of comes off the back of that round where they mess up a bit, and, you know, Sicario takes it away. Not able to get that plant down in time. Codex does find Zaki, the nade. Doesn't find a home yet, and Lukey is just laying in the grass here, waiting for that peak.
Oh
my!
Where, I don't know where Ace even killed him. Maybe from inside a kitchen. He does get traded. Yeah, he was on a side. Okay. Does get traded right away, but Pandaric Apex now in a great spot to plant the bomb. The smokes are plumed. You can't see over headshot. You can't see past quad box. And great use of the utility coming out from the Pandas. 40 seconds left. Even scoreline here, Hot, but it's going to be a pretty tough retake.
Ooh, that ace. Knows exactly where he is. Waits for him to peek. The shot looks good, but Furlek's still standing. The bullet doesn't kill him. He doesn't have a ton of health to work. Goes dangerously low, but they do have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, the fact that he still survives the shot and then kills one and is still alive, kind of scary. Keo, though, not ready for Ace. And Ace, oh, Ace with the magical click. Oh, no, and can't quite secure the kill on either. Cacao putting in work on Goes and Furlex, but not going to be enough. And, you know, Pandaric Apex were in such a good position to win this round, but for Sicario, again, stealing rounds. I mean, I don't know if I would say this is a stolen round, but that's 3 rounds in a row for Sicario, and that little bit of mistake, as you mentioned, on the 3rd round, maybe messing up the mental a little bit for the Pandas. They need to refocus, take a deep breath. Everything's fine. You know, the game's just started. Just relock it back in, and they should be A-okay.
Hey, I'll say it. They stole 2 rounds here so far for sure. I mean, all they had to do there was eat up a little bit more time. They were just seconds away from making that defuse not even possible. Sicario stealing 2 important rounds away. They find themselves up by 1, and Zaki, like the menace he is, continues to put bullets downfield. Codex on the peak, but is immediately eliminated by Lukey, and Lukey's not done. He's on a 2K and looking for more.
Cacao and Rapid managed to take out. Ooh, there's 3 players dropping in the Sicario lineup. They might be able to grab the bomb. Actually, yeah, they're going to be grabbing bomb. Might be rotating out towards towards B. Yep, going to be seeing them rotated through spawn. Goes has to be recognizing that they're not coming A anymore. Going to be rotating out. Furlex going to be in middle, it looks like. Not quite sure if he's going to be able to contest the bomb plant. But Bakizi in a great position. Oh, no! Bakizi with a rare whiff. Goes manages to walk away. Actually, Goes putting in more damage on him than the opposite. Rapid, though. Rapido. Takes out Furlex. 3v1. Bombs down. Hot. No stealing rounds this time. No stealing rounds.
I mean, you like to think so, but we saw Fox with a crazy 3v1, and now Goes looking to do something similar. Cacao will make sure to solidify an important round, and Pandaric will look to tie it up once more. 3-3, a couple rounds away from halftime.
Yeah, and you just feel, you see how important these close rounds are. They are what's going to decide this series. Sicario winning the rounds that they shouldn't win, but they also got to pick up some of these rounds where they start off ahead. You know, they picked up, I believe, 1 or 2 kills, and then 3 members all went deep sea diving not to return. You know, just fish bait sent deep into the ocean. Panderic taking a lot of space. You know, we see Sicario's techniques being used against them. They're taking so much space, taking over canyons, and just almost. What's really awesome about this position is you're basically in the counter tower spawn of this point counter towers. The defenders spawn. Lukey managed to take out one. Codex and Rapid answer with 2 kills of their own though, and Codex. Ooh, Lukey. There we go. Oh! Furlex destroys Ace with the sweet jump moves. Unfortunately, does die right away, but Sicario gonna be up 2-1 now here. And Hot Pandas, they gotta steal a round back now.
Oh, the Lukey factor. 11 on the board already. Zaki
No shot.
in great position here. I mean, Rapid's got 10 as well. These two dudes have been duking it out here. It is a slugfest. They don't disappoint, putting on a cinema at the moment, but Panderic, a little time to work with. Bikizi needing to find a pick here before looking to get this device down. Steps out, spots one, but Zaki waiting will find the pick, and Sicario has solidified a minimum of the tied half.
Woof. And such a back and forth game. It's such a, I can't believe 11 kills answered by 10 kills. So we have 2 of these dominant fraggers just popping off, like you said. And again, these close rounds, I know I'm repeating myself, but it really, this series is going to come down to these close rounds. Panderic Apex should be up. And instead, you know, Sicario 1 round in the lead. So that was one of my concerns going into this Hot was, you know, Sicario's already warmed up. So feeling themselves, feeling good, and frags are flying.
Yeah, Lukey opening up with a nice nade kill. Cacao will eventually find Lukey. Caught and reload though, and that's a dangerous spot to be. Zaki capitalizes on the mistake from Cacao.
Fairly quiet game so far from Ace. The round that was stolen from them, we saw him alive. Picked up 2 kills in that round. Other than that, has had a pretty silent half. As I say that, Furlex going for the flank, gets taken out. Is he going to be aware of Kiyoshima? I'm not sure Ace has recognized that there's another person on the flank. So Codex and Ace might get caught lacking from Kyo. And I like the fact here, Hot, that Kyo is kind of just holding. He's not really pushing in. He's just keeping that space. And again, we see the Sicario lineup. They are the boa constrictors, man. They really are suffocating the space and the life slowly but surely. I think that's one of the things I'm most impressed with right now, Hot, is the fact that they can take so much space consistently, but regardless of which side they're on.
Yeah, and again, they've got 2 on site here, so that gives Kiyoshima the luxury of just sitting there and waiting to see if that rotation comes in. And it is coming. Do they check the corner? The trigger discipline, and Kiyoshima, the 2K. Sicario will solidify a winning first half as we get set to swap sides.
And the brain and the experience coming out of Kyo just shining right there to know that rather than go for the greedy play, the attackers weren't taking any more space. They were sitting right outside of the kitchen area. They were sitting further back in that, you know, area with the showers, and it just, no reason to die there. And they didn't check their corners. You always check your corners. Especially when it's been so much time, Hot. You'd think like, okay,
Yeah.
you know, more than likely there's someone lurking somewhere around here. Let's be a little diligent with our clearing.
Not too often you find someone sitting right there near a spawn, though, and I think because of the lack of the time, they were trying to rotate quickly, but I mean, that is why you check all the corners, so you don't have to deal with situations like that. Panderic finding themselves down by a couple rounds, and the pressure from Zaki continues. It's the over-aggressiveness that's paying off for Sicario.
Oh man, Zaki taking a lot of space, manages to take out Bakizi, and 2 other members die at the same time. Now Cacao in the 1v4 situation, and you know, we see Rapid doing his best, but Ace having a pretty quiet game. Same thing with Cacao and Sicario. 35 seconds left. Post plant. They're not giving an inch here, Hot. They don't want to throw any rounds, and it looks like them not taking the fights, them respecting it. Ooh, and Kiyoshima with a clean kill to close it out, and now all of a sudden Sicario up 6-3.
And they double the lead. They continue the dominance. Lukey's got 3 MVPs already, 12 kills on the board, and doesn't look like slowing down anytime soon. Pandaric needs to start putting rounds on the board because Fort is about to slip from the grasp of their fingers.
Yeah, and Hawk, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is their map pick. This is a Panda map pick. So
Yeah, correct.
you got to be feeling really, really good if you're Sicario. Game's not over yet, but they are doing their damnedest to win this game right now. Rapid trying so desperately to take space for his team. Unfortunately, Zaki and Lukey put down Codex and Rapid. Cacao so hurt. Ace not able to secure anyone. Bombs going down. And what was that? 20 seconds of yapping and the bomb gets planted. Cacao manages actually to take out 2. Stealing those kills, but goes, knows, and he says nose, goes.
Goes.
And goes. And 7-3. And what's that, 3 rounds, 4 rounds in a row? I mean, Sicario, once they start winning these back-to-back-to-back rounds, Hot, they thrive on just winning one round. They get so much darn momentum. And Pandaric Apex on the other side, Ace really needs to do his Ace things. He's normally the one that we're looking at for those crazy clutch moments, for those crazy kills. And right now, the TRG is looking a little sleepy.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to find a way to throw a wrench in the mix and slow down some of this momentum. That Ace, who we talked about, has been a bit silent. We'll find a nice snipe here, and now a second one as well, but it doesn't connect. Eventually, we'll find the pick on to Zaki here, and so maybe that Ace beginning to awake the beast here. We'll see if they can run with it. Lukey on the other side will find Cacao. It opens up the site, but Bakizi will make it look easy. Lurking in the shadows, they find a big one, and Pandaric will look to trudge on back into it.
Little bit of breathing room. Still 3-round differential here, but a good round. I mean, I like the fact that Pandaric actually took the space in this one. They push forward. They open things up. And again, as you mentioned, Ace picking up not 1 but 2 big kills with that sniper. But they got to repeat the success. You know, is it a fluke? I don't want to say it was a fluke, but they just got to keep taking space and stop Sicario from just running over them right now.
Yeah, as we always say, easier said than done when we're sitting up here in the luxuries of our casting booths, but that's exactly what Pandaric needs to do here, and so we'll see if they can find a way to reel it on in just a bit. Goes and Sicario continuing to eat up a lot of this space and look to get into an advantageous position here. Furlex all the way through mid and pressuring even further, but Cacao still able to find that first pick on to Zaki.
Furlex trying to get cheeky, but he's going to be walking into the right hand of Ace, who's going to see him before Cacao sees him. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear that TRG ring off Sue when Furlex goes to take a little bit more space. But again, we see how Furlex is just so comfy taking over the enemy territory. Bakizi takes out one. Codex takes out another. Furlex did manage to take out one before he got dropped, but not going to be that much of a difference here. Sicario down to its last 2 members. Time is ticking, and Bomb is in a horrible position. Oh. Oh, no. He saw just the toe snack and didn't manage to take it off.
We'll eventually find Rapid, but again, in a 1v3, it's a tough spot to be in. The shots ring out. Cacao takes quite a bit of damage, but that'll give them the intel they need to know just exactly where Goes is pressuring onto the site here as well. You take a look at where the device down. It's in an awkward spot. Cacao will clutch it up once more, and all of a sudden, Pandaric beginning to inch back into it. They need 2 more to tie this one up, though.
And Cacao, again, we see these teammates starting to fire more and more pressure. You know, Ace maybe not doing as best as he could, but Rapid holding his own, and now Cacao joining him. Codex picking up a few kills as well. So we're seeing the Pandaric Apex lineup start to come to life here, and slow and steady, baby. 4 rounds, down to 2 rounds. Just keep it consistent. They got to watch for Furlex, though. I think Furlex just taking a little bit too much space there could go really bad really quickly for them.
Lukey has already found Bakizi. Kakao finds a return on towards Zaki, but talk about eating up space. They're onto the A site, and the device is going down. The 130 turns into 50 rather quickly.
That is crazy, Hot. That's actually crazy that there was only one person there that killed him. Codex wins that big 50-50 against Lukey, but Furlex takes out Rapid. One monster goes down from one team, another monster. Ace finds goes in the prone, but Keo kills the player that's in kitchen, turns around and catches Ace mid-bolt reload. Oh, man. The bolt action, Bolt getting Ace a little bit uncomfortable there, leading to his death. And that's one of the challenges with that TRG. We saw Kia was able to kill 2 different players in a 90-degree spread just so damn quickly. And there ain't no time here.
Yeah, Furlex finds that kill in between. Now they're at match point.
Huh?
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Living in my head over here. Rent free.
Yes, sir. And there's all kinds of sea animals in here.
Don't get me started.
Yeah,
Don't get me started.
I'm getting yelled at by multiple people. Okay, we're on land. We are on land. 5 men from Sicario blasting towards A, but Panderic matching the aggression a little bit. Nice job!
Yeah. The triple kill coming in, and Bakizi doing what? Making it look easy, baby. Finds the
Quadra kill.
Kilimanjaro.
That was actually sick from Bakizi. You know, once Kakao got killed there, he killed one, immediately got traded out, and Bakizi takes out the last 3 members swinging him. And I'm sure this, you know, we haven't seen many of this AKS 74U in these tournaments recently, but I think that might change after people see how darn good this gun is. It was always one of my favorites, you know, how it went back when there was still Weaver in the preset classes. I love that class. No one ever used it, and it just felt so consistent. You know, that BS ammo was so darn good.
I'm maybe a little bit of an naysayer, but maybe these guys can change my mind a little bit.
Hey, listen, got to make a believer out of you. That's all.
Man, talk about aggressive rounds. This one has slowed down drastically here as they look to change the ebb and flow of the Tarkov arena. That Ace has to be careful. Lukey lurking just on the other side. The peak about to come in, and this is going to get dangerous. Oh my, that Ace comes away with a big one. Timing plays in their favor. Codex picks up one, and Zaki does find one of their own. Make it 2 for Codex, and Zaki is dangerously low. The shot from that Ace initially connected, but it wasn't enough to kill him, and that Ace will get hunted down by these Piranha rounds. Zaki, not a lot of health to work with, though.
Well, that one piece of cheese is only going to go so far when you're missing half your body and the rest of it's red. Manages to heal his head, puts some heals on the thorax, but actually he's looking pretty good. Now, Zaki, we know what happens when you don't have legs, so just be careful. Just please be careful.
No running through the kitchen. You might slip and fall on a knife.
No running through the train yard. I like this. Yeah, I like this defense. They're all just playing off each other's contact. Rapid, as soon as the bomb gets picked up, comes out with the Piranha. And, you know, Rapid came out swinging. I think he got 10 kills in the first few rounds, and he's gone a little bit silent since then. So good to see him picking up another kill. Interesting choice by them to, when they switch to the defense, to put him on that kit rather than give him the Weaver gun again. You know, he was doing so well with it, so I'm always curious to these kind of decisions in the background, Haunt. You know, I don't pretend to know what's going on. It just tickles my fancy a little bit. That being said, though, we're on 8-7. Can Sicario close this out, or Panda is going to be pushing us to our first OT of the day?
Yeah, and I think, honestly, if they push it to overtime, it's going to favor Panderic. The longer these games draw out, the more games that Sicario has to play. It could get significantly tougher for them. They've already got 5 matches in the bag, and that Ace is cooking up something spicy with a snipe on to Zaki.
Yeah, we see Ace now with 9 kills. Slow. That was a little awkward, but Lukia thankfully gets answered right away. 4 players remember for Panderic, 3 on the old Sicario lineup. Bomb's gonna be rotating away from A towards that B side. Perlex with the disgusting flank push all the way up mid, all the way down short. And he reads that Codex is gonna be there, but loses the fight. Bomb is getting planted here, though, Hot. They actually are in a great spot to win this. Keo's gotta kill Codex, though. If Keo dies to Codex here, it's lights out. He's gotta watch the aggression. And he gets caught again. No! Don't die while you're running. Oh, no.
Don't die while you're running, guy, he said. Gozo finds Codex. That ace will return fire, and just like that, well, you guessed it, it's only game number 1 of a potential best of 5, but we are already heading to overtime.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Panderic Apex for pushing this one into OT. They were down 4 rounds, Mr. Hot. 4 rounds, and came back, and the whole team, if you see how important it is to have all members actually warmed up. Maybe they just need to knock the dust off a little bit, get warmed up, because if we look at the board, when the scoreboard comes back up, Hot, they have a minimum of 10 kills each. So everyone on Panderic Apex is, whew, they're lighting up Sicario. And not that Sicario's doing a bad job, but every single person on Panderic Apex heavily contributing to that success. Okay, maybe I misread that a little bit, but 5 kills, 7 kills, 10, 10, 14. I thought I saw 10 across the board. I'm getting old, though. My eyesight's going.
No,
but
actually, I did too, and it might have just been a bug on the screen. I'm not sure. But, 7 plus 5 is more than 10, so we'll roll with it.
yeah, that's right. 4 members, 10, carry the 6.
For the 6th degree power of Kevin Bacon. That ace finding Furlex, and now Cacao. It's Panderic Apex. They are on a tear. They have heated up, and now they appear to be on fire.
Yeah, the Pandas. Codex picks up the 3rd. Not 1 kill drop so far. Bomb's going to be here, but Keo's going to have to just go absolutely ballistic. Keo does manage to kill 1, kills 2. The bomb does get planted, but now, oh man, if Keo could have stopped the plant, maybe there was a miracle shot. But right now, the 1v3 with the bomb planted where it is, it's going to take a miracle here. Keo getting hyper-aggressive. Ace trying to get aggressive as well. He runs out of ammo, rapid plays the cross, and great post-plant defense overall. That was a good try from Keo. I mean, he managed to pick up 2, but really great job from Pandas to pick up the first 3 kills, get total control of B. And they're feeling good. They're looking good here, Hot.
Feeling good, feeling blessed, never stressed, and we are in our Sunday best, baby. Panderic finds themselves back on top by 111. Is that magic number here for the first overtime? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more overtimes, but Panderic honestly is looking like they've kind of found that next gear here and really looking to drive it on home. Furlex, though, quick to put Codex in the dirt.
That's a big kill. Is it going to be enough, though? 2 kills answered on both sides. Even scoreline now, and the Pandas still got Ace, Cacao, and Bakizi. Cacao leading the charge right now with 16 kills. Ace now with 11, and given a little bit of time to heat up, these Pandas are starting to cook. Ace sees his head. The question is, did Zaki see him?
And again, after all that aggression, we see things drastically slow down here. Bakizi's going to get caught off guard by Lukey, though. And that will give him the player advantage once more. We see that device beginning to rotate toward the B site, but for Sicario, they have 2 tucked here.
Ooh, and Keo, great job baiting off the fact that they knew Zaki was there, but Zaki does a great job of answering back, trades out Cacao, and closes it out 9-9 as we switch sides, and we got a game on our hands, folks. Yeah, see, I wasn't crazy. It shows 17, 14, 14, 14, 11. Something's going on. Who's messing around with us?
Yeah.
Why you do that?
Who's doing that to my pal Blue? I want names.
I swear I saw there were more than 10. I swear I did. I swears. Whew. Okay, as we switch sides, though, you know, Sicario came out pretty strong on attack initially, so can they bring the heat once again?
Yeah, well, it's certainly heating up here. 9-9. Panderic had the lead for a moment after trailing for quite some time. Sicario has been able to tie it up here in overtime. And, well, the nice thing about winning this next round is you guaranteed yourself at least another overtime with a chance to close it out here. So both of these teams fighting desperately to take this next important round.
Nice opening kill from Codex. Surely Hot Sauce is starting to believe. Furlex already in that B main position. I think he might have seen Rapid's barrel. He looks like he's looking towards that spiral. Rapid actually going to get taken out from the back shots from Furlex. Great job from Furlex. Again, this guy is such a demon at taking space. Codex in a decent position, but I think Keo can get onto site for free here if they get a little active. Cacao rotating through the spawn. Codex takes out Furlex. Got a little bit too active, but Keo easily gets off site. Even scoreline here, 3-3, but oh no, Bakizi takes out Keo. Goes ringing down shots down mid, but not going to be able to take anyone out. Looking really hurt here, Lukey. Oh, Lukey spotted, takes one, doesn't manage to win that, and Cacao and Bakizi win both their 50-50s, and now the Pandas are on match point, baby.
It all comes down to this. Sicario hanging on by a thread, looking to punch it into another overtime, but Panderic Apex trying to close out their map after struggling a little bit here in the opening half. They found the success that was needed, but you gotta be able to close out in these big moments, in these big games when it matters most. Panderic, they'll get one more shot to do so. I see. You're just walking over here.
Yeah, see, I'm Furlex. See, I'm gonna take over all the space I want. See, yeah. Oh man, and he reads Bakizi so darn well. I don't know. Oh man, and Furlex just doing Furlex thing by himself, running down the members of Panderic Apex. Sicario, they're all the way back chilling in the spiral right now. They're having a great time. Cacao actually takes him out, I think, from behind. All the way from A, and Rapid takes out, goes there hot. All of a sudden, we're even.
I mean, Cacao got that kill from a football field away with the Piranha rounds as well. Codex picking up one. Lukey able to find the kill of their own. Back to a 2v2 we go. The device not down just yet, but still 55 seconds to work with.
55 seconds, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pivot. Keo might force the plan here. Probably a good time, too. Yeah, great read. They actually got the bomb down. Now Lukey going to be pincered, though, and Cacao ready and waiting, and Panderic Apex up in the 2v1, but Keo through the smoke!
Cacao, does he try to bait him out here?
And Cacao slams him!
Cacao didn't think twice. He knew he was going for the fake and baiting on him. I mean, he hears those quick steps from Sicario. As soon as Sicario hears Cacao running, trying to get prepared, it was snapshot decision-making, a triple on the round, 4 MVPs. Cacao, 21 and 16. Your MVP as Panderic Apex pulls it out from behind here to kick things off.
21 kills. God dang. And they were all cooking. 11, 16, 17, 15, and 21. I mean, when your lowest, quote-unquote, lowest fragger has 11 kills, can't say anything. What else can you say? Everyone's playing well on the team. I mean, even Ghost on the other side with 7 kills, still 20, 15, 13, 12. Everyone on both sides playing pretty darn well here, but Pandaric Apex from down 7-4 to 11-9, Hot. I mean, great closeout by them. I don't know what else to say. The fact that they came back. Yes, I'm looking at you. Look at me. The fact that they came back from such a tough position. I mean, 7-3 is no joke against Sicario, especially when Sicario have so much momentum. They just keep winning rounds. But man, the Pandas chewing through on this bamboo. Great job. GG's.
Yeah, and honestly, I felt like, again, that's almost a must-win situation. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be, you know, win or loss there, but you talk about Bay 5 being next for Sicario and how well Sicario has played on this Bay 5. I mean, a 9-1 and a 9-4 against EPA. If Pandaric finds a way to steal Bay 5 away from Sicario, it could be a very short day.
And Pandaric Apex, I mean, recently we've seen them kind of struggle to find their footing on this map. But Hot, they were through their many iterations of names that they have, they were one of the best, scariest teams on Bay 5 since literally the inception of Arena. So they have the capability. I mean, they have the capability to take over this game. And the fact that they came back in that situation, I mean, I really thought it was lights out, Hot. I mean, 7-3, they got all the momentum, they're winning. Furlex is doing Furlex things, just dominating and taking over space, doing whatever he wants. But, you know, slowly Ace started getting kills. Kodak started getting kills. Cacao went absolutely ballistic. I mean, 21 kills. You know, it's crazy to think about that they came back, and for how close it is, Pandaric Apex have to feel so darn good going into this. I know it's Sicario's map here, Hut, but they have to be feeling so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, especially after a comeback like that, you know, when you're down by a lot, but it just goes to show that when it does matter most, you're able to kind of power through when needed. And so they weather that storm, they come out victorious on the other side. It gives you some breathing room, it gives you some confidence heading into this next map on Bay 5. And so, you know, again, regardless of how good Sicario is on Bay 5, the fact of the matter is Pandaric Apex is just a really good team, and they're equally as capable of taking this important map away from Sicario. It's something that Sicario has to make sure they do not allow to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of scary going into this one, Hot. I know they won twice today on Bay 5, but again, it's less the map for me. It's more the clawback from Sicario. Like, Sicario, when they're up that much, they really don't lose it. I think you could say that for a decent amount of teams, but Sicarios, as we saw in the EPA series, as soon as they got 3 or 4 rounds, the game was over. They just took that lead. So the fact that Pandas answered that and then won, I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to say Sicario is a little favorite on this map, but the Pandas are looking awesome. And if they play how they play on Bay 5 as they just did, and Ace keeps cooking, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, basically you want to be like our boy Blue and don't blink, because you don't want to miss the action. But we are going to take a few moments to allow these players to get loaded into the next lobby. We're going to run and get some Blue some eye drops here for his eyes. And with that being said, you know, we'll see you on the other side of this very short break. Well, hi. Fancy meeting you here. Welcome back to the Hunt Premier Pinnacle Tournament. We are into our grand finals. We've already been blessed with an overtime for game number 1, but my boy Blue, he is locked in and loaded. He's not even moving a centimeter as we get prepared for this next one.
This is the level of focus you need to win this tournament right here, Hut. And whichever team comes in looking like this is definitely going to be at the advantage. Now, speaking of advantages, Pandaric Apex winning their map pick after, as we're about to see in these highlights coming up, but really doing such a great job to come back from being down. As we're going to see here in a second, folks, they were down 7-3 and managed to come back and win it in OT. So really hats off to Pandaric Apex to survive the controlled chaos that is Sicario, shut them down, and ultimately take the game home here, Hut.
Yeah, I mean, it really speaks volumes for him, right? Like, most teams struggle in a situation like that, but to be able to kind of, you know, find that grit and determination to battle back, to not allow it to affect that mental fortitude. We saw that ace. There's some snipes beginning to pick it up here as time went on. Another one from that ace. There was Kia, though, that little snake in the grass, the rats on top, baby. And with that, a nice little two-piece, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough for Sicario to secure game number 1.
And look at this, man. We see Cacao shooting out back and forth, but 7-3 right now. Then all of a sudden, 7-4. Cacao really started to turn up. Cacao has 10 kills at this point. So in the next few rounds, Cacao manages to squeeze out 11 more kills. And as all Pandaric's Apex players, including that ace with that sniper, started to warm up, they slowly started taking the rounds. This was disgusting by Bakizi. That was actually so clean. Kills 3, swings around at the kitchen, puts another order in, takes another one home. Furlex was being such a menace, though. You know, I'm surprised he's able to take so much space, but thankfully for the Pandas, they were able to deal with it as best they could and survive.
Yeah, I mean, and then in the end here, we just saw, there was a little bit of back and forth in overtime. I mean, we did get to a 10-10 situation, or a 9-10, excuse me, but Pandaric locking it down when it mattered most. Cacao, that final member there, and that clutch. So they squeak by. They get the dub here on Ford, and well, Bay 5, I think, is going to be a big deciding factor as well. It's one of those maps that if Pandaric Apex can steal away from Sicario, again, we might have a short grand final.
Yeah, this is definitely a series deciding game right here, because if Sicario could answer the way that they did with EPA and just kind of pummel Pandaric Apex, I think they'll be feeling good and walk off that last loss. You know, sure, we were up. We ended up not managing to close it out, but still feeling decent. If they lose this map, though, I mean, all hell is going to break loose inside of their comms, because they just have to win this. They have to win this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer in that as well. We saw a reverse sweep earlier, but I don't think Sicario wants to be in that same position, especially against a team like Pandaric Apex that has been one of the only teams to, at least in the EU region, to recently topple them, not just once, but twice.
Yeah, and it's a big ask, especially, you know, in our last series, EPA's first loss was on Bay 5, and then they had to return. In this situation, it would actually be Pandaric's map that we would go back to in that last 5th decider of Fort. So it's not going to get any better the second time they go around. And if anything, Pandaric Apex will more than likely be playing cleaner then. So Sicario gonna need to use all the tricks, pull out all the stops for this one, Hot Sauce. They need to crack into the hot sauce.
We'll see if they can find that secret sauce to success here, as we see things being a little bit slower paced here in round number 1, which I'm surprised we didn't see Sicario leave that device and spawn. It's something that worked out for him in the past in round 1, but maybe not looking to use that juju just yet.
Slow and steady, Sicario respecting Pandaric's play. Cacao not spotted yet. Oh, man. Takes out one, and Zach is going to be on his side, but Cacao, oof, that left hand, you know, we see Zaki manages to actually trade him out. Two people swing out the Luki, takes out Bakizi. Oh my, Furlex, that was actually not Ace. Furlex kills his teammate. Bomb's gonna be on site, but they're gonna be holding Ace. Furlex, though, makes sure that it's not gonna stop them from winning the round. Rapid takes out Luki, shots ringing out back and forth. The Furlex is feeling himself, man. He's not afraid to take these fights, and he's winning most of them, too, which is crazy hot. I mean, Furlex is on fire right now.
Yeah, he's been nutty with this SR3. Kiyoshima's going to pick up on the Rapid, though, and they look to secure this first round. Furlex got the moves like Jagger, but unfortunately, it doesn't help him here. Codex does find the pit. Kiyoshima tucked into great positioning here. Has a little time to work with as well. We see Codex looking to deactivate the device. Here's that pressure. Has the audio cue he needs, and now it's Kiyoshima playing some cat and mouse.
Oh, no, and rather than take the fight, he takes the back shots. That was actually so good from Keo, but unfortunately, not good enough. And Panderic steal that round away. Go in the lead, 1-0. But man, that was a big round to lose there. I feel like they were in a great position. Furlex was getting very active, put a lot of pressure, put down a lot of damage, and you know, I'm a little sad. I'm a little sad. I thought Keo had that one.
We thought, unfortunately, Keo trying to just get away there and play that time, make it impossible for Codex to be able to defuse, but couldn't get around that corner in time. So big play here for Panderic, and they followed up with another one, though. I mean, they start out on the right foot on a team, or you know, that like Sicario, that typically plays very well on this map.
Here's that aggression. Sicario come out swinging. Zaki puts Kakao in the dirt. Oh man, and goes with the hip fire. Takes out Bakizi, and this is Sicario that we were looking for. Ace pulling out that secondary weapon. Does kill one, but immediately gets traded up by Keo, and now the Pandas are in a great spot. I mean, excuse me, Sicario in a great spot to close this one out. Pandas probably not going to rob this one out. I wouldn't be surprised if Codex plays a little slow like we've seen and maybe tries to talk with his team, but it's only the second round, so maybe he just goes for it here, Hot.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe taking a little risk, looking for the reward, but now it is all down to Codex, and a 3v1 goes. We'll be able to tie it up here.
It's wild to me how different Sicario looks when they're aggressive versus kind of like have like this tempered play. They're taking space a little bit. You know, we're not including Furlex. He's kind of just running around doing his own thing, but this violent attack that they do, I mean, they're so clean with it. Kill Kakao, kill Bakizi. Ace is in that alley, but he's not in a position to really do anything with that sniper. Bomb gets taken down, and sure, he pulls out his secondary and kills one, but not quite enough. You know what weapon that is, by the way? That shoots that 338?
The TRG snipe, or?
His secondary.
I have to take a look at it again. Oh, you're talking about the 366, yeah, the VPO. It's got the APM ammo in it. It's I believe single fire, which again, I think it's great up close. The AP used to be really, really good, but not as good at a distance as it used to be. But that Ace is one of the few players I think we see rock that weapon as opposed to what some of the other marksman classes carry as their secondary.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I think that the round is strong enough. He's probably looking for that, you know, flesh pen combo power to just be able to put someone in the dirt. One member of Panda's already dead. Rapid, though. Oh, he didn't actually pick up that second one. It looked like he did. Rapid fighting for his life, but doing it. Rapid did his damnedest there. He almost kills everyone.
Almost.
Fortunately for Sicario, they managed to get out of not quite unscathed, but alive. I'm pretty sure Kakao knows Keo's here, but Keo does a great job of answering with the momentum, but unfortunately Kakao wins the 50-50. Goes.
Ooh, Kakao, though, finding the answer back, and Panderic will find a way to come back up on top here once more.
Yeah, the kill leader, Kakao, coming through clutch. I mean, dropped 21 kills in the last game. Already up to 4 kills, 3 kills on that round. And Again, the Pandas, these rounds that are super close right now seem to be going the way of the Pandas. I mean, we saw in some of the other games, EPA versus Sicario. Sicario lost those close rounds in the first 2 games. Then they basically swept the rest of the close rounds for the rest of the series. So right now we're seeing the opposite. Pandaric, Apex, all these close rounds that really should be Sicarios, they're taken away hot. And I think that's really slowly and steadily suffocating, you know, this attack out of Sicario. The close rounds need to go their way at least some of the time.
Let's continue to ring out here once more early in round number 4. Quick nade toward the site. Does it find a home? Looks like everybody comes away unscathed for the time being. It looks like the pressure kind of mounting toward the A side, but Codex is going to find the first pick on Deluki.
Again, Pandaric just doing a great job of... Oh, and the back shots! Ace is there, does get the trade, but the back shots are successful on Cacao, and then Keo takes out Ace. Now, all of a sudden, even scoreline. Furlex doing Furlex things, putting so much pressure, and as long as Furlex can keep this space and stay alive. Keo again, Keo! Furlex is just such a damn menace. I know he dies there, Hop, but he's just putting so much darn pressure with his presence. Keo, again, with his 3rd or 4th kill of the round. I believe it's 3rd kill. Just popping off with this spear right now.
It's been a menace. I mean, Bikizi has been treading on the spear. The spear is pretty a highly favored weapon, at least in the arena scene at the moment. Bikizi looking for the potential clutch up. Puts a lot of damage into goes, but only has about 15 seconds to work with.
Yeah, and it's all but over. I mean, they could see his head when he defuses. Goes, takes the free kill. And we got an even scoreline once again. And it just makes you feel that much worse for these close rounds, Hot, where you're like, man, Sicario, they had the bomb down. They were in a good position, and it should be 3-1 for Sicario.
Well, they're going to have to figure out how to deal with that as time goes on. Certainly a much closer series here on Bay 5, but I feel like at least that second showing for Sicario, when it was even closer with EPA, once we reached that second half, they won every single round at that point. So it'll be important to see if they can do something similar. Bikizi already finding not 1, but 2 as Lukey and Furlix both go down. Rapid's going to find Zaki.
Yeah, Rapid wasn't playing no games with Zaki. Zaki trying to use that fancy crouch footwork, but it wasn't enough to take out Rapido. Rapido barely alive, though, but hey, takes the kill, keeps the space. 5v2 situation, like has 4 and 1/3, but still 5 members alive on the team, and Sicario on the back foot once again.
See how they navigate the rough waters here.
Random shout out to Keo for using the unsilenced spear, by the way. Aura. He sees a feet. He sees a footy. Wow. That was a nasty shot. Goes with another nice kill, and all of a sudden, 1 member alive. Is Keo going to check his Connors? He doesn't check his Connors. No, and Rapid with the sneaky play. He's got 1 HP. And Goes dies while running. Oh, man.
For Zaki now goes. It might be a theme here for Sicario. The wounds, the cuts, they run deep. The blood just flowing like a river here across Bay 5. And Pandaric will find themselves up on top once more.
I'm getting a little scared. Pandaric Apex, they pull another round on this defense, and I think Sicario are going to feel the pressure. I mean, I'm sure they're already feeling the pressure now, but man, it's the fact that this aggression from Sicario isn't working. So what do? You know, we saw the games that they won. They were hyper aggressive here, Hot. So I'm not sure what the solution is right now. Oh, he survived. I can't believe he survived that nade. Bakizi, nice opening kill on the Keo.
Let's get that first pick. Zaki on a quick peek shot here as well. Now jumping back, Rapid just on the other side. The shots ring out, and they are just an inch away from being able to find that first pick as Rapid does eventually return fire and kill Zaki here.
Again, Panderic take down 2 members in control once again. Furlex kills 1. Cacao takes out Lukey, but goes, answers 2v3 situation. Furlex, rather than planting the bomb, just takes space. He's feeling himself. This dude's a demon. You know, he's only got 3 kills, but I think the amount of kills he has, Hawk, does not show the amount of pressure Furlex is putting. I mean, it really is. Codex said, shut up, Blue.
Well, they've got the numbers advantage once more. Pressing down on me. Goes the peak, the shots, and they were dangerously close. He can't find the first. It's a flick of the wrist from Codex. And Sicario will find themselves down by 2. Panderic, a minimum of the tied half. And things are looking a bit dangerous, but we talked about it earlier. Sicario playing much better in the second half, even on that game that was a bit closer for them. So I think it's important for Panderic to grab as many rounds as they can on this defensive side while they're here.
And the momentum, man, Panderic just they're taking these rounds, those close rounds. You know, I know it seems obvious that these close rounds are so pivotal, but those are the kind of rounds, Hot, at least in my mind, those kind of break or build up your mental very quickly. And, you know, since that happened, those little mishaps, they've only picked up 1 round, 2 rounds, but Panderic just in total control. I mean, even with Furlex taking all this space, Ace takes out Zaki with a little snappy. Cacao takes out 1, does manage to get, man, I can't even get the words out. 3 members down on Sicario. Cacao's the only one that managed to not make it for Panderic Apex. And again, Hot, again, Panderic Apex up in the round.
I mean, Panderic Apex has come to play today, and they've just been making such great strides here throughout the league. They're one of the only teams to topple Sicario previously. We've talked about it time and time again, looking to do something similar, and Kiyoshima just finds himself in a world of hurt all alone with no friends in a tough space here, but he finds the first one onto that ace.
It's just so hard to play from that position. I mean, you saw Kia was clearing his corners, but there's only so many angles one person could check before it just takes one of the 4 remaining members on Panderic to take him out. 5-2. And by the way, folks, if you're just tuning in, Panderic Apex won our first game in overtime, 11-9. This is actually Sicario's map pick that we're on now. Panderic Apex managed to take away that first game, but that was their pick. Now we're on Sicario's map pick. So the fact that we're down 5-2, about to be switching halves, Hot. I mean, I don't know what the solution is other than maybe just sticking to the aggressive guns. Get more aggressive, take space, just do what Sicario do best. The tempered aggression is really not working for them.
Oh, you know, we saw Sicario almost take away Panderic's map pick as well. It was 7-3 at one point, I think, when Panderic battled back. So you can't count Sicario out just yet, especially on a map that
Himself, no respect. Furlex just keeps pushing. Now, know Bakizi said, oh, Lukey looking a little un-Lukey punk as Bakizi opens up the cookbook, opens a la slam, and puts Lukey in the dirt. Oh, man. That was clean as hell.
We saw him trying to hide behind the device there, prone, but couldn't collect. Bakizi all alone, and this should be a round that Sicario is able to secure here, but you just never know. We saw that crazy clutch from Fox earlier. Any one of these players from either roster capable of insane moments like this, but as time begins to dwindle away, I mean, you need to give yourself at least 5 to 6 seconds to complete that defusal. Stepping into the crosshair of Furlex usually results in death, and it does again this time.
Oof. Okay, a little bit of breathing room, but again, still down 3 rounds. Now, I know we just switched halves, though, and that was a pretty clean defensive round. It was only the first defensive round. The pivotal kill from Keo pump the brakes on their aggression, stop them from planning right away, which I think if the bomb had gone down, round plays out totally different. But that TK by Ace, man, that really dampened the whole thing. The bomb got dropped in front of connector, and it was kind of lights out at that point. But can Panderic find success in this one now as they push towards B once again? Ace taking out Furlex. No more running around.
Yeah, and that's why I would be worried about Bull. It's a sniper's paradise for people like that, Ace. Codex finds Lukey, and Lukey's luck may have ran out. He's 3-10 on Bay 5 at the moment.
That's a great point. Lukey dropped 20 kills in back-to-back games earlier, and again, when your top fragger's 3 kills in 10 rounds, you know, the competition level is high here, Hawk, but 3 kills for Lukey, it's got to be feeling real tough. Zaki in the snacky corner, looking to catch people lacking. I mean, there's not the bomb down yet. Panderic is very spread out. I think they're waiting to make a move. But they're very spread out right now. If Zaki can catch the bomb lacking, I mean, there are 2 members here, but if he can knock the bomb down, he's still in that corner.
Yeah. Do they know, though? That's the question. Bakizi's going to find Keo. Zaki, Peekaboo finds Rapid. From behind, he gets a second.
And he gets the bomb.
Reel it in. Oof.
Oh! Zaki's just got to stop the plan here. And Cacao, feeling himself, just gets off the bomb and wins the fight. Zaki killing 3 there. Oh, did you see that, Hawk? He actually did shoot Cacao in the head, too. The Piranha round actually being eaten by that helmet. That is actually... Whew. Zaki almost with the 4-piece clutch, but Panda's now 4 rounds once again.
As an enforcer, you never leave home without the helmet. Cacao showing us exactly why. Panderic, a dominating performance on Bay 5. And if anybody had any doubts to how much work Panderic has been putting in, to whether that they beating Sicario was a bit of a fluke, well, I think those doubts will be snuffed out today if they find a way not only to win, but potentially win in sweeping fashion.
3 members down for Panderic. Ooh.
So nasty.
Yeah, it's just when Ace is locked in, man, it's death is waiting around every corner. There's going to be 1 player on the Sicario lineup on B still. It's probably going to be Goes. Excuse me, not Goes. Goes is no longer with us. Can't quite see the name of the player right there. Lukey. Lukey with 3 kills. Lukey. If anyone's going to get this done, it's going to be him. Captain Bakizi, though, going in, flying with the Superman tactics. Ace evens up the scoreline. And Lukey picks up his 4th kill, but such a critical one. And Zaki catches Ace, not quite looking in the exact spot. Just enough time to put some bullets into his toes and take him out. And Zaki, again, back-to-back massive rounds, except this time, Sicario actually take the round home.
An important round for them as well. I felt like if they allow Panderic to get to match point with this many additional chances, it could spell disaster. So they begin to work back in. Hopefully they can make it to at least 6. I mean, ideally they want more, but hopefully they can make it to at least 6 before allowing Panderic to have another round. But tough to do here. That Ace, you mentioned it earlier, has just been on fire here, and especially on Bay 5. And Cacao open it up. Furlex the 2K.
Furlex. Leave it to Furlex to answer Cacao. Takes one monster to answer the other. But Bakizi, so what a disgusting shot. I mean, that was from the left side of mid into green. And then another player also died. Oh, man. The Pandas are just looking so good. And Goes with a rare whiff. He manages to close out Rapid, but maybe a little bit of nerves. You know, Goes not normally one to not instantly secure his kills. And Zaki doing a little shopping mid-round. Going to be picking up a second weapon. Ooh. Great choice. Picking up Kiyoshima's spear. I'm almost positive that's Kiyo's because it's got no silencer. And He's got the juju. Oh.
God fucking damn it, I'm empty.
Might be a little low,
Tarkov
little
loves.
low on mag there, you know, a little low on ammo. Gotta love the voice lines. Tarkov, some of the best in the biz. BSG doing a phenomenal job here. And speaking of phenomenal jobs, let's take a moment to just stare at the beauty that is Pandaric Apex and the cinema, the clinic that they have been putting on throughout the HP Pinnacle tournament here. It's been a double elim tournament. Sicario has fought through that lower bracket to get back here to seek revenge, but Pandaric hasn't missed a stride.
And we're on match point pretty convincingly, too. I mean, 4 rounds to go. Sicario have clawed back from worse positions, but no leeway anymore, Hot. You know, at least in the last game, it was 7-3 when Panda started to make the press back. No room for error now. And Furlex loses the 50-50 with the point-blank TRG, and Ace is cooking right now. Lukey managed to take out Cacao, but Codex is right there to answer. Ace takes out another one. Goes, oh my goodness!
Who is that man? If you want to know, he is Timothy McPherson. That Ace finds the final one on the Kiyoshima. And look out, Pandaric Apex. They are just a team full of monsters.
Nothing but, Ace, flag on the play. That was way too dirty. I mean, almost all those kills too, Hot. He won the close quarter battle with Furlex. I don't know if he hit fired it or what, but 4 kills in like 20 seconds, and some of them were disgusting. I mean, what?
Insane. Insane. And what a way to wrap up game number 2 as well. You want to talk about a confidence booster, a momentum pusher, just plays like that, big wins like that to help solidify these dubs. Absolutely huge moments here for Pandaric.
And they're closing out the close rounds, Hot. I mean, that was what led Sicario versus EPA to win some of those matches. Almost every close round in game 3, 4, and 5 for Sicario versus EPA went the way of Sicario. Now we're seeing the antithesis. I mean, this is the opposite. You know, we're looking at the dichotomy of winning versus losing these close rounds, and they lost pretty much every close round. You know, Hot. Wait a minute. What are you doing with me? Why am I split in half? Oh no. Look at me. I am the captain now.
Yeah, I forgot how far zoomed in we were. I had a nice little, you know, almost Andy Warhol style picture of my boy Blue keeping my back here. I know my back is safe when Blue got my back, but
that's right.
I mean, somebody needs to get Sicario's back. Yeah, the old Jinx.
That's what I'm saying. We are on the same wavelength, my man.
Living in my head.
All 3 of me and you.
I feel like you're just looking over my shoulder, reading my notes right now.
I am. Look at this chicken scratch. It looks familiar. Oh, Sicario, man. Hot. We're going to Bull. Sure, they won on Bull earlier, but like you said, Pandaric Apex on this Bull map is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So, what's going to be the difference maker? I mean, Lukey was completely shut down that game, Hot. I mean, even Furlex, he was taking up space, but he wasn't getting all those kills. I mean, they are answering Sicario's secret sauce, so I don't know what the answer is to that.
I'm a little worried, honestly. I mean, Pandaric's so good on Bull. On the defensive side, they let Cacao pretty much hold down the B site by himself. That Ace kind of shifting from lane to lane to provide support with that snipe, you know, downrange. And then they've got the 3 posted up toward the A site. They're comfortable with this position, comfortable playing retakes from here. And honestly, they've been a dominating force on Bull. I am just a little bit worried for Sicario. They have one reverse sweep in the bag here today. I mean, we can't count them out. They're certainly capable of it, but man, is it a big uphill battle.
Yeah, and again, you had mentioned earlier, the last thing Sicario wants to do is have another reverse sweep. You know, like, this is the last thing. And this is where, you know, you kept mentioning fatigue earlier. I think, now the fatigue, especially down 3 matches to go, it's got to be starting to weigh in on them. You know, you've been playing for 6 hours, 5 hours, and now you're down again. And, you know, EPA are really good, but Pandaric Apex, just as good, if not better in some situations. And with how they're playing right now, I mean, they have Sicario's number across the board. So speaking of numbers, friends, if you're hungry, pull up that phone. We're going to be taking a quick break, maybe calling some pizza, you know, get some snacks coming in. And Mr. Hot, we'll be taking it right back after this short, quick break coming up here soon, folks.
back. The Hunt Premier Pinnacle. It is the conclusion, the grand final, and Apex, Pandaric Apex, more importantly, has already taken 2 in this one. I am joined still here in the booth with a legendary Blue. He doesn't blink. He's ice cold, baby. How we feeling about Bull?
I'm feeling as ice cold as I think Pandaric Apex is about to be on this map. I'm scared. I'm nervous. As we go into these highlights here, folks, we could see how no matter what Sicario tried to do, Pandaric just answered so damn well. Oh man, and that was kind of like, that was the perfect round right there to show how close the rounds were, where Kia was trying to run away and got killed. And just so unfortunate. This back and forth here, you know, Rapid doing his damnedest and popping off here and there, but Sicario just couldn't answer the Pandas. Again, another super close round here, Hot. I mean, we've watched 4 rounds. 2 of them are super close, but they went the way of the Pandas.
I mean, and honestly, the first half was much closer. We saw a little break dance in there from Pandaric. It's so funny. That's like a current thing that's been going on. So if you're interacting with the device and someone kills you, you do these insane ragdolls, and it's been hilarious. We had a ton of it the other day, but Pandaric doing flips. Maybe they're just that ecstatic over the dub they got here. But you take a look, and this first half was a very close half. Sicario did a great job here, but once we swapped sides, Pandaric never really looked back.
Yeah, and they didn't look back because they really didn't have to. They got to a 4-point advance. They stayed around 3 right here, and then they get to a 4-point advance right here, and they just never lose after that. They don't lose their, they don't lose that 4-point lead. I think they maybe give up 1 or 2 more rounds, but very quickly answer back, and I believe we go to 8-4 before they close it out. Look at the plays. I mean, Zaki being so sneaky. This was so close by Zaki. I mean, we see... you gotta feel a little bad for Sicario. All these close rounds, man, just so close and no cigar. Bye-bye.
Don't want to slow peek that ace. Really, you don't want to fast peek that ace. You really just don't want to peek that ace when he's got the TRG, the big boomstick in hand. And now that we're heading to Bull, I do worry just a little bit. It's a map that historically Pandaric Apex has performed very well on, but we talked about that dexterity. I mean, this is the point where we saw EPA begin to drop the ball in that previous series and Sicario take over those reins. So Sicario's gonna have to reach deep in the pockets and, you know, hope to slowly pull this out as a reverse sweep again. I just don't know if they're gonna be able to do it. Pandaric has just been on point.
Yeah, and it's so rough, Hot. I mean, again, folks, if you're just tuning in, Sicario was in this position earlier. They lost to EPA the first 2 games of that semifinal series, and then they came back and won it 3-0. So to be in that position again, stop that, Hot. Oh no, chat.
Oh, I can't tell you how
man.
much fun I've had today, honestly. Hopefully people in chat are even just having half of the amount of fun that we're having up here in the booth. A ton of great games, a lot of great vibes, and we certainly appreciate all of you. Blue, I can't thank you enough, bro. It's always a great time with you.
Yes, sir. I mean, got to keep the vibes high, especially on game 8 of the day. You know, the Cookie Monster, he's getting hungry. And we're hungry for more games. C is for cookie. Now, as we speak of the cookie, I don't know what the secret cookie is going to be for Sicario going into this Bull matchup because, as you mentioned, Pandaric Apex used to be this dominant Bay 5 team. That's kind of calmed down. But on Bull, they look disgusting. So, Sicario looked really good earlier, but I don't know. What do you think? If you're Sicario coming into this lineup, coming into this matchup, you're down yet again in the best of 5 series, down 2 maps. You lost your map pick. You're going to Bull, which I believe is Pandaric Apex map pick again. So it's not getting any easier. How do you move forward, Hot? How do you move forward?
I mean, hopefully you're able to kind of just mentally reset, you know, take a deep breath, and you can touch on the previous 2 games. You know, guys, yeah, that was rough. We had a close one that didn't go our way either. But we know we're capable of winning. We are repeat HPL champions. So let's get out there and play like it. When we have the whole crew popping off together, Lukey, all these guys, we're capable of beating anybody. And so it's going to start one kill at a time, one round at a time. That could lead to one game at a time and a potential reverse sweep. But, you know, you can say all you want to, but you got, you know, you can talk the talk, but you got to walk the walk. And right now, Panderic Apex has done a great job at that.
And when I think about Sicario winning earlier, Hot, the Lukey Furlex show, Furlex wasn't always getting as many kills as Lukey, but the amount of space and pressure he was putting in is just outrageous. Where Lukey, we've seen a little bit of a quiet last few games, if I had to pick a secret sauce here, Mr. Hot Sauce, I would say Lukey's got to lock it in. We need to lock the Lukey in, and you know, all 4-leaf clovers got to be coming in, and Lukey's got to become lucky again, because earlier he was such a dominant force in the games that they won, and we see how critical he is to the team's success. We need you, Lukey. We need you. And Lukey, he answers, takes out Rapid. 2 members on Panderic already down, and a good start. Plenty of game left, though, in our 3rd match of this series. Panderic, folks, if you're just tuning in, up 2-0 over Sicario right now.
Sicario looking to start out nicely here in round 1 of Bowl. Panderic's map pick. They got a couple nice picks, but Panderic beginning to bring it back a little bit. Zaki on the marksman class this time as well. Quick peek pop shot that doesn't connect this time, and Cacao lurking on the other side, has to be careful.
Pop, 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 pop. Shots ring out. Ooh, Furlex. Funny enough, I just put 2 and 2 together. Furlex pulling out the sniper to answer the TRG of Ace, and ironically enough, I'm pretty sure he killed Ace. Codex takes out Keo. Big kill. Only 30 seconds here, though. Time is ticking. They got to take some space right. Furlex and Lukey. Before the game, Hot, we mentioned how these 2 players combined were that driving force in the success of Sicario. And bam! Furlex with 3 kills, Lukey with 2, and we got a game on our hands. Now, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, Hot, but this is exactly what they need. And Furlex with that TRG, man, he is just as scary as Aces. So let's see what they can make happen as we go into this 2nd round.
I mean, Furlex used to snipe all the time. He's been having a ton of success on the SR3, but I think it's great for him to break it out on this map specifically. You look to combat that Ace, but don't forget, Zaki's rocking that snipe as well. So Sicario's got 2 of these snipes out here on the battlefield at the moment. Woo, Furlex goes. That Ace will eventually find an 8 kill, but Furlex on a tear. He's got 2.
That's 3 kills in this round again, back-to-back triple kills, and maybe this was the secret they needed. Furlex, don't ever put the sniper. Actually, no. If I'm on the other side, put the sniper down. But if you're in competition and I'm not on the other side, pull this TRG out, because you are cooking with it. I mean, scary stuff. And his boy Lukey's right there with him. Ooh, yeah, he's bored of the TRG. I think I'm gonna pick up a spear now. Lukey right there, and again, 9 kills between these 2 lads here, Hot. 9 kills in 2 rounds.
Insane. I mean, this is exactly what they need, though. This is where they struggled in some of these previous maps against Panderic Apex. So they're able to find a bit of this pressure, and again, they're able to combat the aggression here from Panderic. Furlex, nasty snipe shots coming out. That quick scope was just in a millisecond, it would seem. And so they find themselves up 2-0. They got to continue this, though.
Yep. A great start, but we've seen this before. It really is so wild, though, seeing that, you know, when you have these players that are such dominant forces, when they're unleashed, man, it's terrifying. Lukey, though, going to be the first player to perish, and Cacao answering some of that. Still have Furlex, wild Furlex on the loose with that TRG. Not sure if they know exactly where he is. Furlex getting very active, pushing out of that smoke. Gonna get killed from beside, and Cacao taking out the 2 top fraggers. Cacao, the top fragger for Pandas, answering and killing the 2 top fraggers. It's so back and forth, but goes with the 2 critical kills. Codex is there, does manage to trade him out, but Zaki does manage to trade back onto Codex. 2v2 situation. Bombs down on site, but oh, Zaki's also got the TRG.
You know, I did tell you that twice, Blue. I'm not mad at you, but
That, well, Who said I'd listen? Oh, man. Sicario doing so well. And then we have a little issue here, folks. Gonna have to reset the lobby real quick. Give us a few moments to gather our thoughts. But you know what, Hot? Let's just, I'm gonna put my blinders on, forget the last two games, focus in on this one. Zachy and Furlex, man. Zachy and Furlex. Furlex with that TRG, 6 kills in 2 rounds. Lukey with 3 kills. I believe he had 4 or 5, maybe if that, in the last game. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. He had 5 total kills in the last game, Hot, to put it in perspective. So, and Furlex, I believe, had 9. So already, Furlex 3 kills from what he had in the last game. Lukey 2 kills, and that really is the difference, Hot. You know, any given Sunday, these players, you're fighting the best of the best. This is not the time that you can not perform at your level. And when you drive your team's success like Lukey and Furlex do, you have to perform. I know that's obvious, but it really is true where when Lukey isn't performing, this team just really suffers. And when Furlex and Lukey are performing, you know, again, it's not just the kills for me, Hot. It's the space. These two guys, as you mentioned, take over control of so many different areas. And Lukey, in particular, is always in the right place, cutting off the legs of the defense or the offense. Furlex just running wild, killing whoever he wants to kill. And as long as they have that latitude, Hot, that's the secret sauce for Sicario so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not, you know, there's plenty of talented players on Sicario, but for whatever reason, when Lukey or Furlex aren't popping off, it seems like they struggle to strive, you know, but when they are popping off, they're thriving left and right, and it creates so many more opportunities for the teammates. They get in these advantageous positions, they match that aggression, they find the early picks to give them that player advantage and kind of set their team up for success. They've been able to do that here at the start of Bowl really nicely, but as always, we say consistency is king. And so we saw something similar to that on Bay 5, a little back and forth until we swap sides. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for here. I'm waiting to see what happens on those first couple rounds once we swap sides.
Interesting. So with this half, you're kind of just going to see how it plays out, but your focus is really on the next half. That's interesting. And why is that?
I mean, just because like in the previous matches, right, we've seen these games that are close. They're 4-4 at halftime. We saw it from Sicario versus EPA, and it went on to be 9-4. We saw it in the last one. It was 5-3 at halftime, I think, on Bay 5, and then they didn't win like a single round in the second half. And so on some of these maps, they've really struggled in the second half, not as much in the first half. And so that's why I don't want to just quite jump the gun yet. I'm really happy. I'm really proud of the way they're playing on Bowl. But I want to see those first couple rounds once they swap sides, unless it ends at like a 7-1, you know, 6-2. Obviously, they're going to be more comfortable in that position. But a lot of these games have been kind of close at halftime.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, can they keep it consistent? It's okay, cool. We're excited. We win 2 rounds, but you're right. I mean, with how the first game was super tight, second game on Bay 5, heavily favored Pandaric Apex. So can't get too ahead of ourselves right now. Can't get too emotional about how they're playing.
Emotional.
It can't be too emotional, but it really is a great start. And it also makes me question, Hot, and just putting my thinking cap on for a second, it really makes me question why Furlex ever puts down that damn TRG, man. He's just like Ace. When he has this weapon, he is just violent. I mean, he's destructive. And again, I don't pretend to know the inner workings of the team or what goes on in the background, but I mean, he just seems so damn strong with that TRG. It's hard for me to justify ever taking it out of his hands. I know you mentioned him with the SR3M and maybe cooking it up with the MCX or Spear at times, but the TRG, like that quick scope onto Rapid, that was disgusting. I mean, the scope wasn't even visible, and he hit the shot.
Yeah, you know, and honestly, they were playing really. Furlex has been playing really well with that snipe for quite some time, but I think it was around ACS where he had 3 or 4 bad games in a row, was just struggling to find success with it, and so had swapped to the SR3 and all of a sudden continued to pop off again. Had some really big moments, some triple quadra kills, some big clutches, and so we've seen Furlex kind of just stick with that weapon that's been working. But now that they're having a little more trouble today, just kind of, you know, I think it's good to mix it up sometimes. And so we see him going back to that comfort zone of that TRG, having the early success. You combine that with having Zachy on it as well. And I think that works well on the defensive side. We might see him go to just one TRG or if any at all on the attacking side, but at least on the defensive side, I think they can really work both of those TRGs, set one up on the, on the headshot lane or over on the A site anywhere, and then one just kind of watching that B lane as well. And so I think it makes it a little bit easier to deal with those enforcer classes as well. We often call it the one-hitter quitter for a reason. And so Sicario's done a great job opening up here. Hopefully this little reset doesn't affect him too much.
Yeah, and that's actually a great point, is the momentum was very, very gently going in Sicario favor, and then boom, carpets pulled out from under them. So I still think, as you said, this map definitely has that expanse that lets these TRG players, really dominate. But man, it's hard to get away from the Lukey Furlex show. And again, all of Sicario's lineup has been popping off, but when it comes to the space needed, I think Pandaric Apex, they're controlling so much of the map. When it comes to fragging, Hot, I don't think any of these players are favored or not favored. They all are S-tier level Tarkov arena players that know every mechanic. They know all the peaks. They know crosshair placement. They know the movement. They know everything they need to know. So for me, the space and the pressure, if Lukey and Furlex are allowed to do what they do, I think that's really where Pandaric Apex, if they can't answer that, that's kind of the secret to this map. But again, it's Bull, and like you said, it favors this TRG expansive lines of sight. So let's just say they win this one. Going into the next map, is it going to be that much of a difference? I mean, Skybridge has a lot of open lanes, so I'm wondering if they can keep the success going, and then if it'll even matter for the next 2 games after that.
I mean, they've got to get through this one for the next ones to matter. So hopefully they can pull out the stops here. As always, we're not biased, but we'd love to see extra Tarkov and bring the excitement for everybody chilling with us here in chat and or at home today. But Pandaric Apex is looking to break out the brooms. It's been something that Sicario has done in the last 2 HPLs. They've often swept their way to victory. And so I think Pandaric Apex is hoping to give them a little taste of their own medicine and let everybody know, hey, we are the new team to look out. HPL 4, I believe, is coming up sometime relatively soon. And so I think they want to put that statement out there that it's not Sicario that it's the team to beat anymore. It's Pandaric Apex, as they look to kind of not just, take charge, but take control of the scene.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking good in the Arena Cup series. They're looking really good now. And going into that next HPL league, I mean, if they come out with a victory here, they're going to be feeling really good, Hot. And they want to get their vengeance. Again, we're not going to discuss too much of what went on, but Pandaric Apex had some challenges, let's say, and they've overcome them. So the fact that they're still persevering, they're pushing through, it's awesome to see the level of competition we have here at EU. NA, take some notes. These guys are crazy. We gotta catch up a little bit, but these 2 dominant EU teams just going back and forth. I want to see Sicario take this map though, Hot. I want to see at least the 4th map and see if Sicario can really shift and adapt to the playstyle of Pandaric Apex. But man, if Kakao does Kakao things, we're only 2 rounds in, man. 2 rounds in. There's still plenty of game. And we saw in that last round, Kakao managed to kill 2, and Kakao, I think, killed 3. So we were just about even before we had to take a little break there. So already we're seeing that Kakao factor come in and answer the Sicario lineup.
And you got to remember the final map of the day, if we happen to make it there, is Fort. If Sicario can find a way to steal away Bull, potentially win Sky, we go back to Fort, where Sicario had a 7-3 lead at one point. And Pandaric had to really fight tooth and nail to bring it back. They got a ton of rounds in a row, ended up tying it up, sending us into overtime where they won 11-9. So you feel like Sicario is confident and capable on Fort. They actually, in my mind, should have probably won that matchup there. They kind of let that one slip through the fingers. So there's a real opportunity for them to win Fort if they can get there. But I think Bowl could be that momentum. Pandaric Apex has been a bold team. They dominate on this map. So if you steal this map away from them, a map that they should win, all of a sudden that confidence, that momentum, I think, begins to shift.
No, that's actually a great point. And I love the fact that you highlight how Sicario really should have won that first game. I mean, obviously it didn't, and 50-50 hindsight, or hindsight's always, 50-50, but, I'm saying 50-50. God, I'm blind. Hindsight's always 20-20, but,
What happens if you don't blink ever?
yeah, my eyes are getting super dry right now. It's hard out here. But I totally lost my train of thought. But, Sicario really should have won that first game, like you mentioned. So if they can snag this one back, you make a very good argument that they might have the momentum to take Skybridge, because Sicario did lose this to EPA on Skybridge, but typically they're very, very good at Skybridge. So it could open that door to at least get us to a tiebreaker, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, though, Hot. I mean, they still got to shut down Pandaric Apex for at least 7 more rounds to win, so they got their hands full. They have their hands full, and you mentioned it before, and it's a great point. Hopefully, this little lapse in time, Furlex and Lukey had 9 kills collectively in those first 2 rounds. Hopefully, this pause doesn't really change that dynamic. Hopefully that momentum and that good juju feeling doesn't go away because of the break.
Yeah, I mean, because like you felt like the momentum was in their favor here early on, Bull. Again, we haven't swapped sides yet, so it is a little too early to tell, but you can get, somewhat of an idea, and it's just refreshing to see them come out here, have a couple nice rounds to open things up, kind of look like that Sicario team that we're used to seeing. And so an opportunity for them to really fight this one out all the way to the end. But Pandaric Apex, again, I want to wait until we get at least 2 rounds into that second half here and see exactly where we're lying or what that score line is, because they've shown it earlier, even on Fort when they were down 7-3, that they're capable of coming back, of winning multiple rounds in a row, even when things do look a bit grim.
And, Sicario are a team that they've already been in this position today, Hall, and they survived. So if anyone's going to do it today, it's going to be them. Folks, if you're just tuning in, by the way, Sicario is up right now in this grand final series 2-0. They won the first map Fort in overtime 11-9.
And
they won the second map. Oh, did I say the name? Did I switcheroo?
Maybe.
Did I do a switcheroo? Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah, no, sorry. Pandaric Apex is up 2-0 on the day. They won 11-9, and then Bay 5 was what, Hot? 9-5, 9-4, or something like that?
Yep.
9-4. And a pretty convincing 9-4. So in the close game where Sicario was leading, they managed to come back, like Hot had mentioned. And now, again, the second game, they were dominant. We are restarting the lobby, should be back in the game any second, folks. And Sicario are up 2-0 on this map so far, but it's only the 3rd round. So, if I could pick anything that I would love to see, just let Lukey do Lukey things, let Furlex do Furlex things, and give them the space and the opportunity to play their game. Protect Furlex, let him snipe on this map, and let him carry 1 round at a time. That's what I would be saying right now to my team. Just let Furlex do his thing, protect him as much as we can, let him cook.
Yeah, I mean, you got Zaki on the snipe as well. You've got Lukey, who's kind of starting off on that right foot again. We saw him a little cold in some of these previous maps here, and when he's popping off, everybody's popping off for Sicario. So Lukey, a lot of these guys can be big difference makers, but they have to be able to do it when it matters most. And I mean, that's what we're seeing right now. Their backs are against the wall. It's win, or go home at this point. Obviously, second place, not going home empty-handed. They're still going to take 2,500 euros for the squad, but first place, 5 Gs, 5,000 euros, and the bragging rights to just let everybody know that you're the best, the winners of the first Pinnacle as well.
Let them know that you are indeed the Pinnacle for winning the Pinnacle tournament. And there's been enough time now, Hot, between, the last season of HPL and the Arena Cup series. Now we're in the double elimination bracket style Pinnacle tournament. The way that these teams feel at the top is definitely shifting. EPA is looking damn good. Sicario is looking damn good. Pandaric Apex looking damn good, but so are the rest of the teams. So to take home the victory today is really going to make a statement to the rest of the teams.
It's important, and again, I think if Pandaric Apex finds a way to close it out in sweeping fashion, I mean, it really sends a statement to all these teams in the league, especially as they get prepped and ready for the next HPL. It used to be, who's going to be able to compete with Sicario? Can anybody beat Sicario? But all of a sudden, you feel like that role begins to shift, and little brother has now grown up to be big brother, at least in size. And so the bullying kind of swaps here a little bit. But you take a look at teams like EPA, some of these other teams, Ancestral, also have been making big strides on and off screen. So it just makes me that much more excited as these teams grow, as time goes on, that competition just gets closer and closer. And so I think it makes for a lot more fun and exciting games.
Yeah, and it is awesome to see, especially when Sicario had kind of been quote unquote dominant in the EU scene. They won the last 2 HPL leagues, and now we see Pandaric Apex is coming out swinging. But special shout out to Ancestral and all the other teams in the league. I mean, there were some pop-off moments throughout this tournament that really make me excited for the future of the EU league and the rest of the Tarkov arena scene, where these teams have really obviously put the time in. They've spent the time developing their strategies. They've worked together as a unit, and we see it throughout these games. I mean, there were a lot of surprises for me throughout the Pinnacle tournament so far, Hot, where, someone that I perceived not as strong actually played super well. I mean, Ancestral was kicking a lot of butt and then unfortunately lost 2-0 to EPA, but until they got to that point, they were playing super well, and the same could be said for a lot of the teams. So as you said, nice to see this nice mix-up at the top of the table.
Yeah, again, it's refreshing. It just goes to show that, if you're willing to put in that hard work, to run those scrims or practice those strats, do that VOD review, it's not as easy as just sitting down and playing the game. There are more parts, that go into that when you're trying to create that competitive team, especially when you're playing for an org. You're not just representing yourself. And so, it's great to see all of these players, again, taking steps and strides in the right direction as the community continues to grow. And we got to, give a huge shout out to people like Philbo and Hunt Premier, all the people working behind the scenes here diligently to continue to help the scene thrive and grow in the right direction. So, again, huge shout out to all of those working behind the scenes here. Again, I'm always just honored and, just a happy guy to be here and get to showcase the talent.
Yeah, and speaking of those special people in the background, as you mentioned, we got Philbo and Connor. For our observers, going to be having Boosh, Preppy, and Schmitty. Some of the crew, Cynthia, Turbo Baron, Phoenix Blaze, Crispy Lemon helping out with them. Beautiful highlights on the day, and really just an awesome opportunity for all of us. And so thank you once again. Now, as we look at these map picks here, folks, Fort, super close. Pandaric Apex's map, they were down. They ended up clutching it out. Bay 5, Sicario's map pick, pretty convincing 9-4 in the favor of Pandaric Apex. So now that we're looking at Bowl, which is, again, Pandaric Apex map pick, Sicario, as y'all can see, they got to win 3 in a row. And it's not going to get any easier, particularly since they lost on Fort earlier. You had mentioned, Hot, that they did do a great job on Fort, so it's not the worst decider overall. It's not like they got blown out of the water. So it's still a possibility to win, but they got to get through Bowl first. And I'm slightly convinced they're playing well, but I'm not convinced they're gonna close it out quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, and you think back, they've already played a 5-game series, with another potential 5-game here as well. And so you wonder how much that does just affect the dexterity, the mental, your ability to not make minor mistakes in key or big situations. And so all things that we kind of have to consider going forward. But we flash back to that series versus EPA. They were down. They lost 9-5 and 9-4 pretty detrimentally. They go on to win 9-1, 9-2, and cap it off with a 9-4 to complete the reverse sweep. So, again, it's a team we know that is capable of doing something crazy like this. At no point can you count them out. But, they certainly have a bit of an uphill battle here, to say the least.
And it's Pandaric Apex, too. And as I think you mentioned, last time these teams met, Sicario has gotten their number, but the last time they met, Pandaric Apex won, I believe, both games against them. So it was really, a good boon for Pandaric Apex. And we see that, it wasn't just a little blip on the radar, not just a flash in the pan. Pandaric Apex are being super consistent in how they perform, and there's a reason they were our first qualified finalists in this Pinnacle tournament, and there's a reason why they're up 2-0 right now over Sicario. So Sicario got their hands full here, Hot. They have to keep the momentum, and I really hope that Furlex and Lukey can continue the momentum from before the game paused, because they were popping off. I mean, it's so tough when you're playing that well to take a little break, and it's a long road ahead, Hot. And they're down 2-0 again, man. They're doing 2-0 again today. I mean, I can't believe that they have to deal with this situation again.
Yeah, again, that's a very valid point, because we finally get to see him start out on the right foot. We finally get to see him back into true Sicario form after having trouble in the first couple maps. But, all of a sudden, it's a bit of an extended break. I know it normally doesn't take as long to reset, but sometimes it does take a little bit of time to get these players loaded into the lobby to get back to where we were. And so you wonder if that amount of time does kind of stifle that momentum just a bit.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not, because that would be a feels bad, man. That would be a feels bad. Comparing last game to this game, Furlex has 6 kills or 7 kills. I don't know if he got a kill in that third round, but just to put it in perspective, folks, Lukey and Furlex had 5 kills and I believe 7 kills respectively in the last game, and Furlex has already had 6 and Lukey's had 3 in 2 rounds. So if they are just given the opportunity to keep playing how they're playing, it's going to be tough for Pandaric Apex, but at the same time, I mean, if they could find a way to shut down Furlex's sniper, he's picking up this TRG for the first time today, and he's looking disgusting on it. Maybe they send Ace after him. What do you think? What's the answer for him? Did they keep smoking it out? I mean, that third round where it seemed to be in favor of Pandaric, the smokes that were on Headshot and Generator cut off that line of sight, and we saw Furlex die trying to push out past that Headshot spot. So maybe that's the secret sauce.
Yeah, I think, just smoking off the lanes, trying to get an aggressive push, or even do the same thing over toward the B side. Everybody funnels that far left side, find those smokes, and just try to, 5v1, 5v2 on the B site, find a pick and or a trade, get the plant down, and kind of force them to play into your style, because there's a lot of long sight lines around that A site, even that B lane next to Copter there. And so, I think if you want to try to avoid those, you can, but I feel like that Ace, he's up for that challenge. He wants to have that sniping battle.
Yeah, and he wants it, and I think I would sick Ace after him, Hot. If I'm on that side, I would sick him onto Furlex. Maybe have them answer each other and battle it out. I don't know. I would want to answer it out. But speaking of answering it, folks, we're finally back in the game. Going to be 2-1. Looks like Pandaric did manage to pick up that third round there. And yeah, going into the fourth round here, Mr. Hot Sauce.
Bikizi cooking up an aid.
Oh,
denied.
No boom.
No funds available. Declined. That is. That's how you stop Furlex. Insane. Codex will find one. Zaki gets rapid, but that Ace says, anything you can snipe, I can snipe better. He takes out both the marksman class, goes and Lukey all alone, and did that break stifle that momentum a bit.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about what's the answer to stop Furlex, and we had suggested send an Ace to take out Furlex, and ooh. Lukey, what a cheeky little kill, but now they'll know he's by tower. Going to be pushing up from split towards those B boxes, but this is going to be almost impossible for him, folks. So Sicario lineup probably talking about how they can fix the next few rounds. If the bomb's planted on B on Bull, it's almost impossible if the... Yeah, it's so hard to take that back. I mean, that's the beauty of B on this map, is it's a little bit challenging at times to actually get on the site and take it over, but man... Once you actually are on site, get the bomb down, you can just play Ring Around the Rosie for so damn long.
Yeah,
it's so hard to just shut it down.
That's the luxury of having that benefit there. And there's so many good wraparounds there on the B site. You can really just toy with your food for as long as you like, force them into that defusal. And I mean, they have to play your game. It's really hard. I think The B site is a little bit harder to kind of press onto and maybe find that plant, but once you get that plant down, it's a much easier site to control.
Yeah, that's what it is. More difficult maybe taken, but way easier post-plant. Cacao with an opening kill in Furlex. We talked about the momentum, and Furlex picking up no kills in back-to-back round. Goes, though. Goes a little crazy. Picks up 2, but does finally get traded out. Shots ring out back and forth. Keo picking up Codex. Bombs down on site. Both Pandaric members here. We see that flank from Spawn. I believe it's... It probably would be Zaki, considering Kiyoshin was there. Yeah, it's got to be Zaki, and Rapid gets taken up in the side, and in some cases, we see the momentum from Furlex not quite there, but the rest of the Sicario still popping off, and Lukey, again, 3 kills now, and what's crazy hot is to wrap my head around is he's already got 1 more kill than the entire last map in these 5 rounds, so
And we got to remember
really stepping it up.
That doesn't actually show how many kills he has because we had that reset. I think it was him and Furlex that had almost 9 kills between the 2 of them through those first 2 rounds. So they have definitely been putting up the numbers here. This is what Sicario needs. They find themselves on top, but it's still relatively close, like we've seen in some of these maps around halftime. So that's why I'm looking for those important first couple rounds after the second half, and that ace is ready to thread the needle once more.
Woo! And thread the needle he does, baby. Ooh, Zaki, great kill on the Bakizi. A little risky, but works out. Bomb does go down. They're going to know that bomb's on that B side. Cacao taking plenty of damage. Zaki and Lukey, though. Lukey with 4 kills already. Going to be 7 kills in total if we include those 3 he had before the reset. So he is definitely dialed in. And on the flip side, Furlex with no kills yet. Rapido from downtown, and he knows he's there, and he sees him. What a disgusting kill on the Furlex. And the Pandas, once again, when they're down, managed to pick up the momentum. Rapid put so much pressure down from that B plat towards that split position. Going to be having Zaki getting a little sneaky cheeky going through the top apartments. I think they hear the wood, though. Ace kills, goes, and Ace. No. What?
Somebody put that man in timeout from the nade to the snipe. He's out here getting paid.
That is crazy.
These 2 kills from Rapid that we're about to see right here, more importantly, the second one, it goes back to the situational awareness, and I think just barely seeing that barrel poking through the smoke. Rapid, phenomenal shooting. It was a round where Sicario had a 2-player advantage. Pandaric reels it back, and we find ourselves tied.
Wow. Things were looking so darn good for Sicario, but ooh, goes. They say no to the goes in Bakizi. Oh no, Furlex. Man, just really struggling to find his footing. He's died the last 3 rounds in a row with no kills. Goes trying to get very active, but unfortunately not going to work out. The chef himself sitting on that A plat, just waiting. Kiyoshima picks up 1, but Ace, the men, is sitting in that med connector position, just putting so much pressure. Kyo actually hits the roof, and that might have saved him because it stopped his momentum and him from landing where he was supposed to. But doesn't matter. Rapido there to answer with another kill of his own, and Rapid going absolutely ballistic. Hold on. Ace, I was about to say he has 7 kills. Ace has 8 kills since we reset. 8 kills since we reset.
And all 3 MVPs on his side.
Does he? Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, that's, you know, you such a great point you mentioned during our little hiatus that is the break going to kind of pump the brakes on the Lukey Furlex show? And man, so far it has. Furlex was going ballistic. He hasn't gotten a kill.
Yeah, I mean, I've been holding off to see who is the scarier than a gas station bathroom award, but I think we can go ahead and give it up to that Ace. He continues to find another one. Lukey getting that grenade kill. Furlex, the 2K, though. And Sicario, again, the player advantage.
Yeah, and he pulls out that 338. Lukey, oh, and Cacao wins the 1v2. Oh!
You dirty man! I need a shower after that. That man is dirty. Cacao the 3K all day. Panderic Apex looking unstoppable.
That is disgusting from Cacao. One, a two. Turns around. He said, you know, I could go B, but how about I just put Keo in the dirt? Three.
A 3.
Mario. And as we go into the second half, we started out 2-0 for Sicario. We're going into the half 3-5. Panderic Apex just ace. And the kills from Rapid in the second to last round, just disgusting. I mean, ace, though, holy cow. And then Cacao, I mean, holy cow. Just change the name. As long as they got the Panderic Apex tag, just change the name. They're all popping.
Everybody popping off, and now the important second half here. Sicario's got to find a way to put rounds on the board. They can't allow Panderic to extend this lead. And already, it was going to be plaid stripes, but it's all red. And, well, Sicario seeing that red, they end up dead. Furlex Rapid back and forth. But Panderic handing out these 6 feet dirt naps for free. Call him Oprah. He said, you get a nap, and Rapid will tuck little Timmy in for a good night. Lukey goes down from the nade.
That was crazy. I mean, Rapid picks up 3. Rapid. Calling Rapid on the site, and, you know, we saw this typical Sicario aggression, and it didn't make any difference, and that's what scares me for these. You know, we're down 3 rounds, we're on attacking side, all the pressure's on us to control and take space and take control of the side of the map, and it's hard to wrap my head around how well Panderic Apex are just answering every single thing that this team tries to do, and kills him through the smoke. Codex takes out Lukey. Zach takes out 1, but by the time I can even finish talking, Goes is half of a person and getting killed from the side. I gotta cover my face. I can't watch. Don't look, Chad.
He can't blink, so he's got to cover his eyes if he doesn't want to see it here. 7-3, and just like that, Panderic 1 away from closing it out. It was 11-9 on Fort, 9-4 on Bay 5, and they might just be breaking out the brooms.
Oh, man. I mean, up 4 rounds again. It's just brutal. Rapido with 8 kills, Ace with 9. Just
Whole
leading
crew.
their team to absolute victory. Ooh.
Oh,
man.
my. It just doesn't end for Sicario. They can't catch a break. And Panderic, they rain down the nades. They throw a hailstorm of bullets in your direction. And they got a snipe that's right for the pick. And the whole crew showing them what they do. And now in a 5v2, Panderic Rapid goes down. Codex, the 2K. And Panderic will stretch to match point with so many opportunities to close this one out.
Holy cow. Codex shut down curtains by himself. No one's pushing onto his site. And, oh, no, 5 rounds down. Hawk, they were up 2-0. They've gotten 1 round since the reset. 1 round.
I mean, it's a tough day for Sicario at the moment. Panderic. They've done it in the HPL. They did, or in the ACS, excuse me, where they couldn't in the HPL, and they did it in the upper bracket. Now they're showing that it wasn't a fluke. They are showing that this is the real deal. 1 more to close it out, but Furlex, a nice pick here to Cacao, finds a second, and it's going to open up the site.
Lukey goes down to Buck Easy, but 4 members strong on Sicario. Furlex taking a look at the blue skies.
Ooh.
Furlex.
Yeah. What just happened right there?
I don't know, but Panderic closing out the match 9-3.
I'm baffled. I mean, they pressure in, they find the first 2 picks. It's a 5v3. It's looking good. We see another kill from Spawn, but I blinked and it was over. Panderic takes it. They break out the brooms. From that ace with the boomstick to the broomstick, they get it done in sweeping fashion. It's no fluke here. Panderic Apex, your Hunt Premier Pinnacle tournament champions. They're the first to do it in the Pinnacle League, or the Pinnacle tournament rather, but I am just that much more excited now for the HPL to come.
Wow. That was quite the game. I'm still staring you all down. Sorry about that, but holy cow. I mean, Hot, with how well Sicario played against EVA to claw it back, and then Panderic Apex just 3-0 them on the day. The first map close, second map not so much. That bowl map, man, that was brutal to watch. That was tough. And like you said, what the heck happened in that last round, man? Oh,
the Pandas, they take it in 3. They came prepared. They executed flawlessly. And, well, honestly, it was well-deserved. Cacao, the whole crew, that ace. I don't know what was happening during that little break, but, man, did that momentum shift blue.
That was so tough. It's so God, that's a feels bad again, hon. I mean, I feel for Sicario. I really do. You know, to have a challenge come up and you're up, everyone's popping off, and you know, that momentum break, Furlex just totally went back to sleep after that. Rapid going ballistic, Codex picking up that 4-piece, Cacao, the entire team just popping off. And man, 3-0 in the grand finals against Sicario. What else can you say? Your Pinnacle champions, Panderic Apex. And there's a reason they have Apex after their name, folks. Because they're at the top right now, baby. And they feeling good. Hot sauce. 5 Euro G's. 5 G's. Across the pond over here in America. That's even more money. So,
I mean, 5,000 euros, the bragging rights of the champions of the first Pinnacle tournament here, brought to you by Hunt Premier. And I mean, they toppled them in the ACS. They do it here. And now, I mean, they're going to hope to do it in the next HPL where it really matters. Sicario, they've been reigning champs for back-to-back HPLs, but we got a lot more competition in the mix, and it's only getting hotter.
It is getting hotter in the mix, but whew, that was some heat. Panderic Apex, man. Whatever they had for breakfast, whatever flavor of bamboo Timmy whipped up for them, man, they are just chomping down and chewing through the opposition. And, you know, Hawk, they got to the finals. They were the first team to qualify for the grand finals, and they leave with the flawless victory in the finals.
That's right.
3-0, baby. 3-0. Against Sicario. I mean, what an accomplishment to not just win Pinnacle, but to take out the Titan that is Sicario. And Sicario's had their numbers many a time, so for them, they got to be feeling so good. They got their number in ACS. They whooped the tush inside of this Pinnacle tournament. I mean, this next Hunt Premier League is going to be feeling awfully shaken up after this one, Hot.
I mean, Ancestra, there's a lot of these teams that are looking great, honestly, and they've got a little time to kind of hone those skills in, work on those strats before the next HPL. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another wrench thrown in the mix by the time we make it to this next HPL. Again, I mean, we tip our hats to Sicario. They continue to be a stand-up team that always puts on an absolute wonderful show for us here. So we definitely want to give a big shout out and a thanks to them as well, as they did a great job here throughout the series. They fall just a little short, but they don't go home empty-handed. They still take second place. They get 2,500 euros. Yeah, that's right. 2,500 euros, which is still a hefty chunk of change. So at the end of the day, they have to be proud of themselves and how they play. We take a quick look at there as Ancestra was able to sneak in there. They wrap up in fourth place. They get 1,000 euros to themselves. We saw EPA take that early leave a little bit earlier today. They were up 2-0 as well. I mean, they started out 2-0 on Sky and Fort against Sicario, but it was that reverse sweep that allowed Sicario to punch their ticket into the grand final as well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to muster up the victory there. It was a long day for them, though. I mean, they had to play a lot of games, and that's the luxury of winning in that upper bracket and punching that ticket into the grand final.
Yeah, on the one hand, you're like, man, they're warmed up. They played 5 games. They're good. But with how many close rounds and how many clutches were necessary, the amount of pushing through that it takes, I really think earlier in the day the fatigue didn't come in, but man, you could kind of see it in the second half here. It really is such a grueling day. And like you said, that's the benefit of being fresh. I mean, we saw a few rounds on Bay 5 where they had to warm up the Pandas, but they were violent ever since. I mean, these are some violent Pandas. I never took Pandas as being such violent creatures, and yet here we are.
We always
First
say
place.
that they love to bring the absolute pandemonium, and that's what they brought here for the Hunt Premier Pinnacle. Hunt continues to kill it out here for Tarkov, including in partnership with Battle State Games. But again, I think we got to give a huge shout out to everybody who is working so hard behind the scenes. I know we mentioned them earlier, but it's worth another one. We've got Boosh, we've got Preppy, Schmitty, a talented crew back there, Cynthia, Turbo Bear, Phoenix Blaze, who I feel like maybe I saw in American Gladiators at one point, but Crispy Lemon running the highlights. Got to give him a big squeeze. Of course, our main man, our eye in the sky, in King Connor, we trust, for always producing such a wonderful show and making our jobs look easy. And you can't forget about old stepdad Philbo. I mean, the legend himself, always doing great things here for the community, for the scene as a whole. And so we have to give all these people a huge shout out, because without them, we wouldn't have these tournaments. We thank the players, because without them, we wouldn't have people participating in these tournaments. And of course, everybody hanging out with us in chat. Without you, it just wouldn't be this fun. So thank you for always hanging out with us, keeping the vibes, the laughs, the moments, everything high and fun. So again, just a big shout out to everybody all the way around.
Big shout out indeed. And I love the fact that there's so much darn competition for us to enjoy. Because really, I'm not happy by any means that Sicario lost, but I am super happy to see a little bit of a swing and who's really carrying the torch for EU right now. I mean, Sicario had been so dominant, and then all of a sudden, Pandemic Apex, a few months ago, they picked up Rapido, and ever since then, man, that team's just really been cooking, and now we see the cohesion and the brutality, but I gotta give, Hunt, I don't like playing favorites, but I gotta give a special shout out to my man, that Ace. I mean, absolutely disgusting snipes on all 3 maps, major clutch moments, so much pressure, and then he takes on Furlex in that last game with the snipey snipe and just puts him in the dirt over and over. I mean, really fun stuff to see, but again, Ace, I gotta give a special shout out to Ace. I mean, the whole Pandemic Apex team especially, but Ace just doing so much damn work with that TRG. Just reliable, man. Reliable.
I said it back at the ACS, I think, maybe even before that, but that Ace is one of my favorite players to watch, more specifically on that TRG. He just always creates these fun, exciting moments, somehow finds crazy flicks of the wrist. I mean, putting down, you mentioned it, Furlex and Zaki, who were both sniping, but just really quick decision making and often making the right decisions as well. And so, I give them all a big, honestly, we shout out all the teams, but a big shout out to Pandemic and their dub today, as well as sending me that sweet shirt. Now let's take a look at the highlights from this big dub from them, though, Blue.
Oh, man, and we saw the dominant performance coming out of Loki here. 6 kills in these first 2 rounds. This kill on Rapid's actually so clean. And, we talked about how the momentum might have switched right there. And after this round right here, there goes my hero. Watch him as he flies. And man, but then we come back and that Ace taking out just so many people time and time again. And unfortunately, Sicario just weren't able to answer the Pandas on the day. I mean, come on. This 2-piece from Rapid, definitely some of the most impactful frags, I would say, of the day in terms of just the situational awareness to kill the player in split and then be able to kill Furlex too with those B boxes. Cacao with this disgusting 1v3 turns around and slams the last one. We didn't catch the end of it, but Cacao kills the last one, by the way, folks. Codex and Rapido going crazy in this round, and Hot, it was the Pandas show today.
Panda, indeed. That Cacao 3K going pow, rapid, but easy. I mean, you're going to see red in your kill feed as they continue to dominate. This nade from Rapid, he was on fire. Codex, the whole crew popping off and working like that cohesive unit that we're used to seeing. Honestly, great games throughout both weekends here. All of these teams should be proud of their performance regardless of the outcome. And honestly, always a great time here with you, Blue.
Oh man, can't stress the same, my man. Always a good time in the booth with Mr. Hot Sauce, but I was gonna say something, but then I was told not to say something, so I'm just gonna keep my lips shut. Mr. Hot Sauce, I've had such a blast today. Games were bangers. Had a great time. I'm gonna toss it over to you, homie. Any closing words? My man, the Hot Sauce himself, apparently DJ Wheat.
But no, we are just going to briefly let everybody know we're not going to have to wait too much longer. The HPL will be back. HPL number 4 coming back next month, June 13th. So make sure you're following the socials so you can stay up to date with all we got going on, including joining the Discord. If you haven't done so yet, hit that follow button below. It's free. Turn on that notification so you can stay up to date. Make sure you get here in time for the drops because we hate to see you complaining about it in chat. We're tired of the boo-hoos. We're ready for the bang-bangs and the fun. Guys, it has been an honor to bring you the action throughout both the weekends here. A big shout out again to everybody in chat, to everybody behind the scenes, and of course, all the casters that participated in both weekends. Of course, my boy Blue, an absolute legend. Guys, we hope that you hit that follow button. We hope that you tune in next month for HPL. It has been an honor and a blessing. My name is Hot Sauce. The legend who doesn't blink beside me is Blue. You guys have been beautiful. Take care. And we'll see you at the next event.
Работаем.